Chapter 1206. Xiao Qian understood the other party's meaning. He nodded and said, I have indeed obtained it. However, don't worry. I will remain on Scorching Flame Island for some time. I will leave after the Su clan stabilizes its situation. After obtaining this promise, Su Tianhe finally revealed a smile on his face. After 3 days, the Su clan controlled the entire Scorching Flame city. The Su clan's clan head, Su Tianhe, was rather capable. Of course, the main reason was still Xiao Qian's tyranny. He had severely injured Wang Yang, the spiritual leader of the Wang clan, and forced him to flee. This had caused the Wang clan's people to lose their fighting spirit. After that, Xiao Qian killed the consummation blue-robed emperor in 10 saber strikes, frightening the group of Wang clan elders. Xiao Qian occasionally made a move, crippling the cultivation of some of the stubborn Wang clan elders. The entire situation stabilized. In merely 3 days, Xiao Qian allowed the Su clan to regain its position as the overlord of Scorching Flame Island. With a flip of his hand, he toppled a large clan. Furthermore, the name of the white-robed bladesman spread throughout the entire northern Demon Sea after that startling battle that day. The news of a great perfection blue-robed emperor forcing back a half-step Emperor Wu spread throughout the archipelago of the northern Demon Sea. Since ancient times, not many people had managed to do such a thing. At the very least, the human Demon Sea had not heard of such a thing in the past several thousand years. Several people even secretly compared Xiao Qian to the 10 outstanding talents of the human Demon Sea. As for Xiao Qian's true identity, there were many different opinions as well. No matter where this fellow goes, his glory cannot be hidden. When Duguayou heard the news in the Dugu clan's castle, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he knew that this white-robed bladesman had to be Xiao Qian, so he did not find it strange. Back in the 8-star Dragon Grave, Duguayou already knew of Xiao Qian's strength. At that time, Xiao Qian could already fight a regular half-step Emperor Wu to a draw. With his talent and the speed of his improvement, defeating an unknown half-step Emperor Wu wasn't too surprising. As for comparing Xiao Qian to the 10 outstanding talents, Duguayou scoffed at it and dismissed it with a laugh. The 10 outstanding talents of the human Demon Sea were all in their 40s, more than 10 years older than Xiao Qian. There was no comparison at all. Even so, Duguayou insisted that only the top 5 of the 10 outstanding talents could hold their own against Xiao Qian. The others who were ranked at the bottom would not be a match for Xiao Qian. If they underestimated Xiao Qian, they would lose miserably. Young master, Miss Muxian is here. She is looking for you in the hall. Duguayou, who was deep in thought, was interrupted by a servant. However, when he heard what the servant said, he withdrew his unhappy expression. You can leave now. I understand. Duguayou muttered. Why is she here? Is she here for the human demon paradise? On Scorching Flame Island, Xiao Qian cultivated alone in the quiet courtyard that Su Tianhe arranged for him. After the Su clan stabilized the situation on Scorching Flame Island, Xiao Qian did not leave in a rush. On one hand, he wanted to wait for the injured Wang Yang to charge back and deal with him. On the other hand, he wanted to stabilize his strength. It had to be said that the greatest wealth of the Thunder King's inheritance, the innate Thunder Crystal, gave Xiao Qian too much help. The innate Thunder Crystal directly raised Xiao Qian's will of thunder to peak consummation. Furthermore, the form of the will of thunder became even more divine. Now that Xiao Qian took it out by itself, if an ordinary person saw it, they would not be able to tell that it was a form of the will of thunder. Xiao Qian continued to absorb the energy in the innate Thunder Crystal. After another 7 days, he felt that his will of thunder had reached its limit, reaching a point where it could no longer be improved. The Thunder King's innate Thunder Crystal had also shrunk significantly. Xiao Qian could clearly feel the soul of thunder swimming in it through the purple crystal. Xiao Qian knew that this was a sign that his will of thunder had reached its limit and could no longer be improved. If it improved further, it would break through to the innate Thunder Crystal. However, with his current cultivation, forcibly absorbing Sangmu's innate Thunder Crystal and making a breakthrough would be too dangerous. After all, not many people under Emperor Wu could break through to the innate Thunder Crystal. This was a qualitative change in turning something illusory into something solid. After comprehending the innate Thunder Crystal, one could control the power of true lightning and many other mysterious changes. The instant one turned illusory into something solid, one's entire body and soul would undergo a baptism of lightning. Right now, Xiao Qian was only a great perfection blue-robed emperor. Even with Sang Mu's innate thunder crystal, he did not dare to try it rashly. At this stage, if Xiao Qian wanted to raise his combat prowess, he could only think of a way to raise his saber soul to 60% comprehension. However, Xiao Qian's saber soul already reached 60% comprehension. Furthermore, he had only broken through recently. If he wanted to make another breakthrough, it would not be easy. Based on a regular blue-robed emperor's cultivation, the current Xiao Qian was already at a bottleneck in all aspects of the blue-robed emperor stage. What Xiao Qian needed to do next was to cultivate quietly and merge the soul in his sea of consciousness with the heavenly seal, forming the vague form of the heart of an emperor. If Xiao Qian did not have a fortuitous encounter and did not have sufficient comprehension ability, he would be stuck at this stage forever, never knowing how to merge the soul with the heavenly seal. If Xiao Qian's comprehension ability was sufficient, he only needed to wait quietly at this stage for a few years. Perhaps in 2 or 3 years or even decades, he would naturally understand the mysteries of the consummation blue-robed emperor that could only be understood but not explained. Xiao Qian definitely had sufficient comprehension ability. However, he did not have that much time to wait. He could not even wait for 2 or 3 years. It had already been more than a year since he advanced to martial emperor in 5 years. He did not have much time left. Xiao Qian needed to condense a heart of an emperor in advance and overtake others, skipping the 2 or 3 years of waiting to advance to consummation blue-robed emperor. In short, Xiao Qian needed the flower of life urgently. Outside the secluded courtyard, there was a series of footsteps that kept pacing back and forth, coming and going. Xiao Qian put away the essence stone in his hand and stopped the heavenly seal from absorbing spiritual energy. Then he opened his eyes and checked with his spiritual sense. He saw Su Tianyun standing outside the courtyard, hesitating on whether to enter or not. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qian roughly guessed why the other party was here. Now that everything in the city was settled, what else did the other party have to worry about? Naturally, it was the Wang clan's half-step Emperor Wu Wangyang who was still alive. "Old Mr. Su, if you have anything to say, come in and speak." Xiao Qian stood up and sent a voice projection. Then, he walked out and received the other party in the courtyard. When Su Tianyun saw Xiao Qian, he appeared somewhat hesitant and excited. He did not know what to say. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Young Master Xiao, when do you intend to leave?" 3 days at the latest, or daybreak at the fastest." "So fast?" Su Tianyun exclaimed in shock, clearly surprised. Xiao Qian said calmly, "I know what you are worried about. Is it about Wang Yang?" When Su Tianyun heard that, he heaved a sigh of relief. Since Xiao Qian guessed it, there was no need to hide it. "I do not know what to do either. I know that I cannot beg young Master Xiao to remain on Scorching Flame Island. However, if young Master Xiao leaves, Wang Yang can make a comeback at any time." Xiao Qian smiled and said, "Given your strength, you can be considered a peak consummation blue-robed emperor. If I give you a divine weapon or an emperor-grade secret treasure, you should not fear Wang Yang, right?" When Su Tianyun heard that, joy flashed on his face. However, he immediately felt incredulous. A divine weapon or an emperor-grade secret treasure was extremely precious. Even the 9 ranks of the great families were only that much. "Of course, there are additional conditions for me to give you a divine weapon or an emperor-grade secret treasure. Truth be told, my true identity is the Blue Dragon King personally appointed by the Prime of the Bushin Palace, the Thunder King." Xiao Qian slowly said the words that he had prepared long ago. "I am the descendant of the Qing Emperor and have my own conferred land in the heavenly starry ocean. If you are willing to accept the divine weapon, then this Scorching Flame Island will be my overseas conferred land, under my jurisdiction." After a pause, Xiao Qian continued, "If you are unwilling, I can only advise you to give up on Scorching Flame Island. I will personally escort your Su clan out of this place and find a place for you to settle down in the Northern Demon Sea. You should know that the weak are prey to the strong. Even if I help you kill Wang Yang, I won't be able to protect you. You don't have the strength yourself, and if you occupy such a large land of resources, there will definitely be other forces that have designs on you." These words contain too much information. causing Su Tianyun to sink into deep thought. Should he agree or not? Su Tianyun seemed to be in a dilemma. If he agreed, it would be equivalent to surrendering the entire Su clan to Xiao Chan. If he did not agree, it would be as Xiao Chan said. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, the Su clan would not be able to occupy Scorching Flame Island with its current strength. This placed him in a difficult position, not knowing how to make a decision. Xiao Chan did not force the other party. He did not care. There were not many divine weapons or emperor-grade secret treasures in the Thunder King's inheritance. Giving up even one would cause heartache. Xiao Chan had already done all he could, not letting the Su clan down. The choice would depend on the other party. If Su Tianyun agreed, he could use the value of one divine weapon to expand his overseas conferred land. That would not be a loss. In the future, Kim Taeho's Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce could expand to the Human Demon Sea and develop quickly. Xiao Chan said calmly, "Mr. Su, there is no need to rush to answer me. Tell me after you have thought it through. I will not leave before daybreak." Wait a moment. Su Tianyun called out to Xiao Chan, who was turning around. "Young Master Xiao, I agree." Xiao Chan turned around and asked, "You've thought it through?" Determination flashed on Su Tianyun's face. He nodded heavily and said, "I've thought it through. I believe that young Master Xiao is a trustworthy person." Xiao Chan waved his hand and said, "There is no need to say that. I am not a good person. You have seen my means. However, I do things in an open and aboveboard manner. I will not beat around the bush. You can rest assured about that." Xiao Chan thought for a while. Among the Thunder King's inheritance, there was only one set of divine weapons, the 7 deadly sins. It was a set of sabers. It would be difficult for a single person to bring out its full might. In that case, Xiao Chan could only give an emperor-grade secret treasure. There were not many emperor-grade secret treasures in the Thunder King's treasure trove, only 4. However, every one of them was not an ordinary emperor-grade secret treasure. After verifying it, Xiao Chan took out a scarlet stone seal. This seal was scarlet and incredibly heavy. When he held it in his hand, it felt like he was holding a small mountain. This is the blood-killing seal. An ancient killing formation is sealed in it. Of course, with our strength, it would be very difficult for us to control the killing formation as we wish. Chapter 1207. However, as long as I release it a little, I will be able to injure the half-step Emperor Wu. If I can lure him to me before making a move, it might be possible to kill him. Xiao Chan left his spiritual mark on the divine weapon and a drop of essence blood. First, he made this divine weapon recognize him as its master before handing it to Su Tianyun. To Su Tianyun, he only had the right to use this emperor-grade secret treasure. If he tried to use it to injure Xiao Chan, he would immediately counter it. It was not that Xiao Chan was overly suspicious. It was just that the human heart was hard to fathom. It was never a bad thing to be more careful. Su Tianyun felt that Xiao Chan's actions were very normal. Since the other party gave him an emperor-grade secret treasure, he had to have some countermeasures. If Xiao Chan did not, he would not feel at ease and would not dare to ask for this emperor-grade secret treasure, fearing that there were other schemes involved. Many thanks, young Master Xiao. In the future, this Scorching Flame Island will be the overseas conferred land of the Dragon's Gate's Heavenly Star Island. This Su will not have any other thoughts, Su Tianyun said extremely seriously after putting away the blood-killing seal. Xiao Chan smiled and said, "There is no need to be so serious. I do not care much about authority. In the future, the Su clan will be the same as before." "Oh right, I have a question. How much do you know about the Flower of Life?" No matter what, Su Tianyun was an expert of the Human Demon Sea. With the cultivation of a consummation blue-robed emperor, his horizons should not be low. He would definitely know some information about the Flower of Life. Xiao Chan was about to go and find out more about the Flower of Life. Coincidentally, there was a veteran of the Human Demon Sea before him. It would be a pity not to ask. "Flower of Life?" Su Tianyun said. "This Flower of Life is very famous. Many experts of the other sea domains come to the Human Demon Sea to seek a Flower of Life. However, it is not easy to obtain now. Although it is not extinct, it has not appeared in the auction house for several hundred years already. Compared to the death fruit, The flower of life was not very useful to the mixed-blood cultivators of the human demon sea. The vast life chi contained in the stamen was like poison to them. If they swallowed it, they would be in danger of dying. But for experts of other races it was different. The dense and pure life energy could bring a dying person back to life. Having a flower of life was equivalent to having an extra life. Although this statement was somewhat exaggerated, it was a good representation of the flower of life's value. Su Tianyun continued, "The flower of life is hard to grow in the first place. Furthermore, it is so valuable. It would be hard for it not to go extinct." Worry flashed on Xiao Qin's face. He had not expected the flower of life to be so hard to find. As far as I know, Death Valley, the birthplace of the flower of life, no longer has any flowers of life. Even if there are any, they will immediately attract the Emperor Wu-level experts of the human demon sea to snatch them. Xiao Chun knew that he did not have the strength to snatch food from Emperor Wu's tiger's mouth. Furthermore, it was still unknown whether or not he had the flower of life. It was obvious that Death Valley was no longer reliable as the source of the attack. Xiao Chun muttered, "Are there any other places with flowers of life?" Su Tianyun thought for a long time. This question stumped him. He could not think of an answer. After thinking for a long time, Su Tianyun thought of something. He smiled and said, "I forgot about that. There is a snake in the world called the flying dragon snake. Its entire body is not tainted with any life chi. The scales, blood, and flesh all contain the purest aura of death. The flying dragon snake only exists in our human demon sea. To us mixed-blood cultivators, it is the favorite demonic beast. Its entire body is a treasure." Xiao Chun nodded and said, "I've heard of this flying dragon snake before. However, what does it have to do with the flower of life that I am looking for?" "Don't be anxious. Listen to me slowly. Ordinary flying dragon snakes have nothing to do with you. However, the mutated flying dragon snake in the human demon paradise is related to you." Su Tianyun paused for a moment before continuing. "This mutated soaring serpent has a flower of life growing on its head. Due to the existence of this flower of life, it is far stronger than ordinary soaring serpents. The death chi it contains is even denser. Several people have designs on it. However, it is in the human demon paradise. Emperor Wu cannot enter, allowing this flying dragon snake to roam freely. Instead, it grows stronger and stronger." When Xiao Chun heard this, he rejoiced. However, when he heard Su Tianyun talk about the human demon paradise, his expression turned grave. The human demon paradise was an ancient remnant of the human demon sea. Its status was equivalent to the Kunlun continent's savage battlefield. Every time the human demon paradise opened, it would attract all the peak experts under Emperor Wu. The human demon paradise had a long history, dating back to the immortal epoch. It was said to be the experiential training ground of a demonic Dao sect during the immortal epoch. There were some demonic beasts or natural treasures in there. To cultivators of other races, they were not very useful. However, for mixed-blood cultivators of the human demon sea, they were all treasures that targeted them. To demon mixed-blood cultivators, it was not an exaggeration to treat this ancient remnant as a paradise. That ancient experiential training ground was their paradise, a paradise where they could raise their strength quickly. Although I can guarantee that this flying dragon snake definitely has a flower of life growing on its head, I still advise young Master Xiao not to target this flying dragon snake. It is simply too dangerous. The human demon paradise opens once every 100 years. Every time a cultivator tried to target this mutated flying dragon snake, they all ended up dying for nothing. Among them were several strong half-step Emperor Wu. When Su Tianyun saw that Xiao Chun was tempted, he cautiously reminded him. Xiao Chun did not give a direct answer. Instead, he asked, "When will the human demon paradise open again?" "There is still one more month." A light flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes. "In that case, it looks like I really have to go. No matter what, going to this human demon paradise is much more reliable than going to Death Valley. I have to obtain the flower of life." In that case, to Xiao Chun, going to the human demon paradise was not a question of whether to go or not. What mattered was what preparations to make and when to make a move. After the conversation ended, Xiao Chun instructed Su Tianyun to help him look for information on the human demon paradise. The human demon paradise was very dangerous. Naturally, he had to make some preparations. Although Xiao Chun was strong now, he was not arrogant enough to think that he was unrivaled under Emperor Wu. Not to mention the peak half-step Emperor Wu, who cultivated profound cultivation techniques and medial-grade profound martial techniques. There were also the 10 outstanding talents of the human demon sea. The 10 outstanding talents of the human demon sea were all consummation quasi-emperors, possessing the ability to fight above their cultivation realms. Xiao Qin's disadvantage was his age. He was too young, only 31 years old. To the Kunlun realm, where the average age was 500 years old, there was not much difference between him and the youths of the Sky Dome realm. Ao Jiao, how much do you know about the human demon paradise? What preparations do you need to make? Xiao Qin asked. Ao Jiao came out of the immortal spirit ring and poured herself a cup of tea. Then she replied, I don't know much. That place is a land of experiential training. A sect uses it to test its disciples. As it is a demonic Dao sect, the experiential training there is extremely dangerous. Suddenly, a light flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes. He discovered that Ao Jiao was getting closer to a real person. Xiao Chun had not paid much attention to it for a while. However, when he looked carefully, he found it exceptionally obvious. Now, Ao Jiao could already eat and drink like a normal person, walking further and further away from the other item spirits. Xiao Chun wondered what exactly awaited Ao Jiao in the future. Hey, why are you staring at me? There are no flowers on my face. Ao Jiao put down her teacup and rebuked him with a frown. Xiao Chun smiled embarrassedly. Then he thought of something and said, Little Ao Jiao, actually, you don't need to stay in the immortal spirit ring or the lunar shadow saber anymore. Right? Ao Jiao was no longer an existence of energy. She did not need to expend energy to reveal her true form. Theoretically, as long as she was willing, she could stay outside for as long as she wanted. Furthermore, given the special circumstances, there was no need to worry about others recognizing her as an item spirit. When Ao Jiao heard Xiao Chun mention this, some nervousness flashed on Ao Jiao's face. However, it disappeared in a flash hard to catch. Ao Jiao blinked. Her youthful, exquisite face seemed to contain some anticipation. She looked up at Xiao Chun and asked, Why are you asking this? Xiao Chun replied, Nothing much. If that is really the case, then there is no need for you to stay in the ring. You can come out and get some fresh air. So you are worried that I will be bored. Hee. However, if I come out and stand with you, how are you going to introduce me to others? Ao Jiao asked mischievously as she blinked and looked at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun frowned slightly and rubbed his head, feeling vexed. He had not thought about this before. It seemed like no identity was suitable. Just say that she is my younger sister? That's not right. Although she slept for more than 1,000 years, she is indeed more than 1,000 years old. She is much older than me. My elder sister? That won't do either. Little Ao Jiao looks even younger than me. She cannot change her youthful appearance. Say that she is my friend? If that is the case, isn't that too distant? Our relationship cannot be described as just friends. This is really difficult. What identity should I use? As Xiao Chun thought about it, he unconsciously said what he was thinking. Suddenly, he felt that the temperature in the room had turned cold. He raised his head and looked at Ao Jiao, who had a frosty expression, before he snapped out of his thoughts. Who are you calling more than 1,000 years old? I am 18. I am 18. I will always be 18. Ao Jiao flew over and pressed Xiao Chun to the ground. Then, she said angrily with a cold expression. Xiao Chun lay on the ground and looked at the furious Ao Jiao, who was riding on him. He smiled helplessly and said, All right, I was wrong. I will always be the 18-year-old Ao Jiao. That's more like it. Ao Jiao's expression changed quickly. She lowered her head and smiled. All right, let's go back to the earlier question. If I come out and stand with you, what identity will you use to introduce me? Their current position looked very ambiguous. Although the two of them were very close, Xiao Chun still felt a little strange. Furthermore, Ao Jiao was no different from a real girl now. All right, I'll answer you. However, can you get up first? How can a girl press down on someone else like that? A look of doubt flashed in Ao Jiao's eyes. She smiled and said, Is that so? Why do I recall that elder sister Ryue pressed down on you like that in the Sky Dome realm? Xiao Chun laughed awkwardly. He wanted to reason with her but did not know what to say. Chapter 1208. Seeing that Xiao Chun was embarrassed and speechless, a sly smile flashed across Ao Jiao's eyes. Xiao Chun caught this smug look and immediately understood that he was fooled by this lass. In a fit of anger, he flipped over and pressed Ao Jiao down. "You're too daring. You even dare to fool your master." Xiao Chun pressed down on her hand and glared at her. He looked very angry. Ao Jiao looked at Xiao Chun at such a close distance and seemed to be really frightened. She said softly, "Are you really angry? I didn't do it on purpose. Actually, I know what you said is right. But don't worry. Ao Jiao won't treat others like that. She will only press down on you." Towards the end, her voice became softer and softer. Xiao Chun couldn't help but blush. He was a little embarrassed and let his imagination run wild. Xiao Chun's hands that were pressing down on Ao Jiao also loosened a little. Ao Jiao chuckled. She no longer had the delicate look from before. She flipped over and pressed down on Xiao Chun again. She sat on Xiao Chun's body. "Ha ha. A stupid master is still a stupid master. You are exactly the same as the first time I saw you. Tell me, what were you thinking about just now? Look at how red your face is." Ao Jiao giggled and pinched Xiao Chun's cheeks like a proud queen. Xiao Chun regretted it too late. He still fell for this lass's trick. This lass was indeed a 1,000-year-old shrewd person. He still couldn't win against her. The two of them flipped over and over again. He was still being ridden by this lass. Xiao Chun smiled helplessly. "Stop pinching. I was wrong just now." Ao Jiao then stopped in satisfaction and said, "Do you still dare to pretend to be angry with me?" "I don't dare anymore." Xiao Chun smiled bitterly in his heart and admitted obediently. Ao Jiao smiled and said, "That's right. Although you're a blockhead, what about some things? I also want to teach you that getting angry is a girl's right. Boys can't get angry at girls. Also, don't pretend to be angry, because the girl who cares about you will definitely be very stupid. She will really think that you are angry and will feel sad and blame herself." Xiao Chun looked at Ao Jiao's serious face and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "How did you know that?" "Idiot, how would I know? I'm talking about myself." Ao Jiao cursed in her heart and changed the topic. "Let's not talk about this first. You haven't answered my question. If I stand with you, how are you going to introduce me to the others? How is my cousin?" "No, this can't show my mature and steady temperament. It's like a child. Am I that naughty? What about cousin?" "No, I said I'm 18. You're already 31. How can I be your cousin?" "Auntie, can I?" "Pa. You're asking for a beating. Think about it seriously." "I'm asking you seriously. Think about it, think about it. What about junior sister?" "Junior sister, this is not bad. However, your master is Lu Ruyue. If I am your junior sister, wouldn't I be a generation lower than her?" No, absolutely not." "In that case, whatever you say." "Idiot, I'm the one asking you." Seeing Ao Jiao riding on top of him, looking like she was not going to give up, Xiao Chun felt a headache coming on. What should he do with the 18-year-old Ao Jiao? The latter half of the night passed in this playful manner. When the sky brightened, the two of them were somewhat tired. They lay on the ground and stared at the ceiling in a daze. Originally, Xiao Chun only wanted to ask Ao Jiao about what he needed to take note of when he went to the human-demon paradise. He did not expect the night to pass so quickly. Xiao Chun thought about it carefully. It had been a long time since he had played around like this. Actually, no one had changed. Ao Jiao had not changed. She was still that Sundra girl with a bad temper. However, after she blocked the lightning tribulation for Xiao Chun and revived, she had become somewhat silent. Xiao Chun had not changed either. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 13 years had passed. Xiao Chun's dream of 13 years had never wavered. He wanted to climb to the peak of the martial Tao and leave behind his own legend in this world. He wanted to know if the Qing Emperor was dead or not and how he came to this world. He wanted to know why that old monster from the immortal epic that he met in the past said that the entire Kunlun realm was an abandoned land. He wanted to know where the people who left their nameless marks on the Sage Mark Monument went. He also wanted to know if there were martial gods in this world and if there was a peak on the path of cultivation. There was also Chu Chaoyun, this mysterious opponent. After leaving Xiao Chun a painting, he vanished from his world once more. There were too many things that Xiao Chun wanted to do. However, he only had 3 years left. If he did not advance to martial emperor, everything would be empty talk. No matter how dazzling the light was, it was just a meteor flashing by on this great stage of the Age of Geniuses. Xiao Qian did not know how strong the group of outstanding talents in the distant astral battlefield were. He had not fought with these people yet. How could he be satisfied with just being a meteor? Xiao Qian stared blankly at the ceiling as several scenes flashed before his eyes. He could not bear to leave this starry world. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Ao Jiao, who was also lying at the side, turned her head and asked. Xiao Qian smiled and replied, "I'm recalling some things and some of my goals. After thinking about it, I still ended up returning to reality. I wonder if I can find the flower of life in the human-demon paradise." Ao Jiao smiled and stood up. Then she pulled Xiao Qian up and said, "There is no point in thinking too much. I'll practice with you and give you some confidence." Xiao Qian's heart skipped a beat. "Your strength increased again?" There were several Holy Spirit veins in the immortal spirit ring. Ao Jiao had been cultivating there all this time. It was impossible for her to remain stagnant. "I'm far from comparable to you. However, it is enough to deal with a regular consummation blue-robed emperor. If I work with little yellow feather, I should be able to fight with the half-step Emperor Wu." This was good news. With an additional helper, there would be more hope for their trip to the human-demon paradise. The two stood up and went to the courtyard. Then they bowed to each other. In the end, Ao Jiao only bowed halfway when she giggled and suddenly attacked. She had the pretty face of a young girl and a voluptuous figure. She held 2 sabers in her hands and thrust them into the air. She looked very valiant and graceful. Xiao Qian smiled faintly and did not draw his saber for now. He wanted to test Ao Jiao's strength. As the two sat in Scorching Flame City and prepared, the other outstanding talents of the human-demon sea, and the many peak experts did not remain idle either. The human-demon paradise opened once every 100 years. As the experiential training ground of the demonic Dao sects during the immortal epoch, it was a public land of fortuitous encounters for the mixed-blood cultivators of the human-demon sea. The experiential training ground of a sect during the immortal epoch was already of such high standards. It was hard to imagine what a glorious age that was. Would Emperor Wu be an ant in the eyes of those strong immortals? Half a month later, Xiao Qian and Ao Jiao, who had been preparing for a long time on Scorching Flame Island, took their leave from Su Tianyun and rode the Flood Dragon war chariot to the human-demon paradise. As Su Tianyun watched the two travel in the war chariot, a look of envy flashed in his eyes. The human-demon paradise opened once every 100 years. If not for the danger being too high and the heavy responsibilities of the Su clan's clan head, he would have gone to join in the excitement. The entrance to the human-demon paradise was on a desolate island in the central sea region of the human-demon sea. That was a bona fide desolate island. Aside from yellow sand, there were no plants or demonic beasts on the island. Normally, no one would come here to join in the excitement. However, as the days of the human-demon paradise's opening approached, more and more cultivators landed on the desolate island. Yellow sand covered the entire place, a boundless sea of sand rising and falling, stretching as far as the eye could see. A stone stele stood in the center of the desert. Black smoke spread out and chains wrapped around it, making it look like a sharp sword piercing the sky. The words carved on the stone stele looked ancient and desolate, adding a mysterious aura to the stone stele. People moved about the desert in all directions. Warships and flying beasts filled the air. Cultivators of various cultivations had already arrived at this desert dozens of days in advance. As a land of fortuitous encounters similar to the savage battlefield, the human-demon paradise had extremely dangerous places. Even Emperor Wu did not dare to enter. There were also some ordinary forbidden lands for martial sages and martial monarchs. As long as cultivators of all levels could endure their greed and not wander around, they would be able to gain something from those places. However, it was easier said than done to suppress one's greed. Furthermore, even if one could restrain one's greed, it did not mean that others could and would not try to kill them. Although it was called a paradise, it was actually filled with danger. If one was not careful, one might lose their life. The many cultivators on the desert sea felt excited. Despite their anticipation, they also felt intense nervousness. While the place looked chaotic and unruly, It was actually very orderly. There were many different circles in the stone steel from near to far, showing the strict and cruel division of ranks. As the entrance, the people sitting cross-legged within 100 meters of the stone steel were all half-step Emperor Wu, consummation blue-robed emperor, who had lived for several hundred years, or the most eye-catching 10 outstanding talents of the human demon sea. The instant the human demon paradise opened, these people would immediately obtain the right to enter the human demon paradise. The reason was none other than that they were strong enough. When the people in the periphery looked at the small circle within 100 meters, they would feel a deep fear. They would not even dare to take a few more glances. Where would they find the courage to enter the human demon paradise before these people? 100 meters away were the circles for the small perfection blue-robed emperor and the great perfection blue-robed emperor. Further out were the circles for the martial sages. Everything was clearly separated, and the ranks were very orderly. Within these circles, everyone had their own paths. They planned to enter the human demon paradise together and seek fortuitous encounters. Whoosh! Just at this moment, two figures flew over at lightning speed in the sky. They were a man and a woman. The man wore white and looked delicate. At first glance, he did not look extraordinary. However, when one looked at him for a while, one would feel that he was unfathomable, not daring to underestimate him. The woman looked very pretty, like a young girl. Her exquisite figure was curvaceous in all the right places. With one glance, one could not help but let one's imagination run wild. A small golden bird perched on the woman's shoulder, its eyes filled with spirituality. These two were none other than Xiao Chan and Ao Jiao, who had rushed over with the golden crow holy beast, Little Yellow Feather. However, right now, Little Yellow Feather had not entered a state of combat. It looked very ordinary, like a pet bird. Aside from its beautiful and smooth feathers, there was nothing noteworthy about it. Chapter 1209. As Xiao Chan hovered in the air, he did not advance rashly. He only took a glance and saw the distinct circle of people below. The two in the air were very eye-catching among the group of demon mixed blood cultivators. The cultivators who came here all had the aura of the deep abyss demonic race, as well as an indistinct death demonic chi. Only Xiao Chan and Ao Jiao did not have any demon race aura on them. It would be difficult for them not to attract attention. Ao Jiao pointed to the stone steel and said, "That is the entrance to the human demon paradise. Come, let's go down." Xiao Chan thought for a while and felt that it was better to get closer. He needed to snatch some things first. If he lost the flower of life because he was slower than others at the entrance, it would not be worth it. He would feel like crying, but no tears would come. Damn! Quick look. Those two people are really bold. They actually went to the circle of half-step Emperor Wu. When the two landed, the already eye-catching two attracted everyone's attention. The dozens of people in the circle of half-step Emperor Wu also noticed Xiao Chan and Ao Jiao flying over. Several of them revealed displeased expressions. Entering a circle was not a simple matter. Who did not want to enter the human demon paradise at the first opportunity? Who did not know the principle of seizing the initiative? However, not everyone was strong enough to stand in this circle. If one was not strong enough, they would only be humiliated and tossed out. When Xiao Chan got closer, he looked around and discovered that there were about 70 or 80 people within 100 meters. Most of them were half-step Emperor Wu. Aside from those who had matters to attend to, all the half-step Emperor Wu of the human demon sea were probably here. Aside from the half-step Emperor Wu, there were the consummation blue-robed emperors who had lived for hundreds of years. Their auras were heavy, and their law energy leaked out. They gave off the feeling of being as heavy as a mountain and as deep as the sea. Their strength was unfathomable. In addition to these, there were 10 other young people standing together, forming a small circle. Among them, Xiao Chan noticed Duguao's figure. A purple-haired beauty stood beside Duguao. She had an exotic air and a unique charm. Xiao Chan paid attention. This purple-haired woman should have the bloodline of an Eros demon. Otherwise, she would not be so charming. These 10 people should be the famous 10 outstanding talents of the human demon sea. Finding an empty space, Xiao Chan and Ao Jiao landed quietly. It was as if he didn't know what kind of circle he had entered. He was calm and composed, without the slightest hint of nervousness. As the two of them landed on the ground, the gazes of the small circle immediately focused on them. However, after a quick glance at Xiao Chan, all of their gazes fell onto Ao Jiao. With little Ao Jiao's hot figure and youthful appearance, it was hard not to attract the attention of others. Do you know those two? The purple-haired beauty beside Du Guao asked when she noticed Du Guao's expression. Du Guao nodded and replied, I know the man, but I don't know the woman. The purple-haired beauty smiled and said, You really do know him. Your friend is like you, extremely courageous. Unfortunately, he is only a great perfection blue-robed emperor, yet he dares to stand here. Furthermore, he is bringing a beauty with him. He is like a lamb entering a wolf's den. He is truly reckless. Du Guao's lips twitched. He did not want to explain too much. Mu Xian, if you really think that way, the one at a disadvantage will be you. Mu Xian clearly did not believe him. Is that so? There is already someone who is not convinced. Furthermore, he is an old pervert. I hope that your friend is as you say. Otherwise, he will be in trouble. Du Guao looked up and saw a half-step Emperor Wu, who had a bad reputation in the human demon sea, walking over to Xiao Chan and Ao Jiao. Although this person looked old, he was spirited. His face was ruddy, and his eyes glowed with a sinister light, making one feel uncomfortable. Ao Jiao frowned slightly, revealing a look of disgust. Xiao Chun stepped forward and blocked her. Xiao Chun had already expected that there would be unavoidable trouble. He was not surprised. He did not fear a fight. He wanted to show his strength and prove that he was qualified to stand here. Young man, this is not a place where you can stand casually. Leave your female companion behind and you may leave, the old man said disdainfully as he looked at Xiao Chan. Old man Feng is still so horny. This young man is in trouble. Haha, it is not him who is in trouble. It is his female companion who is in trouble. Old man Feng is not interested in men. I wonder where these two outsiders came from. The fortuitous encounters in the human-demon paradise are useless to cultivators of other races. Why are they here to join in the fun? If they want to join in the fun, then so be it. Why are they standing where they should not be? I wonder where their eyes are. The group of demon mixed-blood cultivators did not have a good impression of these outsiders in the first place. Furthermore, these outsiders had barged into their circle for no reason. Even though Old Man Feng had a bad reputation, he did not say anything to stop them. He only wanted to watch the show. Xiao Chan sized up this Old Man Feng. He was not very strong, just an ordinary half-step Emperor Wu, about the same as Wang Yang. Compared to Bing Xuejian, whom Xiao Chan met at Blackwater Island, and the Jadeite Mountain Manor's Manor Lord, Old Man Feng was much weaker. Xiao Chan looked straight at the other party, not showing any intention of retreating. He said indifferently, I will stand here. What do you want? Old Man Feng paused for no reason. He had not expected Xiao Chan to have such an attitude. Xiao Chan was very carefree, completely ignoring his words. Since I am standing here, naturally I have the confidence to do so. I have no grudge with you. I advise you to think this through before you move forward. There are some places that you cannot stand casually, and there are some people that you cannot offend. Old Man Feng's gaze was like a sharp treasure saber. As Xiao Chan spoke, he took another step forward. This step was like an unsheathed treasured sword that was suddenly pulled out by an inch. The metallic sound of a saber rang out. White robes fluttered on the yellow sand. In an instant, Xiao Chen's aura changed greatly. It became unbridled and incomparably sharp. A strong wind blew for no reason, carrying sand and dust into the air. Within 100 meters, the people who did not care about Xiao Chan all froze. Clearly, they had not expected this white-clad person to have such a terrifying sharpness. The eyes of the purple-haired beauty lit up. She exclaimed in shock. What a strong sharpness! Could it be just for show? Old Man Feng's heart sank. Unexpectedly, he ran into a tough nut to crack. Now that Old Man Feng thought about it, what the other party said was true. If he did not have any confidence, how could he have the courage to stand here? However, Old Man Feng no longer had a way out. Everyone in the circle was watching him. If he retreated now, he would lose all his face. A bona fide half-step Emperor Wu retreated before a great perfection blue-robed emperor. What could be more laughable than this? Old Man Feng smiled coldly and said, Interesting. A great perfection blue-robed emperor actually dares to turn around and threaten me. The world is changing too quickly. Or am I already old? You are indeed old. Without saying a word, Xiao Chun replied coldly. Then he stepped forward again and threw a palm strike at Old Man Feng. When Xiao Chun sent out his palm strike, all his vital qi surged. 15 dragon force instantly merged with law energy. Then, he sent out a palm strike without any fancy moves. Qi. The entire place fell silent. The white-clad youth, who was 2 grades weaker than Old Man Feng, actually chose to make the first move. Old Man Feng was clearly surprised. However, he was a veteran of hundreds of battles and was very experienced. After the initial panic, he calmed down. Old Man Feng did not believe that a great perfection blue-robed emperor could store up much force when he attacked so quickly. Scram! Old Man Feng casually threw a palm strike. When Xiao Chun charged over, he erupted with half his strength and sent out a palm strike without any fancy moves. Bang! When the 2 palms clashed, the expected situation of Xiao Chun being sent flying did not happen. Instead, the 2 were evenly matched. That was to say, the explosive power of this white-clad youth was no weaker than Old Man Feng's. The more shocking thing was yet to come. The instant the 2 palms clashed, the white-clad youth's clothes and hair fluttered without any wind. Ding! Ding! Dang! Xiao Chun's clothes and hair fluttered like zither strings. A boundless saber intent spread out wildly from his body, along with this wondrous zither music. Flawless saber Dao Bodious saber. This palm strike was like the sharpest treasure saber in the world. When it was drawn, it gave off an unparalleled sharpness and an overwhelming sharpness. Old Man Feng had not expected Xiao Chun's simple palm strike to have so many tricks up its sleeve. Old Man Feng immediately suffered, his entire right hand in incredible pain. The force that surged over was like a sharp knife cutting at his flesh, skin, and meridians. Although Old Man Feng's strength was no weaker than Xiao Chun's, the pain deterred him from continuing to clash with Xiao Chun. Shock and rage flashed on Old Man Feng's face as he withdrew his hand and turned around, wanting to retreat. You want to leave? I said before, there are some people that you cannot offend as you please. Old Man Feng's actions were completely within Xiao Chun's expectations. He completely unleashed the thunder dragon steps that he had been storing up for a long time. Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and soared into the air. Many purple electric dragons soared out of the ground. This formed a vast scene of dragons soaring, pushing Xiao Chun's speed to the limit. As Xiao Chun soared, he punched Old Man Feng, who was retreating, in the chest. Bang! He knocked Old Man Feng into the sand. Xiao Chun knelt on one knee and pressed his fist against the ground. Old Man Feng's figure could not be seen above the sand at all. The circle within 100 meters fell completely silent. No one had expected that a moment of carelessness would result in Old Man Feng suffering such a huge disadvantage. After knocking Old Man Feng into the sand with one punch, Xiao Chun withdrew his hand and stood upright. The many purple electric dragons materialized by thunder dragon steps danced wildly behind him. This gave Xiao Chun a somewhat tyrannical aura. He looked like a dragon among men, a sovereign among dragons. Pooh! Old Man Feng burst out of the sand. Xiao Chun watched coldly, not taking advantage of the moment Old Man Feng jumped out to continue attacking. This was because there was no need. The 2 of them had already reached a very high level. It would be easy to defeat one of them, but it would be difficult to kill the other. Furthermore, if they fought to the death, even if Xiao Chun won, he would still be the one suffering. Chapter 12:10. Xiao Chun believed that the other party would choose to retreat in the face of difficulties, and not seek trouble for no reason. After living for so long, it was impossible for the other party to not understand these principles that he knew. However, if the other party really dared to come again, then Xiao Chun would not be polite with him either. After coming to this oceanic world, Xiao Chun had fought in the various sea regions. Their cultivations were not much different, so he had never feared anyone. Old Man Feng trembled slightly and wiped off the sand on his body. As he looked at Xiao Chun, who had dragons dancing behind him, intense rage burned in his eyes. Old Man Feng's rationality told him that there was no point in continuing to pester Xiao Chun at this moment. However, he simply could not accept being humiliated by a youth in his circle. Brat, you really do not know what's good for you. Today, I will show you the true strength of the half-step Emperor Wu. Old Man Feng roared, and many miniature tornadoes appeared behind him. These tornadoes looked like they were only the size of a finger. However, as the tornadoes tore, fine cracks appeared in space. As the cracks gathered, the space behind him looked like it would shatter. Enough! Old Man Feng, there is no need to cause trouble for no reason. Just at this moment a cold snort rang out. An old man sat cross-legged at the place closest to the stone steel. He looked ordinary and did not give off any aura. The one who spoke was this white-haired old man. The moment he spoke, he immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Old Man Feng, who was called out, was startled. He had not expected to attract the white-haired old man's attention. He already proved that he has the strength to stand here. If you want to regain your face, either enter the human demon paradise first or scram far away. Don't disturb the others here. The white-haired old man's tone was very tyrannical and impolite. However, these words prevented Old Man Feng from retorting. After glancing at Xiao Chun, Old Man Feng obediently withdrew his aura and stood to the side. Xiao Chun stopped executing the Thunder Dragon steps and looked at the old man behind the stone steel. He was somewhat startled. He had not noticed this old man at all. However, when Old Man Feng spoke, no one dared to make a sound. The enraged Old Man Feng was reprimanded until he was rendered speechless. If he didn't have great strength, the white-haired old man definitely wouldn't have such a deterrent force. The human demon sea was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Perhaps there were hidden existences like this white-haired old man in this circle. It looked ordinary and unremarkable, but it was actually incredibly powerful. Brother Xiao, this way. A voice rang out by Xiao Qin's ear. It was Duguao sending a voice projection to him. Xiao Chun looked over and nodded in acknowledgement. Then he walked over with Ao Jiao. In the small circle of the 10 outstanding talents, Duguao stood alone with the purple-haired woman, keeping a certain distance from the others. Seeing Xiao Chun and Ao Jiao walking towards Duguao, the other 8 of the 10 outstanding talents revealed strange expressions. This was because Duguao had a fiery temper and was proud and arrogant. Aside from the purple-haired woman, he had no friends among the people of the same age. Aside from this, there was another special reason. Everyone knew that although Duguao was a mixed blood, he cultivated the veritable essence energy of humans. He did not cultivate the death demonic chi of the deep abyss demon race. It was like he was a germaphobe and had no friends at all. However, such a reclusive person seemed to know this white-robed person. Naturally, this piqued the interest of the others. Interesting. Unexpectedly, aside from Mu Xian, there is someone else who is acquainted with Duguao. A handsome red-haired man muttered. This person's name was Pei Yin, the strongest of the 10 outstanding talents of the human demon sea. He had defeated the half-step Emperor Wu many times. This person was Pei Yin, the strongest of the 10 outstanding talents of the human demon sea. He had defeated the half-step Emperor Wu many times. Pei Yin had the bloodline of a human and a fire demon. He had a unique understanding and strong comprehension of the will of fire. When Pei Yin saw Xiao Chun and Ao Jiao walking together with Duguao, he started to think to himself, would the appearance of these two change his plans? What's wrong? It is just 2 more pieces of trash. Do you think that Duguao can compete with us? Someone beside Pei Yin asked. This person had a frosty expression, looking proud and aloof. His arrogant appearance made him look extremely arrogant. Pei Yin smiled and said, in your eyes, those who are inferior to you are trash. However, even a dog would be in big trouble if it got bitten. Your attitude is unacceptable. When the two stood together, they stood out from the crowd. They both exuded a strong aura, showing how extraordinary they were. In reality, this was not wrong. This frosty man was called Han Feng. He ranked second among the 10 outstanding talents and was known as the cold-blooded swordsman. He was cold and emotionless, vicious and merciless. The remaining 6 of the 10 outstanding talents formed another circle under the leadership of the third-ranked Yi Ziheng. With Pei Yin, Duguao, and Yi Ziheng as the leaders, the 10 outstanding talents formed 3 circles. It seemed like they all had a common goal. After Xiao Chun and Ao Jiao entered, they disrupted the balance in this small circle, causing a commotion that was neither too big nor too small. Hee hee. Xiao Chun, right? This is my first time meeting you. I am Mu Xian. When the purple-haired girl saw Xiao Chan walk over, she immediately went forward and introduced herself. Her eyes were charming and captivating as she gave Xiao Chan a fierce look. Ao Jiao frowned heavily. Her lips curled up as she snorted with a cold expression. When Mu Xian saw this, she smiled faintly. The charm on her face intensified. This girl's charm technique evoked a memory in Xiao Chan, a distant memory of a girl he did not know if he would meet again. After being distracted for a moment, Xiao Chan nodded politely. Then he walked over to Du Guao and pushed the other party to the side. Mu Xian's smile froze. What is this? Does he ignore my charm technique? When Ao Jiao saw this scene, she smiled at Mu Xian in a cocky manner. Little yellow feather on her shoulder spread its wings and patted its paws, showing a cocky expression as well. This human and bird, especially little yellow feather's despicable appearance, angered Mu Xian so much that she felt like vomiting blood. I am very surprised that you, a human cultivator, would be interested in this human-demon paradise, Du Guao said. Xiao Chan said indifferently, actually, I wanted to say that as well. You also cultivate veritable essence energy. Why are you here? Du Guao smiled and said, I suddenly have a feeling that my goal might be the same as yours. Xiao Chan said, in that case, how about we write our goals on our palms at the same time, and see if they are the same? All right. The two stretched out their palms and placed them in front of their eyes. Characters appeared on their palms from nowhere. After they finished writing, they clenched their fists and brought them together. The two glanced at each other and opened their palms at the same time. The words mutated flying dragon snake flickered on Du Guao's palm while the words flower of life appeared on Xiao Chen's palm. Indeed, it is the same. The two smiled faintly and casually scattered the characters on their palms. Du Guao stood upright with his hands behind his back and said, although our goals are the same, our goals are somewhat different. I owe that woman a favor and need to help her obtain the mutated flying dragon snake's darkness demon core. As for you, you want the flower of life. We can work together. When Du Guao spoke of owing Mu Xian a favor, an unnatural expression flashed on his face. This made one curious. How did Du Guao end up owing Mu Xian a favor? There had to be a thought-provoking story behind this. Xiao Chan was not a gossipy person, so he did not pursue the matter. He did not even think about Du Guao's proposal before directly agreeing. There was no other reason. One more person meant one more force. The benefits of working together outweighed the disadvantages. The flower of life was very important to Xiao Chan. Without the flower of life, he could not advance to martial emperor. As long as there was a chance to increase his chances of obtaining the flower of life, Xiao Chan absolutely would not give up. Du Guao smiled faintly, revealing a trace of joy on his face. With Xiao Chen's help, he was more confident of this trip. After negotiating the cooperation, Du Guao pointed to Ao Jiao, who was beside Xiao Chan. Who is this? You have not introduced her yet. Is she coming with us? The feeling that Ao Jiao gave Du Guao was somewhat unfathomable. It felt like he was looking at flowers through a fog. This made Du Guao doubt Ao Jiao's strength, so he needed to get an accurate answer from Xiao Chan. Upon hearing this question, Ao Jiao smiled smugly. Her face was as proud as it could be. She glanced at Xiao Chan and quietly waited for him to speak. When Xiao Chan thought back to the experience of that night, an embarrassed expression flashed in his eyes. After thinking for a while, he gave the answer that had bothered him many times that night. This is my little master Ao Jiao. There is no need to worry about her strength. A regular half-step Emperor Wu will not be able to stop her. Furthermore, she is much more experienced in combat than you or me. Strictly speaking, this was not wrong. Ao Jiao had indeed taught Xiao Chan many things. This was especially so in the Sky Dome realm. When Xiao Chan was still very weak, he had received a lot of guidance from Ao Jiao. However, the mention of Xiao Chen's master and the aura of the two were somewhat strange. Du Guao did not overthink this. He believed that given Xiao Chen's character, he would not joke about such a thing. Furthermore, Ao Jiao gave him a feeling that he could not see through her. When Du Guao heard this, he felt deep veneration for Ao Jiao. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "So, it is a senior Ao. Du Guao has been impolite." Ao Jiao smiled like a flower. "Hee hee. I don't dare to address you as senior. Just call me elder sister Ao Jiao. Right, I'll listen to senior elder sister Ao Jiao. When Xiao Chan saw Duguao's serious expression, he felt like laughing. However, he managed to hold it in the end. Are you for real? This girl is a senior? Even if you beat me to death, I will not believe it. Mu Xian's face filled with shock. She was of the same generation as Duguao. Didn't that mean that she was a generation lower than this girl? When Mu Xian thought about how this girl laughed at her with that little bird earlier, she could not help feeling angry. Duguao's expression turned serious as he said, "How can you say that? This is a senior who is here to help you. Quickly apologize and call her elder sister." Mu Xian seemed to fear Duguao somewhat. She looked at him with some grievance. When she saw that he still had a serious expression, she could only walk over to Ao Jiao. After Mu Xian apologized in a soft voice, she called out to elder sister Ao Jiao in dissatisfaction. Chapter 12:11. It's fine. This elder sister has always been magnanimous. I will not bicker with children. Ao Jiao rejoiced in her heart. Who asked you to flirt with me? Now, you still have to obediently call me elder sister. When little yellow feather felt that Ao Jiao was showing off, it also felt very cocky. It circled around Ao Jiao. When Mu Xian saw this, she gritted her teeth. However, she still forced a smile. Xiao Chun sensed that something was wrong with the two. However, he did not overthink it. While there was still some time before the human-demon paradise opened, he asked, "How much do you know about this mutated flying dragon snake? How many people are competing with us this time?" Duguao thought for a while before replying. Actually, this huge snake is only slightly stronger than a regular half-step Emperor Wu. The main thing is that the death chi on its body is too pure. Its recovery ability is too strong. It is not something that can be killed simply by relying on numbers. As for the competition, based on what I know, the 10 outstanding talents are all targeting this mutated flying dragon snake. As for who else, I am not sure. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. It seemed like the information he received was somewhat different. According to Su Tianyun, the mutated flying dragon snake was already too dangerous, so few people took the risk. After raising his question, Duguao looked at the 10 outstanding talents and said, "The information is somewhat outdated. This mutated flying dragon snake just happened to be over 3,000 years old this year. A 3,000-year-old flying dragon snake's demon core can already evolve into a demonic essence pill. An ordinary demonic essence pill is already very valuable. The mutated flying dragon snake's demonic essence pill will be even more horrifying. It can increase the chances of a demonic mixed blood undergoing the great tribulation of wind and fire by 50%. Xiao Chen understood now. No wonder these 10 outstanding talents were all eyeing the mutated flying dragon snake. The 10 outstanding talents were all consummation blue-robed emperors. They all feared the unknown of the great tribulation of wind and fire. With the mutated demonic essence pill, it was like taking half a reassurance pill in advance. The two of them chatted casually for a while. Then, Xiao Chun inadvertently glanced at the white-haired old man that he feared. He asked, "What is the background of this white-haired old man?" Even old man Feng did not dare to retort when he scolded him. At the mention of this white-haired old man, Duguao's expression turned grave. This is the old black iron monster. He possesses the iron demon bloodline and once killed Emperor Wu. He is one of the strongest half-step Emperor Wu in the human demon sea. Hearing this, Xiao Chun was shocked, feeling extremely shocked. As a half-step Emperor Wu, he killed an Emperor Wu. This was beyond his imagination, and he felt that it was inconceivable. It was no wonder that the moment he spoke, old man Feng was so frightened that he immediately lost all of his arrogance. However, was this true? Duguao nodded and said, "Although he won very miserably, it is indeed true. He killed an Emperor Wu before. Emperor Wu is also divided into different ranks. Some of the newly advanced Emperor Wu's heart of an emperor is not dense enough, and some of the Emperor Wu's golden body is not pure enough. Although he is ridiculously strong to us, he is not an unrivaled existence." Xiao Chen nodded to himself. Now that Duguao said that, it made sense. The old black iron monster only killed a newly advanced martial emperor. However, this did not deny the old black iron monster's strength. At the very least, Xiao Chan believed that he was not a match for any Emperor Wu, not even the newly Emperor Wu. However, it is fine. He wants to find another way to complete the golden body of Emperor Wu, allowing himself to ascend to the Emperor Dao. His goal is different from ours. Xiao Chan heaved a sigh of relief. If such a person became an opponent, just thinking about it was somewhat scary. Since the demonic essence pill was used to help the blue-robed emperor undergo his great tribulation of wind and fire, then his main competitors would be the peak experts of the consummation blue-robed emperor. At most, there would be some half-step Emperor Wu who was just watching the show. It was still possible to snatch the flower of life. This thought made everyone feel more relaxed. Rumble! 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 Just at this moment, the ground suddenly shook intensely. A savage aura spread out from the ancient stone steel that looked like a sharp sword. Everyone's expressions froze as they looked at the stone steel at the same time. Xiao Chen's gaze sank as he muttered, "Is it going to open? The human demon paradise?" The chains on the stone steel fell one by one, giving off heavy clangs. When the chains finished falling, a pitch-black clump of light appeared at the top of the stone steel. After a while, the clump of light turned into an ancient secret door. With a paw sound, the door of light suddenly opened as if it was solid, radiating a strange, ink-like light. Whoosh! The old black iron monster who was the closest was the first to move. "Come, let's go in," Duguayou said quickly. Then he quickly charged in. Xiao Chun, Ao Jiao and Mu Xian moved at nearly the same time. Although the desert sea was noisy and chaotic, it still maintained the most basic rules. Groups of different strengths from strong to weak entered in an orderly fashion. If a cultivator from the lower group tried to enter first, they would suffer the attacks of the entire upper group. They would not dare to move rashly. The ancient black door of light, the many excited cultivators above the desert sea, and the experts flying into the door of light formed a solemn scene. Even though the six paths were no longer around and the cycles of reincarnation were broken, the distant demonic Dao sects of the immortal epoch still remained. This land of experiential training still gave off the glory of that era. When all the cultivators present had entered the human-demon paradise, two beams of divine light suddenly descended from the sky above the calm sea of sand. When the lights landed, two handsome deity race experts with white hair and golden eyes glanced at the door of darkness on the stone steel. Then, without saying a word, they instantly entered. Suddenly, the sand on the ground exploded, and two coffins flew out, carrying the two corpse race half-step Emperor Wu into the human-demon paradise. White figures flashed. Not long after the coffins flew in, two ghost race half-step Emperor Wu with pale faces entered the human-demon paradise. Soon peak half-step martial emperors of the fiend race and the human race appeared one after another. After all the demon mixed-blood cultivators entered, 10 odd experts of the foreign races appeared. Furthermore, all of them were ridiculously strong. No one knew what was going on. Why did the human-demon paradise, which only attracted demon mixed-blood cultivators, attract so many foreign race experts? TSK. It looks like it is not just one major character who deduced that the crux of this fellow's advancement to martial emperor lies in the flower of life. We are not the only ones who are not willing to see a second Qing emperor. A clump of blood squirmed on the beach and condensed into a handsome red-clad figure with a strange aura. The demonic qi that this red-clad figure exuded was far denser than that of any demon mixed-blood cultivator. It was so pure that it was terrifying. A light flashed, and this mysterious red-clad figure entered the human-demon paradise as well. As the sun set in the west, the entrance to the human-demon paradise slowly closed. A youth with calm eyes and a sword on his back appeared on the distant desert sea. That was close. I nearly came too late. Tens of thousands of meters away, the young man had a faint smile on his lips as he spoke in a slightly happy manner. Right after he spoke, his body turned into two beams of light, one black and one white, intertwining with each other. At the last moment before the entrance to the human-demon paradise closed, he entered. Xiao Chun, who entered the human-demon paradise, did not know that several peak major characters had already deduced that he would be facing a great calamity when he tried to snatch the flower of life. These major characters had already reached the peak of the Kunlun realm and touched upon some of the extremely profound heavenly Tao. As long as they obtained a person's aura, They could reverse the heavenly Tao and deduce the key points of the calamity of that person. Of course, such a method of deduction reversed the heavenly Tao and paid a huge price. The information obtained was not very comprehensive and could not predict a person's future. Only some crucial points. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had great luck on him. If one wanted to deduce his tribulation point, they would have to pay an even greater price. Even the primes of the various races would have to pay a huge price just to deduce it. They would need a long time to recover, so they would not dare to make careless deductions. The few primes had been paying attention to Xiao Chun long ago. They saw Xiao Chun's tribulation point in the heavenly Tao at the same time. With the Thunder King protecting him, the primes did not dare to kill Xiao Chun head-on. However, they could still do something to prevent him from obtaining the Flower of Life. Inside the human-demon paradise, Xiao Chun and Duguayou quickly headed for Death Swamp, where the mutated flying dragon snake was. The human-demon paradise was incredibly vast. There were mountains, lakes, rivers, forests, swamps, desolate ice, and all sorts of other terrains. The place was complex and ever-changing, hiding all sorts of dangers. Amidst the danger, there were all sorts of fortuitous encounters. The human-demon paradise had been passed down for millions of years. The general situation inside had long since spread. Cultivators of different cultivations all had a bottom line in their hearts. They knew where they were going to take risks and would not randomly go to places that were much stronger than them. Of course, there would definitely be some skilled and bold people who wanted to seek riches amidst danger, going to even more dangerous places. The thoughts and decisions of these people had nothing to do with Xiao Chun. His and Duguayou's goal was very straightforward: to rush to Death Swamp immediately. Then they would forcefully snatch the Flower of Life from the various competitors. Then they would take the most crucial step on their rugged and thorny Emperor's road. No one has succeeded in killing the mutated flying dragon snake in the past few thousand years. Now that it has condensed a demonic essence core, it will be even harder to deal with. How confident are you? Xiao Chun asked Duguayou, who was beside him, as the wind blew past his ears. Duguayou glanced at Mu Xian, who was lagging behind. A complicated expression flashed in his eyes as he slowly said, 100%. This answer startled Xiao Chun slightly. What trump card did Duguayou prepare? To think that Duguayou was even more confident than him. Don't look at me. I have not prepared any trump cards, Duguayou said with a faint smile. He knew what Xiao Chun was thinking, so he seemed to be telling the truth. Duguayou paused for a while. Thinking about how he was working with Xiao Chun now, it was not good to keep him in suspense. He answered honestly, I really do not have any trump cards. My trump card is myself. At that time, I will help you block the other opponents. You will be responsible for killing the mutated flying dragon snake, and taking away the demonic essence core, and the Flower of Life. All the opponents. Duguayou nodded heavily and said, all of them. Whoosh. Just when the Death Swamp was in sight, two figures descended and blocked the path of the four people. Chapter 12:12. It was Old Man Feng and Wang Yang, who had a grudge with Xiao Chun. For some reason, these two half-step Emperor Wu were not searching for their own fortuitous encounters. Instead, they were here to block Xiao Chun and Duguayou. As for why these two were together, it was not surprising. These two had grudges with Xiao Chun. It was normal for them to be together in this human-demon paradise. Scram, Duguayou said with a cold expression, his tone laced with murderous intent. Xiao Chun frowned slightly and said calmly, don't do anything foolish. With your strength you cannot kill the four of us. Wang Yang looked at Xiao Chun, and heavy hatred flashed in his eyes. Indeed, we cannot kill you. However, we can still block you for half a day. Old Man Feng smiled coldly and said, with us around, the two of you can forget about obtaining the demonic essence pill. The hearts of Xiao Chun and Duguayou sank. They now knew why these two were here. They were here to annoy them, to delay them, not giving them a chance to participate in the fight for the mutated flying dragon snake. Hu Qi, the first and second ranks of the 10 outstanding talents, Pei Yin and Han Feng, flew over at lightning speed. When they saw this scene, they revealed gloating smiles. Soon another 4 figures flashed by. It was Yi Ziheng leading the 3 outstanding talents, overtaking them as well. It looks like heaven is helping us. Yi Ziheng turned his head back and smiled. The three behind him laughed as well. Du Guiao's expression turned sullen. He sent a voice projection, Xiao Chun, what should we do? If two half-step Emperor Wu are determined to delay you, it will be a headache and troublesome matter. What should I do? Is the most crucial step of advancing to martial emperor in 5 years going to fall to these two clowns? How hateful! Xiao Chun suppressed the rage in his heart. As he looked at the two, he enunciated every word clearly. I'll say it one last time. Don't test my bottom line. Quickly scram. Otherwise, even if the two of you flee to the ends of the world, there will be no place for you to hide. I, Xiao Chun, am a man of my word. The domineering aura of the Blue Dragon King burst forth from Xiao Chun's body. The Blue Dragon King emblem on his chest flashed. In a flash of light, his white robe turned into a dazzling green. Faintly, a formless blue dragon appeared behind Xiao Chun. Its eyes were staring at Wang Yang and Xiao Chun emotionlessly. That was the Blue Dragon King's insignia. The dragon might that had accumulated in the Dragon's Gate's holy land for more than 10,000 years burst out in Xiao Chun's rage. Old Man Feng and Wang Yang could not understand what was going on. Goosebumps rose all over their bodies as they panicked and wanted to retreat. But thinking that he was a half-step Emperor Wu after all, even if he couldn't beat these 4 people in front of him, he could definitely escape if he wanted to. Instantly, he regained his confidence. Wang Yang cursed. So what if I touched your bottom line? I don't believe that you can really kill me. You want to take the demon essence pill? Let me tell you, no way. Kill. Without saying anything more, Xiao Chun unleashed all his suppressed killing chi and rage. Then he swung his saber and chopped at Wang Yang. This saber strike in a rage instantly separated Wang Yang and Old Man Feng. No matter what happens behind me, I have to kill Wang Yang today. Hatred flashed in Ao Jiao's eyes. At the crucial moment, this fellow still came to cause trouble. She could not tolerate this. 2 short sabers appeared in Xiao Chen's hands as she charged at Wang Yang with little yellow feather. Mu Xian looked around and a light flashed in her eyes. Then she sent a voice projection to Du Guiao, go and help him. Kill that person quickly. Old Man Feng will definitely run away in fear. Can you deal with him alone? Don't worry. I can deal with him. I'll be fine, Mu Xian said with a smile when she saw the deeply hidden concern in Du Guiao's eyes. Be careful. Du Guiao had always been decisive. After saying that, he joined the group that surrounded and attacked Wang Yang. Wang Yang, who was already suppressed by Xiao Chun, Ao Jiao, and Little Yellow Feather, felt so regretful that his intestines turned green. Why are they all targeting me? According to the original plan, Wang Yang and Old Man Feng would work together to fight the 4. After that, they would work together to break out of the encirclement and leave easily. That way they would achieve their goal of delaying these 2. However, now that Xiao Chun made the first move, separating Wang Yang and Old Man Feng, the situation went beyond Wang Yang's plan. Originally, Wang Yang was already no match for just Xiao Chun. Now with so many people it was over. Even if he wanted to run, he could not. Old Man Feng, come and save me. Wang Yang only lasted for a moment before wounds covered his body, causing him to vomit blood. However, how could Old Man Feng come and save Wang Yang? Mu Xian gave off a dreamy hazy light. She used all sorts of means to hold Old Man Feng back. Old Man Feng was a famous lecher in the first place. When faced with Mu Xian's charm arts, he fell for it repeatedly, unable to shake her off. It had to be said that the half-step Emperor Wu's vast cultivation and strong recovery ability were indeed somewhat horrifying. Even though Wang Yang was being suppressed by the 3 of them and the Golden Crow from start to finish, he did not die quickly. At this moment, Wang Yang's hair was disheveled, and he appeared incredibly flustered. He tried to break out of the encirclement several times, but they blocked him. Wang Yang no longer had any of his earlier arrogance. The situation instantly flipped. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He begged for mercy a few times, but no one bothered with him. If one did not seek trouble, one would not die. Wang Yang did not even take the initiative to look for Xiao Chen, yet he ran over to disgust him. Such an outcome served him right. In its combat state, Little Yellow Feather's body grew several hundred times larger. Its glistening golden feathers gave off a sun-like light. When it opened its mouth, it spat out extremely dense solar true flame. Ao Jiao, who wanted to help Xiao Chun and Wang Yang quickly, entered her peak state. She did not even care about her injuries. There was also Duguayao at the side. When he suddenly made a move, he caused Wang Yang to vomit 3 liters of blood. Under such circumstances, even though Wang Yang was a half-step Emperor Wu, from the moment he fell into the encirclement, his fate was sealed. But from the moment he fell into the encirclement, his fate was sealed. There was only one word for him: death. 2 hours later, Xiao Chen executed a sure-kill attack. Blood spurted out, and a saber light flashed as he chopped off Wang Yang's head. This half-step Emperor Wu, who had clamored earlier, did not believe that Xiao Chen could kill him. Now he died without a complete corpse, unable to come back to life. On the other side, Old Man Feng had already intended to retreat long ago. When he saw Wang Yang's headless corpse, he was startled. Not daring to linger, he quickly retreated. The group glanced at Old Man Feng but did not give chase. This was not the time to settle scores with him. After the interlude ended, Duguayao searched Wang Yang's corpse. However, he did not find anything useful, so he ignored it. As for Wang Yang's spatial ring, the group did not bother looking at it. After reaching the blue-robed Emperor realm, they had the ability to set restrictions in their spatial rings. Once they died, the restrictions would activate. If someone did not know about it and tried to forcefully take the things in the spatial ring, the restrictions would only injure them. They would only be injured by the explosion of the restriction, and some evil restrictions would even blow them up to death. With this, we completely lost the initiative to kill the mutated flying dragon snake. If the mutated flying dragon snake had already been killed, all our efforts would have been for naught, Duguayao said somewhat worriedly. Although the other party died, they had indeed achieved their goal, truly disgusting the two of them. Muxian said. There's no rush. Let's recover first. Actually, let's think about it from another perspective. The mutated flying dragon snake is not easy to deal with. It would be good for these people to help us share the burden. Xiao Chen glanced at this girl. Earlier, this girl dared to get Duguayao to help while she held off Old Man Feng by herself. Not only was she strong, but she was also extraordinarily calm. This made others view her in a different light. She was also not a pretty flower vase that only knew how to use charm techniques. Let's rest first. We already lost the initiative. There is no need to worry about staying here for a while longer. Right now we are not in a good state. If we rush over, it would be too rash. Xiao Chen agreed with Muxian's point of view. Without saying anything more, the group sat down cross-legged and closed their eyes to circulate their energies to recover. Even after Wang Yang's headless corpse died, it still gave off a strong aura that quickly faded away. This made the cultivators passing by feel a deep fear for the group sitting cross-legged, not daring to have any designs on them. A half-step Emperor Wu actually died here. If word got out, no one would believe it. After a while, Xiao Chen was the first to open his eyes. He was the fastest to recover. The others had not opened their eyes yet. Xiao Chen tossed aside the exhausted essence stone in his hand and looked in the direction of Death Swamp. Then he frowned slightly. For some reason, Xiao Chen felt uneasy at this moment. It was not because of the outstanding talents that had gone to the human demon sea in advance. Instead, it was because of some indescribable emotions. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and scanned his surroundings with his spiritual sense. In the end, everything was normal. They were all mixed-blood cultivators undergoing experiential training in the human-demon paradise. Actually, he also knew that at this level, as long as he wanted to, he could avoid detection from people of the same level. If a true expert wanted to hide, his divine sense would also be useless. The road to Emperor was to build a bridge, connecting the chasm between heaven and earth, reaching the other shore and successfully pushing open the Emperor's door. Now, his bridge was already half built and he had reached the most crucial stage. He stood on the other side of the bridge and looked at the Emperor's door on the other side. He could clearly feel how dangerous the abyss below the chasm was. One wrong step and the bridge would be destroyed. They would fall into the abyss, consigned to eternal damnation. What's wrong? You look troubled. Are you still worried about the flower of life? Actually, that thing doesn't have much value to demonic hybrids. Even if it's taken, they'll find a way to get rid of it. Duguayao followed close behind. After recovering, he consoled Xiao Chen. You gained a lot in the 8-star dragon grave. As long as you are willing to pay the price, you will be able to buy it. Unlike me, if someone obtained the demonic garden pill, I would definitely keep it for myself and not auction it off. That was indeed the case. However, if that was the case, then there was no need for Xiaochun to worry at all. Perhaps he was just being overly suspicious. Xiaochun smiled and stopped thinking about this. He said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about you. Why must you help this woman? You might even die." Sorrow flashed in Duguayo's eyes. He muttered, "It's a long story. Actually, I have a perfect demon bloodline. My bloodline is even stronger than the blood sword sovereigns from 50,000 years ago. As long as I'm willing to cultivate demonic chi and activate my innate talent, the so-called 10 outstanding talents are nothing to me." Chapter 12:13. But I don't like that kind of state. I once fell into madness and killed the people closest to me, so I swore that I would never use that bloodline power again. Mu Xian is the person who pulled me back from the brink of hell. Xiaochun nodded to indicate that he understood. It was just like how Lung Yu once used her charm technique to pull him back from a massacre. Mu Xian might have used the same method to pull Duguayo back, making him resist the temptation of the blood demon's innate talent. However, based on Duguayo's expression, there seemed to be more to this than met the eye. Could it be that Duguayo managed to resist the temptation of the blood demon's innate talent but failed to resist Mu Xian's? Seeing Xiaochun enter deep thought, Duguayo knew that Xiaochun had already guessed it. He said, "It is not that I cannot resist her charm techniques. It is that she cannot pull me back without having a relationship with her." Xiaochun clicked his tongue slightly. He did not expect there to be such a layer. "Now you know why I must return this favor. There is no precedent of a succubus demon surviving the great tribulation of wind and fire. I must help her obtain this mutated demonic essence core." Xiaochun laughed. This fellow had a face full of arrogance and his eyes were at the top of his head. Who would have thought that he would be so serious about the matters between men and women? "But are you just doing this to repay a debt of gratitude?" Xiaochun asked with interest. Duguayo was about to answer when he saw Mu Xian's eyelashes twitch slightly due to nervousness. He knew that she had already recovered, so he shook his head and did not say anything more. Oh Jiao opened her eyes and grumbled. "At the most crucial moment, you suddenly stopped talking. Little sister Xian has been waiting for a long time." Mu Xian knew that she could not continue pretending. She blushed slightly and said, "Nonsense. How could I be eavesdropping? I don't know anything." Duguayo did not dwell on this topic. He said, "Let's go. There is not much time left." The death swamp was filled with soaring serpents, but there was only one true variant soaring serpent. After arriving at Death Swamp, there was no need to worry about not being able to find the mutated flying dragon snake. The aftershocks of the battle were the most intense. The mutated flying dragon snake would definitely be there. Boom boom boom. The entire swamp was shaking violently. Not only was the ground shaking, but the entire space was shaking. The moment Xiaochun stepped into the death swamp, he could feel the might of the aftermath of the huge battle in the distance. Xiaochun looked at the chaotic scene in the distance, and he was slightly shocked. There were at least 20 to 30 Paragon blue-robed emperors fighting the flying dragon serpent. There were even more people who wanted to fish in troubled waters, wanting to take advantage of the situation. So. The four of them flashed and increased their speed to the maximum. A moment later, they arrived at the center of the chaotic battle. A huge black snake was entrenched in the swamp. Its huge body was coiled up like a black mountain. He was engaged in a fierce battle with more than 30 peak great perfection blue-robed emperor. His powerful aura of death caused the sky to be filled with dark clouds that were frighteningly dense. The demon mixed blood teams temporarily formed an alliance. With Pei Yan's and Yi Ziheng's teams as the leaders, they ruthlessly attacked the mutated flying dragon serpent. Since the discovery of the mutated flying dragon serpent, this was probably the first time it faced so many encirclement. The temptation of the past could not attract such strong firepower. Duguayo said, "I don't like to be the fisherman at the end. There are too many variables. I like to have everything in my hands, confident of success. Xiaochun, I'll block the people. I leave the flying dragon serpent to you. How confident are you?" A spark flashed in Xiaochun's eyes, and the hot-bloodedness in his body surged. If it were any other day, he would definitely be the fisherman at the end. That way the risk would be the lowest and he would always be able to remain calm, able to advance or retreat. However, what he needed to obtain now was the flower of life. He could not afford any mishaps. Success or failure depended on this. That side would go crazy once, not giving him any way out. Xiao Chun slowly opened his mouth and gave his answer. I'm completely confident. However, I, Xiao Chun, will block these people. You just do your best to kill the flying dragon serpent. Since you already swore not to use that bloodline power, then remember the oath and never use it. A cool breeze blew. Just as Duguayou was stunned, that white figure slowly descended and appeared in the middle of the intense battlefield. One person and one saber blocked 30 consummation blue-robed emperors. 10,000 dragons soared behind him. He's already guessed that I'm going to use that bloodline. Duguayou felt strangely touched. Honestly speaking, in this cooperation, Xiao Chun suffered a great loss. Hence, Duguayou took the initiative to block the other consummation blue-robed emperors, shouldering the greatest pressure himself. He did not want to take too much advantage of Xiao Chun. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, Xiao Chun beat him to it, stepping forward. The so-called boldness, the so-called heroism, is nothing more than this. However, how am I to repay this favor? Duguayou's face sank, and he stopped thinking. Let's go. Let's make our move quickly. Right after Duguayou spoke, he led Ao Jiao, Mu Xian, and Little Yellow Feather towards the mountain-sized mutated flying dragon serpent. Duguayou blocked the mutated flying dragon serpent behind Xiao Chun, preventing him from being attacked from both sides. While all this took a long time to describe, it actually happened in an instant. From the moment Xiao Chun charged in to when Duguayou led his people in, it took less than half a breath of time. Amid the intense battlefield, Xiao Chun stood upright while holding his saber. With one saber strike, he blocked the 30 peak consummation blue-robed emperors led by Pei Yan and Yi Ziheng. Such a turn of events stunned everyone. The countless blue-robed emperor-level mixed-blood cultivators, who were preparing to fish in troubled waters, also showed shocked expressions, not understanding what was going on. Damn! Who is this? Is he tired of living? That is that white-clad bladesman, the youth who humiliated Old Feng outside the stone steel earlier. So it is him. However, even if Old Feng is not a match for him, it is still too much of a stretch for him to block 30-odd peak consummation blue-robed emperors alone. Who knows? However, this might not be a bad thing for us. This will make things more lively. A group of spectating blue-robed emperors hid in the shadows of Death Swamp as they discussed in soft voices. Their eyes filled with excitement. Although they did not think that Xiao Chun could block 30-odd peak consummation blue-robed emperors, they were planning to fish in troubled waters in the first place. The more chaotic it was, the better. The more chaotic it was, the more they liked it. A faint black flame burned on Pei Yan's body as he looked at Xiao Chun, who was soaring with 10,000 dragons behind him. He thought to himself, this fellow came a step too late and lost the initiative. To think that he thought of such a radical method. He really does not care about his life. Rage filled Yi Ziheng's face as he shouted, "Are you seeking death? Quickly move aside. Otherwise, no matter where you come from, you can forget about leaving the human-demon paradise today. Quickly scram." When the 30-odd peak consummation blue-robed emperors saw Duguayou's group fighting the injured mutated flying dragon snake behind them, they were so angry that they wanted to kill someone. How could there be such a good thing? Their group had worked so hard to kill the mutated flying dragon snake for a long time, and this fellow wanted to take advantage of them the moment he arrived. The vast auras merged, nearly distorting space as they pressed down on Xiao Chun. The formless auras were like a majestic mountain range pressing down on everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. Xiao Chun held his breath and focused, showing a calm expression. As he looked at the 30-odd peak consummation blue-robed emperors, he became unprecedentedly focused. You want me to scram? Sure. However, you have to ask the saber in my hand first. Xiao Chun pointed his saber forward and unleashed his 60% comprehended lightning saber soul. The tip of the saber contained Xiao Chun's unyielding will. He had to obtain the flower of life at all costs. This was the most crucial step of his emperor's road. He was willing to risk his life for it. Attack together and kill him. Pei Yan frowned slightly. He could feel Xiao Qin's sharpness, which was unparalleled. He did not dare to be careless. The 30-odd consummation blue-robed emperors each executed a killing move and swung at Xiao Qian, who was blocking their way. Xiao Qian swung his saber at Xiao Qian, who was blocking his way. Instantly, multicolored lights filled the air. Saber lights and sword images flashed endlessly. All sorts of mysterious phenomena fused together as attacks filled the sky, causing the space around them to tremble violently. The fluctuations of the power of the world were too chaotic. Continuous explosions rang out in the death swamp, rumbling endlessly. Just these aftershocks blasted several flying dragon snakes out of the swamp and killed them. Blood immediately sprayed into the air. Amidst the chaotic sky, the world lost its color, mixed with dust, and a rain of blood fell. The blue-robed emperors unleashed such concentrated killing moves at the same time. They truly thought highly of Xiao Qian. 2 beams of fiery light, one golden and one white, shot out of Xiao Qin's eyes. The origin flames of the lunar true flame and the solar true flame appeared dazzlingly and chased each other in the air. In an instant they formed a Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. 2 extreme flames of completely different attributes merged perfectly with the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Yin-yang, the 8 trigrams, the 4 divisions, and the 5 elements. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared together with the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram, releasing a large expanse of golden light and sealing off space. The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram was like a wall of the 5 elements, blocking all the incoming killing moves. This time, Xiao Qian did not hold back at all, using his origin flame to drive the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. In the past, Xiao Qian had not used his origin flame for the solar true flame and the lunar true flame. However, this magnificent Taiji yin-yang flame diagram was stronger than any of the previous ones. However, it was still somewhat forceful to face 30-odd inferior-grade profound martial techniques. If the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram was strong enough, it could instantly reflect all the attacks back. This could throw these 30 consummation blue-robed emperors into chaos and injure them on the spot. Then Xiao Qian would gain the upper hand. Even so, this scene completely surpassed everyone's expectations. Solar True Flame and Lunar True Flame could actually merge and block so many profound martial techniques. This stunned the crowd, who were preparing to kill Xiao Qian in one go. Kasie, Kasu. The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram shattered, and all sorts of attacks rained down on Xiao Qian. However, their might had already weakened significantly, and the various mysterious phenomena no longer existed. Xiao Qian stood upright while holding his saber. His feet pushed off the ground in the air. With every step he took, saber images filled the air. Thunder roared in the sky, tearing down strands of purple lightning. Thousands of dragon images roared ferociously. 12 saber strikes in one step. With 3 steps, Xiao Qian broke all the profound martial techniques. Xiao Qian's figure moved among the lightning dragons and saber lights like he was taking a leisurely stroll. Every move he made followed his heart's desire, leaving no traces behind. Such a scene was very shocking. Chapter 12:14. Is that all you are capable of? However, that is not enough to chase me away. I have a saber technique that I would like to share with everyone. Breaking the inferior grade profound martial techniques that filled the sky exceeded everyone's expectations. Unexpectedly, when facing the 30-odd consummation blue-robed emperors, Xiao Qian forcefully chose to attack. Xiao Qian's heart entered a state of emptiness. To him, the world was pitch black. Aside from him, there was no one else. In Xiao Qian's world, space was sealed. Time stopped flowing. The entire world was quiet. It was like the primal chaos had yet to develop. Aside from darkness, there was nothing else. Whoosh! A strand of saber light appeared and tore through this dark world. Color reappeared in Xiao Qian's eyes. He saw the mocking smiles on the faces of Pei Yan, Yi Ziheng, and the others. The 30-odd consummation blue-robed emperors all looked at him coldly with mocking smiles. They were laughing at Xiao Qian for overestimating himself. After gaining an advantage, he did not obediently defend and did his best to delay. To think that Xiao Qian was seeking death by charging at them. This is exactly what I wanted. When you arrive, we will surround you and delay you. Even if you are as strong as the old black iron monster and can kill Emperor Wu, even if you are as strong as the old black iron monster, you will still die. Under the encirclement of 30-odd peak consummation quasi-emperors, Xiao Chan would only be ground to death. There would not be a second result. My path, my pride, my glory. There is no need to say more. It all depends on this saber strike. When Xiao Chan swung his saber, all sorts of mysterious phenomena flashed. Poems of praise fell from the sky. When Xiao Chan swung his saber, all sorts of mysterious phenomena flashed. Poems of praise fell from the sky. The various things that happened in the past turned into mysterious phenomena along with the poems, appearing everywhere. In Mo City, during the promise of 10 years, Xiao Chan used the ninth heaven's thunder formation to defeat strong enemies, kneeled to his father thrice, and left in a huff. In the Tianwu Emperor's grave, he laughed loudly and issued a challenge to all the great Qin nation's science, becoming famous for the first time. In the battle at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he announced Xiao Chen's name and defeated the great Qin nation's noble clan science, achieving consecutive victories and starting the legend of the white-robed bladesman. In the ancient desolate land, he was neither humble nor arrogant. He broke the 1,000-year-old record and obtained 100 consecutive victories. In the five-nation youth competition, Xiao Chan remained unknown. However, he defeated the outstanding talents of the various places and stood at the peak of the Sky Dome realm, becoming a king true dragon. In the Kunlun realm, he swept through all the younger generation and was conferred as the Blue Dragon. 10,000 dragons soared in the Cloud Sea domain. He instantly killed 8 quasi-emperors after being destroyed. In the Heavenly Starry Ocean's Four Seas Hero Gathering, Xiao Chen defeated all the outstanding talents in one move in an instant. 13 years of searching for the path, experiencing all kinds of loneliness and pain, casting a heroic name in the world. There is no one like me in the world. Xiao Xiao he his. Filled with lofty sentiments, Xiao Chan brought out the instant of glory of this saber strike to its limits. All sorts of poems and mysterious phenomena formed a vast, boundless, glorious and majestic epic. King Chan Chan, Chan the Xiao Chan, that all King Xiao martial, Qian. He, Xiao break. Xiao Chan looked coldly at the people in the painting, who still had mocking expressions on their faces. Then, he opened his clenched left hand and gently opened it. Suddenly the painting shattered, and the sealed space shattered piece by piece. It was like a broken mirror, shattering into countless pieces. The 30-odd people in the painting did their best to protect themselves. However, they were still riddled with wounds. They vomited blood and got knocked back by the power of space. Their hair was disheveled, and they were covered in wounds. The people watching in the dark were all dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun alone forced back 30-odd peak blue-robed emperors. With this move, half of the 30-odd consummation blue-robed emperors could no longer stand up. Some of the weaker ones even had their bodies split open. The wounds looked very horrifying. If not for the demon mixed bloods possessing strong physical attributes and the fact that they were all consummation blue-robed emperors, all of them would have died. Aside from peak characters like the 10 outstanding talents, most of the remaining 15 or 16 demon mixed bloods had lost most of their combat prowess. The might of one saber strike was so strong. Right now, Xiao Chun was incredibly tired. Sweat covered his forehead. This move exhausted not only his law energy but also his mental energy. Xiao Chun felt completely drained. However, there were only two feelings in his heart: carefree. That's right, carefree. After comprehending the instant of glory once more, he had finally reached the lesser mastery realm from its original level of mastery to the next level. Even if most of the blue-robed emperors were lucky enough to obtain a medial-grade profound martial technique, they would find it difficult to execute it even once. However, Xiao Chun was able to go from being able to withdraw and release it as he pleased to small perfection. Describing such people as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns was insufficient to match Xiao Chen's comprehension ability. What small perfection meant was that one could bring out 30% of a medial-grade profound martial technique's might. Several of these people could bring out only 50 to 60% of an inferior-grade profound martial technique's might, not to mention a medial-grade profound martial technique. Being suppressed like this was not an injustice at all. The blue-robed emperors watching from afar were all startled into stupefaction. The deterrence of this move was simply too great. Xiao Chan looked coldly at the 10-odd people standing in front. The mockery on these people's faces had long since vanished, replaced by deep fear. Damn it! He actually cultivated a medial-grade profound martial technique to small perfection. As the 10 people watched Xiao Chen's clothes flutter, they gritted their teeth in hatred. How could they have imagined that a peak great perfection blue-robed emperor could force them, a group of consummation blue-robed emperors, into such a sorry state? As Xiao Chen stood in the air, the formless tyranny of a ruler spread out from his body, stirring up changes in the sky and stirring up clouds and winds. Xiao Chen's gaze was incredibly sharp, revealing a strong state of mind. No one dared to look directly at him. These people simply did not know what kind of obsession Xiao Chen had with this flower of life. Without the demonic essence core, it would only be slightly more difficult for these outstanding talents to clear their great tribulation of wind and fire. However, without the flower of life, Xiao Chen could not advance to martial emperor. Everything would be for naught. Xiao Chen's dreams and hopes would all be for naught. Xiao Chen's words of risking his life was not a joke at all. Before such a strong aura, the remaining 10 people did not dare to act rashly. For a moment a stalemate appeared. It was hard to imagine that Xiao Chen, whom no one thought highly of, could block 30 consummation blue-robed emperors with just this saber in his hand. Drip, drip, drip. The blood rain in the sky mixed with dust, still falling endlessly. In fact, it even intensified. The shock waves of this instant of glory were more than 1 or 2 levels stronger than the shock waves of the killing moves that those people combined to execute earlier. Who knew how many ordinary flying dragon snakes had died in the swamp after suffering an unexpected calamity? This made the blood rain even sharper. When it landed on the people, it quickly drenched their clothes and dyed their white robes red. Amid the blood rain, Xiao Chen's eyes remained cold. He allowed the rain to land on his body, not showing any intention of retreating. Time slowly passed. It looked like Duguao and the others were about to kill the already severely injured mutated flying dragon snake. The hearts of Pei Yan and the others grew even more restless amid this blood rain. They wanted to charge over several times. However, as long as they met Xiao Chen's gaze, looked at the people lying on the ground, moaning in pain, and saw that boundlessly glorious mysterious phenomenon from earlier, they would feel weak in their hearts for some reason. For some reason, they all felt weak in their hearts and did not dare to act rashly. Even the strongest Pei Yan was no exception. After being struck head-on by that instant of glory, Pei Yan only had 70% of his combat prowess. Based on Pei Yan's guess, if he had to bear the full might of this instant of glory alone, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Only the heavens knew if this fellow would risk his life to launch another attack. He definitely will. As Pei Yan looked at Xiao Chen's eyes, he felt a chill in his heart. This fellow definitely will. As long as someone dared to take a step forward, even if Pei Yan had to pay with his life, he would drag that person to hell. Speaking of which, it was laughable. No matter what, Pei Yan was the strongest of the 10 outstanding talents of the human demon territory. However, before this outsider, before this youth who was more than 10 years younger than him, Pei Yan actually showed cowardice. The companions beside him could not give him any sense of security at all. This was a kind of grievance. Pei Yan clenched his right hand so tightly that his fingers nearly dug into his flesh. Pei Yan held back his anger, his entire body trembling. However, he still did not dare to step forward. If even Pei Yan was like that, then there was no need to mention the others standing beside him. However, they were not willing to leave just like that. Hence, the situation remained in a stalemate. Unable to advance or retreat, this was the current situation of this group of outstanding talents of the human demon sea. Pooh! Just at this moment, a mournful wail came from the death swamp, where the blood rain poured down. After paying a heavy price, Duguao's group finally chopped off the huge mutated flying dragon snake's head. In that instant, blood gushed into the sky like a fountain, causing the blood rain, which had weakened slightly, to fall ferociously once more. The 3,000-year-old mutated flying dragon snake died just like that. Berserk energy spread out. This energy formed strong gales that blew wantonly in the swamp, sounding like the wails of ghosts and the howls of wolves. Everyone was well aware of what the blood-curdling screams meant. In an instant the stalemate broke. The temptation of the demonic essence pill finally defeated the fear in the hearts of everyone present. The 10-odd consummation blue-robed emperors in front, and an even larger number of blue-robed emperors in the distance were like a pack of wolves that had been waiting for a long time on a grassy plain. At this moment their eyes lit up and they all moved. However, just as they stood up, Xiao Chan, who was drenched and covered in blood, swung his saber and shouted in rage. Whoosh! 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 Who dares to move? Along with this roar of rage were 10,000 bolts of lightning. Xiao Chan infused his peak will of thunder into these 3 words. The instant Xiao Chan spoke, the resplendent and dazzling lightning talisman in his sea of consciousness vanished completely. It turned into a bolt of lightning containing the peak will of thunder and tore through the sky at the same time. What kind of scene would that be? At this moment it was like the end of the world. The indescribable electric light made this colorful world lose all color. Only black and white remained. Chapter 12:15. Under the reflection of this electric light, Xiao Chen's actions of brandishing his saber and roaring appeared desolate and tyrannical. If those who stood up and moved were a pack of wolves, then Xiao Chan was the king of beasts, an overlord that inspired fear in others. When an overlord raged, who dared to move? The many blue-robed emperors, whose rationality was clouded by desire, were all forced back by this thunderous roar. Even the demon elites, who were as strong as the 10 outstanding talents, were startled by this roar. They did not dare to move rashly, becoming distracted. Some of the more timid and weak-willed people fell into the air. Their legs went numb, and they fell to the ground, frightened into trembling and retreating continuously. Who dared to move? No one dared to move. With one roar, Xiao Chan scared off hundreds of blue-robed emperors. Such an effect naturally had something to do with the fact that Xiao Chan had infused his peak will of thunder into his voice. The peak will of thunder was already on the verge of materializing illusory. When combined with his roar, it could place immense mental pressure on others. This was especially so for lightning. This attribute was berserk in the first place and symbolized the heavenly Tao's punishment. When the lightning vanished, Xiao Chan looked coldly at the surrounding group of people. Then he pushed off the air and flew towards the snake head in the air. A pure white flower bloomed on the snake's head, looking somewhat alluring in this gloomy world filled with death qi. This flower, which exuded life force, was very eye-catching. This was the flower of life that Xiao Chan dreamed of. On the other side, Du Guiyou and the others took advantage of the time when Xiao Chan held back the many blue-robed emperors to successfully obtain the mutated demonic essence pill. Once Xiao Chan obtained the flower of life, the goal of this trip to the human-demon paradise would be accomplished. Wounds riddled Ao Jiao's body, all from the mutated flying dragon snake. But at this moment she didn't feel any pain. Seeing Xiao Chan getting closer and closer to the tongue, Ao Jiao felt nothing but joy in her heart. Advancing to martial emperor in 5 years had always been a huge mountain pressing down on Xiao Chen's heart. Today he finally saw a trace of hope. The goal she had been looking forward to for a long time had finally been fulfilled. How could she not be happy? Watching Xiao Chan fly towards the head of the soaring serpent, the blue-robed emperor that had been scared away by Xiao Chan did not dare to act rashly. Their imposing manner had long since been completely destroyed by Xiao Chen's explosive shout in the depths of their hearts. Amidst the blood rain, tens of thousands of lightning bolts illuminated the world, leaving only black and white. That scene would be unforgettable for them for the rest of their lives. It would become an indelible shadow in their hearts. Just when everyone thought that no one could stop Xiao Chan from snatching the flower of life, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, 2 ghostly figures appeared in the air. These 2 ghostly figures were hidden in the death qi in space, looking like they had appeared out of nowhere. One of them sent a palm strike at Xiao Chan. When the 2 palm strikes flew out, they seemed to drive all the death qi in the entire death swamp, shaking the world and making it tremble endlessly. The 2 huge black palms were like demonic claws as they attacked Xiao Chan. As long as Xiao Chan continued to snatch the flower of life, he would be struck by these 2 palms. He would not have any chance to dodge. Clearly, the 2 ghost race half-step Emperor Wu were trying to force back Xiao Chan, preventing him from obtaining the flower of life. If Xiao Chan dared to take it, he would have to endure the damage from these 2 palms. Furthermore, the demonic claws were so dense that they seemed to have materialized. Wherever they passed, cracks would appear in the space around them. From this, one could imagine just how powerful they were. The ghost race's half-step Emperor Wu. The blue-robed emperor and the 10 outstanding talents were all stunned at the same time. They could not understand why the ghost race experts of the Kunlun continent, who were tens of millions of kilometers away, would come to the human-demon paradise. In the history of the human-demon sea, such a situation had never happened before. Furthermore, there were 2 of them at the same time. However, that was not all. 2 ancient coffins flew out of the death swamp at the same time. The coffins landed with a paw sound, and the 2 corpse race half-step Emperor Wu with cold expressions opened their eyes. Without saying a word, they walked out of the coffins and started attacking the surrounding demon blue-robed emperors. This was the absolute difference in strength. In an instant, several human-demon quasi-emperors died on the spot before they could figure out the situation. Boom! A sagely song rang out, and 2 golden pillars of light descended from the sky. The holy light illuminated the dark death swamp. 2 deity race half-step Emperor Wu experts with white hair and black eyes descended from the sky. They formed hand seals and sent down waves of holy light. Strong mental energy martial techniques gave off resplendent lights as they landed on the ground. Miserable shrieks rang out everywhere. This caused the blue-robed emperor mixed blood below to flee, not daring to remain for long. 6 human half-step Emperor Wu figures appeared at the edge of the death swamp in the distance. These 6 wore masks, preventing others from seeing their faces clearly. However, the strong auras of their bodies were all terrifyingly strong. With one look, it was clear that they were not ordinary half-step Emperor Wu. With just 2 steps they arrived at the scene. Similarly, without saying a word, he attacked the surrounding demonic human quasi-emperors without hesitation. The expressions of Pei Yan and the others changed dramatically. No matter how this group of outstanding talents thought about it, they would never have expected so many half-step Emperor Wu to appear in the human-demon paradise. Furthermore, they were not ordinary half-step Emperor Wu. Even among half-step Emperor Wu, they were top-notch existences. The status of the demons was special. They were mixed bloods of the deep abyss demonic race and the human race. Furthermore, the demons had always been the enemy of all the races of the Kunlun continent. If not for the Bloodsword Sovereign, a demon-human expert, appearing out of nowhere 50,000 years ago and being ridiculously strong, resulting in an agreement with the 5 major races of the Kunlun continent, the demons would have been wiped out long ago. The demonic humans had long been wiped out, they would never exist again. Even so, the current Kunlun realm was still ruled by the 5 major races. The peak experts of the 5 major races would not feel any guilt coming over to kill demon mixed-blood cultivators. They would not fear the demon mixed-blood cultivators seeking trouble. If they dared to seek trouble, having the demon bloodline was a sin in the first place. In terms of peak strength, any prime of the continent's races could easily slaughter all the demon mixed-blood cultivators. Let's go. These people are trying to clear the area. They do not want others to see what they are doing. When Pei Yan saw that the half-step Emperor Wu did not care about the demon mixed-blood cultivators fleeing, he immediately guessed the result. Pei Yan glanced at Xiao Chun, who was being held back by the 2 ghost race half-step Emperor Wu. As Pei Yan retreated, he somewhat understood what was going on. These people's target was the white-robed bladesman in the air. With this thought, Pei Yan could not help being horrified. What kind of existence was this fellow? Unexpectedly, he offended so many half-step Emperor Wu experts. As Pei Yan thought about this, he did not stop moving, retreating with all his might. Although Pei Yan could defeat some half-step Emperor Wu, they were ordinary half-step Emperor Wu like Old Man Feng and Wang Yang. If he ran into a true half-step Emperor Wu expert, he would die. If Pei Yan did not leave now, he would not be able to even if he wanted to. Such a strange turn of events happened in an instant. No matter who it was, no one would have expected such a scene. When Xiao Chun, who was in the air, saw the 2 ghost race half-step Emperor Wu appear, his expression changed. Before coming, Xiao Chun had been feeling uneasy. He knew that the flower of life would not be so easy to obtain. However, when he saw such a large formation, he could not help feeling surprised. How could Xiao Chun be capable of provoking so many major characters to make a move at the same time, sending 10-odd half-step Emperor Wu to deal with him? There was no other purpose than to prevent Xiao Chun from advancing to Martial Emperor, to prevent him from obtaining the flower of life. If Xiao Chun gave up now and dodged these 2 horrifying demonic claws, letting the other party obtain the flower of life, nothing would happen to him. After the other party destroyed the flower of life, they would leave calmly. In their opinion, a descendant of the Qing emperor who could not advance to martial emperor would not be worth paying attention to. It was just a meteor. What was there to fear? However, if Xiao Chun did not give up and still wanted to obtain the flower of life, then enduring the damage from these two demonic claws would be a painful start. The 10-odd half-step Emperor Wu would not give Xiao Chun a chance to speak. They would beat him half to death and use the most brutal method to snatch away the flower of life. It looked like the result would be the same regardless of whether Xiao Chun chose the former or the latter. He would not be able to obtain the flower of life in the end. However, even if the result was the same, Xiao Chun would choose the latter without hesitation. The reason was none other than his attitude, a flame that never extinguished in his heart. It was a dream, a hope, and an unyielding faith. Blue Dragon Battle Armor materialize. A resolute light flashed on Xiao Chun's delicate face. He materialized the Blue Dragon Battle Armor and flew towards the Flower of Life without hesitation. The path to martial emperor involved risking one's life. Even if one was consigned to eternal damnation, one would never give up. After materializing the Blue Dragon Battle Armor, Xiao Chun leaped into the air and plucked the Flower of Life from the mutated flying dragon snake's head. Then, he placed it in his universe ring. However, after Xiao Chun completed this series of actions, the demonic palms that the two ghost race half-step Emperor Wu sent out also attacked from the front and back. It looked like two palms were pressing together as they struck Xiao Chun. Buzz! Space trembled, swaying left and right like a clock. Formless spatial winds surged out in all directions. The shockwaves spread throughout the entire death swamp. The ground cracked, and all the flying dragon snakes in the swamp shattered. After this battle, the flying dragon snakes in the human-demon paradise would probably all die. Dugu Ao took the initiative to block Ao Jiao and Mu Xian, helping them block the shockwaves from the spatial tremors. Before the shockwaves scattered, a figure wearing azure-patterned battle armor descended from the air like a sharp arrow, arriving where Dugu Ao and the other two were. Pu Ci. After Xiao Chun landed, he vomited a mouthful of blood. He clenched his teeth with a pale complexion as he endured the intense pain from his injuries. Cracks appeared on Xiao Chun's battle armor. However, as he circulated the blue dragon vital qi in his body, the cracks on the battle armor healed at a visible rate. After the blue dragon body nourishing art reached the third layer, the blue dragon battle armor that he materialized already allowed Xiao Chun's defense to rival that of Emperor Wu's golden body. Although Xiao Chun was severely injured, he could still stand and fight against the peak strikes of these two half-step Emperor Wu, who used the death energy of this place to execute them. Chapter 12:16. Xiao Chun. Ao Jiao stepped forward and asked anxiously, her eyes filled with worry. Xiao Chun turned around and smiled faintly, indicating that he was fine. Then while Ao Jiao was not paying attention, he waved his right hand and quickly pulled Ao Jiao into the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chun sealed the exit of the ring and vomited another mouthful of blood. Mu Xian stepped forward and placed her hand on Xiao Chun's shoulder. A clump of pink light appeared in her palm and quickly entered Xiao Chun's body. Xiao Chun immediately felt all the pain disappear. However, his injuries still had not healed. This should be the innate skill of the Eros demons, which temporarily numbed the pain. Now, not a single demon mixed blood remained in the previously bustling death swamp. The various half-step Emperor Wus pressed forward step by step. They formed an encirclement, sealing off all paths of retreat for Xiao Chun's group. There were a total of 12 half-step Emperor Wus. Their strong auras pressed down, making breathing difficult. Normally, even if Xiao Chun and Dugu Ao ran into one of these half-step Emperor Wus, they would not dare to say that they could easily defeat them. Now that there were 12, there was no hope at all. Xiao Chun looked at them one by one. The two deity race half-step Emperor Wus should have been sent by Emperor Forsaken. Needless to say, the two ghost race half-step Emperor Wus were definitely sent by the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. Naturally, the two corpse race half-step Emperor Wus were sent by the Xingqian Emperor. As for the six-masked human experts, the corners of Xiao Chun's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mocking expression. Since they already sent people out, what was the point of wearing masks? Masks could cover their faces, but could they hide the aura of their holy beast martial spirits? As soon as the 6th half-step Emperor Wu of the human race appeared, Xiao Chen knew that they were the 3 Holy Lord of the 3 Holy Masters' land. It was just that the other party didn't want to shed their last layer of cordiality, so they put on a mask for their own people. Thinking about it, it was really laughable. At the same time, in a boundlessly distant place, where the Thunder King was in closed-door cultivation, Bushin Palace in the Kunlun Continent's central province, the Thunder King was sitting cross-legged and talking to the 2 shadows in front of him. One of the masters of the image was the Haotian Martial Emperor, the new prime of the Kunlun Continent's human race. The other was the Fox King, the strongest martial emperor of the fiend race, also a prime. Thunder King, are we really not going to help this time? The projection of the Haotian Emperor asked worriedly. Naturally, the matter he was referring to was the matter of the prime sending people to stop Xiao Chen from obtaining the Flower of Life. The deity race's Emperor Forsaken and the ghost race's Dongyue Ghost Emperor and Xingqian could reverse the heavenly Tao and calculate Xiao Chen's tribulation point. Naturally, they could do so as well. The Thunder King's aged face remained calm. He said indifferently, "There is no need to make a move. Just let nature take its course. A tribulation point is a tribulation point. If we purposely do it, it will only make the tribulation point more difficult. There is no point in doing so." After a pause, the Thunder King continued. "Furthermore, even I cannot figure out the tribulation point this time. There are too many variables, truly puzzling." The Haotian Emperor and the Fox King looked at each other in surprise. The Fox King asked tentatively, "What variables?" The Thunder Sovereign shook his head and said, "I can only make out one person. There is another one. No matter how I look at it, I cannot make out anything. That person clearly does not have a dense luck like Xiao Chen does. However, he is unfathomable." The Haotian Emperor was still a little worried. There is really no need to make a move. This time, even the 3 Holy Masters can't help but make a move. The Thunder King nodded firmly. There is no need to make a move. They also know where the bottom line is. They will not act recklessly. After the conversation ended, the Haotian Emperor and the Fox King's projections flickered a few times before they disappeared from the secret chamber, leaving the Thunder King alone. After the 2 left, the Thunder King's appearance aged even more. He muttered, "What exactly is the second variable? Why can't I figure it out at all?" After saying that, the Thunder King started calculating again, feeling dissatisfied. The life force in his body drained quickly. Strands of dense life force almost materialized and came out of the top of his head. After a while, the Thunder King opened his eyes. He saw a youth flickering with black and white lights with a sword on his back. However, that youth's face was blurry. He could not see it clearly no matter what. The Thunder King was dissatisfied. He formed hand seals and drained even more life force. Suddenly, the Thunder King vomited a mouthful of blood. He finally saw that youth's face clearly, saw the pure golden flames burning in the youth's eyes. The Thunder King immediately revealed an expression of understanding. He muttered, "So that is the case. You also left a backup plan." In Death Swamp, Xiao Chen looked at the 12 half-step Emperor Wu in the air. Then he said slowly, "Duguayou, take Miss Mu and leave. They are here for me. They will not stop you." When Duguayou heard this, he smiled. Then, he looked at the 12 half-step Emperor Wu in the air as well. He asked, "Brother Xiao, have you decided to give up?" "Have I given up?" Naturally, he did not. However, when facing these 12 half-step martial emperors, every one of them was no weaker than him. Even with that plume feather, it was impossible for me to break out of this encirclement. It was not that Xiao Chen was undervaluing himself. Rather, the situation before him was truly unresolvable. All Xiao Chen could do was choose an attitude. Fight with his life on the line. Even if he died miserably on the path of seeking enlightenment, he would persevere to the end, never giving up. Duguayou turned his head and smiled. "Interesting. It turns out that Brother Xiao has moments of helplessness as well. Your expression clearly shows that you are seeking death. If this is not giving up, what is it?" After Duguayou spoke, his expression suddenly turned incredibly serious. "You once said that there are some oaths that should not be broken after they are made. Let me tell you this as well. There are some things that you choose to persevere on and never give up on. I Duguayou will help you block these 12 half-step Emperor Wu." Xian, help me hold him down. Before Xiao Chan could react, Mu Xian's hands landed on his shoulders. While he was distracted, she used the innate martial technique of the Eros demon race to trap him where he stood. Far away, Pei Yan's group, who had already fled far away, extended their mental perception to the maximum, quietly observing everything here. Several people who sensed the auras of half-step Emperor Wu all rushed over. Then they silently observed from a distance. However, they were extremely cautious. No one dared to advance rashly. Instead, they approached to watch the show. 12 foreign half-step Emperor Wu appeared in the human-demon paradise at the same time. This was something rarely seen since ancient times. Some of the half-step martial emperor experts revealed horrified expressions when they heard the descriptions of the newcomers from the people who had escaped. Based on these descriptions, these half-step Emperor Wu seemed to be the direct subordinates of the primes of the Kunlun continent. This was the intention of the primes. Some primes wanted to make a move on that white-robed bladesman. Immediately, these people no longer dared to think about going to Death Swamp to watch the show. Even the old black iron monster, a ruthless person who could kill Emperor Wu, did not dare to act rashly. The identity of that white-robed bladesman piqued everyone's curiosity. What kind of existence could he be for so many primes to make a move at the same time? Everyone had their own opinions, but no one could give an accurate answer. Inside Death Swamp, Xiao Chan was conscious, but he could not move his body. Mu Xian used a strange technique to paralyze Xiao Chen's body. Strands of pink energy entered Xiao Chen's body and slowly healed his injuries. This did not look like a technique for trapping people. Instead, it looked more like an Eros demon's healing martial technique. Du Guiyou looked at the 12 half-step Emperor Wu experts in the air. Then he stepped forward and blocked Xiao Chan, silently expressing his stance. The deity race expert in the air smiled coldly and arrogantly. Interesting. A mixed-blood bastard dares to meddle in other people's business. Do you know who you are facing now? Even the human demon sees Emperor Wu did not dare to stop us. To think that a bastard like you dares to stand up for him. Quickly scram. Even if your father, Dugu Kuang, came, he would not dare to interfere in today's matter. Take your woman and leave immediately. Don't blame us for not warning you. It seemed like Du Guiyou's clan was not simple in the human demon sea. The 12 half-step Emperor Wu experts, who had been silent all this while, all shouted coldly when they saw Du Guiyou step forward. They did not make a move immediately. Far away, the many cultivators paying close attention to this place were all stunned when they saw Du Guiyou step forward. Is he stupid? To think that he is facing 12 half-step Emperor Wu experts at the same time for the sake of an outsider. It's over. He is really tired of living. We already told him to leave, but he is still not leaving. These demon mixed-blood cultivators felt that Du Guiyou's actions were not worth it. However, when some people heard Du Guiyou being called a bastard, they felt a strange bitterness in their hearts. No matter how proud they were or how talented they were, in the eyes of this group of outsiders, demon mixed-blood cultivators were still considered bastards. Du Guiyou's lips curled up slightly. He smiled somewhat self-mockingly and said, "Bastard? What you said is not wrong. I, Du Guiyou, am indeed a bastard. There is nothing to deny. I have the blood of the deep abyss demon race flowing in my body. However, my heart will always be proud. Even if I am a bastard, I am still 100 times, 10,000 times stronger than you bunch of shameless people who use numbers to bully others. There are some things that you bunch of people will never understand. The persistence and dreams of some people cannot be tarnished by you bunch of lackeys." Right after Du Guiyou spoke, his eyes suddenly turned scarlet. A strong wind blew, and an incomparably horrifying aura surged out from his body. A demon seemed to be released from Du Guiyou's body. His body turned into a greedy funnel. Du Guiyou's body absorbed the boundless demonic qi in the death swamp. This caused his aura to soar. After a while, he actually managed to block the auras of 12 half-step blue-robed emperors by himself. Suddenly, Du Guiyou attacked ferociously. A demon mixed-blood cultivator corpse flew over from the ground. Du Guiyou opened his mouth and bit the corpse's neck. In the blink of an eye, Du Guiyou sucked up all the blood in the corpse. Du Guiyou's hair turned scarlet and grew wildly. Soon Du Guiyou's hair reached Du Guiyou's waist. His clothes tore, and a pair of scarlet, fleshy wings grew on his back. With a gentle flap he hovered in the air. Chapter 12:17. When the mysterious red-clad man hiding in the darkness saw this scene, he was greatly startled. Unexpectedly, the bloodline of a demonic human had reached king grade and even awakened the rare blood demon transformation. The blood demon transformation. Several of the blood demon's demon monarch's bloodline were only at this level, perhaps even weaker. Such a change stunned the 12 half-step Emperor Wu. Unexpectedly, an unremarkable mixed-blood bastard could erupt with such a startling aura. Bastard, are you thinking of overturning the heavens? In the sky, the two deity race half-step Emperor Wu snorted coldly. Then they attacked at the same time, forming hand seals and sending out mental energy martial techniques. The light in the sky condensed into a divine sword, punishing Dugu Ao. Dugu Ao turned around and glared. A red light flashed in his eyes, spreading a berserk murderous intent, striking fear in others. With this glare, the two deity race half-step martial emperors felt an indescribable horror. Overturning the heavens? I never thought of it. However, today you want to bully me, Dugu Ao, with numbers? I absolutely will not allow that. Muxian, bring Xiao Chun away. Dugu Ao maintained his last bit of rationality. After he spoke, he waved his hand and drew out most of the death chi in the human-demon paradise. Right now he was like a fish in water in this human-demon paradise with dense death chi. The amount of death chi he could draw out was even more than that of the two ghost race half-step Emperor Wus combined. Dugu Ao easily dealt with the attacks of the two deity race experts with one palm strike. Reluctance flashed in Muxian's eyes, as well as intense conflict. However, in the end, she made up her mind to bring Xiao Chun away. In the end, she was shocked to discover that Xiao Qian, whom she had trapped with her Eros demon secret technique, was not completely paralyzed. He was still resisting her secret technique. If she moved, Xiao Chun would immediately regain his freedom. Her expression involuntarily turned anxious. Xiao Chun, just come with me. Muxian was so anxious that she nearly cried. Xiao Chun did not move. He could not speak, but his consciousness was clear. With Dugu Ao's current state, he could indeed block 12 half-step Emperor Wu. However, it would not be easy. Once this state disappeared, only death awaited Dugu Ao. He couldn't leave. He couldn't watch his friend die for him. High up in the sky changed color, winds blew and clouds churned. Although the berserk Dugu Ao was in a somewhat sorry state, he could fight 1 against 12, truly blocking all the half-step Emperor Wu. With a raise of his hand, most of the human-demon paradise would tremble, filling the sky above the human-demon paradise with surging black clouds. The cultivators watching from afar were all stunned. They had long known that Dugu Ao had not used his blood demon innate talent and cultivated the quintessence of the human race. However, Xiao Chun had not expected Dugu Ao to be so ridiculously strong after he used the blood demon's innate talent and went berserk. Dugu Ao laughed loudly, completely ignoring his injuries as he fought against the 12 half-step Emperor Wu. He was like a helpless ruffian. As long as anyone dared to go down, he would pester them, not caring about anything else. Dugu Ao casually glanced around and saw that Xiao Chun had not left yet. He could not help crying out hoarsely, "Go! What are you still standing there for?" While Dugu Ao was distracted, the two ghost race half-step Emperor Wu found an opportunity to attack him, one from the front and one from the back. When experts exchanged moves, how could they allow themselves to be distracted? This was especially so for the ridiculously strong half-step Emperor Wu. "You are seeking death," Dugu Ao roared. His figure flickered like a phantom as he sent 2 palm strikes back, causing the 2 ghost race cultivators to vomit blood and retreat. Just as Dugu Ao wanted to follow up with another attack, the other half-step Emperor Wu charged over. Both sides immediately fell into a stalemate again. However, Dugu Ao had something holding him back. Occasionally he turned his head back to look. When he saw that Xiao Chun still had not left, he could not help reminding him. "Go!" Dugu Ao cried out hoarsely. Every time he cried out, someone would take the opportunity to severely injure him, causing him to vomit large mouthfuls of blood. His miserable state was very frightening. However, Dugu Ao did not stop. As long as he found an opportunity in the frenzied battle, he would cry out, his cries echoing in the sky. Go, go, go. The word go reverberated throughout the entire human-demon paradise, sounding sorrowful and sorrowful. Everyone's expressions changed. However, could Xiao Chan really leave? Could he leave? Of course not. The words go, go, go were like thunder, each word stained with blood. How could he leave in peace? Xiao Chen's body, which had been paralyzed by Muxinya, trembled slightly. His hands, which hung by his side, trembled endlessly. In such a difficult situation, he clenched them into fists. Xiao Chen's eyes looked like they were about to bleed. Every word that Dugu Ao said go was like a knife deeply carved into Xiao Chen's heart. Mu Xian, who was behind, bit her lip. Fragrant sweat covered her forehead. She felt that she could no longer control Xiao Chen. This made her feel very surprised. The succubus race's secret technique was the innate ability of succubi. Normally, when it was used by surprise, it would cause the succubus race to lose all of its strength. Normally, when it was executed unexpectedly, even someone as strong as the half-step Emperor Wu would find it hard to struggle free. As time went by, he would slowly fall asleep. This was not an offensive martial technique. It was just an innate ability of the Eros demons. Its main purpose was to put people into a deep sleep so that they could harvest their energy. This allowed the energy of the target to be harvested to be drained unknowingly, while they were asleep. Naturally, Mu Xian did not want to harvest Xiao Chan right now. She just wanted Xiao Chan to fall asleep so she could bring him away from this place, not letting down Dugu Ao's efforts. However, the reality was somewhat unexpected. Xiao Chen's willpower was unexpectedly strong. Not only did he not fall asleep, but he even struggled even more intensely, showing signs of breaking free at any moment. This placed even more pressure on Mu Xian. If this continued, Xiao Chan would really break free. At that time, Dugu Ao would be risking his life, wasting the opportunity that he obtained. Tears flickered in Mu Xian's eyes as she started crying anxiously. At this moment, she felt extreme regret. If she had not gotten Dugu Ao to help her obtain the mutated demonic essence core, none of this would have happened. In such an anxious situation, a certain mysterious red-clad man hidden in the darkness calmly analyzed the situation for a while before giving up on making a move. The battle in the sky leaned more and more in favor of the 12 half-step Emperor Wus. In the end, it was still too much to fight 1 against 12. If not for the dense demonic chi in this human-demon paradise, Dugu Ao would have gained the upper hand. Even if he executed the blood demon transformation, the innate ability of the blood demon race, he would not be able to last for so long. Most importantly, the duration of the blood demon transformation seemed to be about to end. When Xiao Chan saw this, his heart bled. This was the thing that he feared the most in his life. There were some things that he could have saved but ended up regretting for some reason. For example, if Xiao Chan could struggle free of Mu Xian's control, Dugu Ao would not die. Back then, when Ao Jiao blocked the lightning tribulation for him, Xiao Chan swore that he would not let something like that happen to him again. He did not want to experience that kind of regret and heart-wrenching pain again. Right now, Xiao Chan did not blame Mu Xian. Everyone had their own perseverance. In Mu Xian's world, Dugu Ao's words were the only thing that mattered. Even if Dugu Ao asked her to die, she would not hesitate to do so. Endure. Don't die. Please don't die. As Xiao Chan watched Dugu Ao continue to resist, he did his best to struggle free. Veins bulged on his tightly clenched fists, and sweat continuously dripped down his forehead. Xiao Chan slowly regained control of his body, slowly expelling Mu Xian's pink energy from his body. After a long time, Xiao Chan also found a way to deal with this pink energy. After executing it, it slowly took effect. Boom! Suddenly, Dugu Ao's aura plummeted. The duration of the blood demon transformation came to an end. Bastard, go and die. After being delayed for so long by Dugu Ao and injuring several half-step Emperor Wu, Dugu Ao would not be able to vent the hatred in his heart if he did not kill him. Seeing that Dugu Ao could no longer maintain the blood demon transformation, and that his prestige had dropped significantly, the rage that the 12 half-step martial emperors had been suppressing for a long time erupted at the same time. Their figures flashed as they charged at Dugu Ao. Dugu Ao coughed endlessly, and blood flowed continuously. As he watched the 12 half-step blue-robed emperors charge at him, his consciousness slowly turned hazy. Before Dugu Ao fainted, He turned his head back and saw that Xiao Chun had not left yet. He wanted to shout one more time, one last time. However, Du Guiao's throat was already hoarse from all the shouting. This time he simply could not do it. He opened his mouth and silently shouted in his heart, "Go!" Then he closed his eyes and lost consciousness. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. No. The instant Du Guiao closed his eyes, a clear opening appeared in Mu Xian's mental state. Xiao Chun, who was about to struggle free in the first place, roared ferociously and shot forward. Just as the 12 half-step Emperor Wus were about to reach Du Guiao, Xiao Chun shouted, "Die!" Without even thinking, Du Guiao took out the trump card he had been saving, the golden plume feather. This golden plume feather, which could kill Emperor Wu, released a dazzling light the instant it burned. It was as dazzling as the sun, so bright that no one dared to open their eyes. At that moment, the light of this golden plume feather covered the entire human-demon paradise. Sensing a dangerous aura, the expressions of the 12 half-step Emperor Wus changed. When they clearly saw the golden plume feather, they were all startled. Originally, these half-step Emperor Wus were charging forward, wanting to deal a fatal blow to Du Guiao, whose fate was unknown. However, when they saw the golden plume feather, they frantically retreated. However, it was already too late. No matter how fast the few people at the front retreated, they could not dodge it completely. Miserable cries rang out. When the light swept past the 4 human experts at the front, they turned into ashes, dying without a complete corpse. The others who were caught in the shockwave all suffered injuries that were neither light nor severe. At the very least, there were still 6 half-step Emperor Wus who could hold their own. Even if Xiao Chun were not injured, he would not be a match for them. Furthermore, he was currently riddled with internal injuries. After Xiao Chun analyzed the situation rationally, he supported the unconscious Du Guiao and looked coldly at the half-step Emperor Wus. Then, he quickly returned to Mu Xian's side. "Let's go." Before Xiao Chun could explain to Mu Xian in detail, he carried Du Guiao with one hand and Mu Xian with the other as he quickly headed to the back. Chapter 12:18. Why did Xiao Chun not head for the exit? There were too many demon mixed blood experts there, watching quietly. Given Xiao Chun's current state, if these demon mixed blood cultivators became greedy, they would just be walking into a trap. They could only head deeper into the human-demon sea. This is the moment I was waiting for. Die. However, just at this moment, the mysterious red-clad man, who had been quietly waiting for an opportunity, saw Xiao Chun toss out his final trump card. The instant Xiao Chun landed, he suddenly made his move. That red-clad man's body turned into a stream of scarlet liquid and continuously elongated. Then he turned into a thin red beam of light and shot towards Xiao Chun's chest at lightning speed. How fast? The expression of Xiao Chun, who was carrying Du Guiao and Mu Xian, changed drastically. Shock flashed in his heart. His thoughts raced as he quickly tried to think of a countermeasure. However, he helplessly discovered that in his current state, he could not dodge the scarlet beam of light that shot towards him. This person was like the coldest venomous snake in the world, hiding in the darkness. As long as his prey showed an opening, he would immediately make his move, killing him in one strike. Damn it! Am I going to die in the end? Xiao Chun, who had no trump cards left, felt despair in his heart as he looked at that strange and mysterious martial technique. What a coincidence! I was waiting for this moment as well. He will not die at your hands. Just as that red beam of light was about to pierce Xiao Chen's chest and suck away Xiao Chen's blood, a figure suddenly appeared. It was like this figure had been waiting for a long time. Light and darkness, 2 different colors, met in the air and formed a youth with a sword on his back and a faint smile on his face. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the young swordsman withdrew his smile and attacked coldly, quickly drawing the sword on his back. Xiu! The sword light flickered, and the sword intent was startling. The young swordsman held his sword horizontally in front of his chest with both hands, using the blade of his sword to block that strange red beam of light. There was a loud bang, as if something had hit the stone floor. Bloodlines continued to accumulate, forming a figure once more. The figure howled in pain as it was knocked back. The red-clothed youth clutched his head with his right hand. His sure kill attack had been blocked. He glared at the person who had come and shouted, "Chu Chaoyan, how dare you spoil my plans? After surviving the calamity, Xiao Chen's face was filled with astonishment. This time it was really an accident. He wasn't surprised that the three great supreme beings had sent people to stir up trouble. However, he hadn't expected that they would put in so much effort. However, the appearance of Chu Chaoyun was completely unexpected. No matter how hard Xiao Chun racked his brains, he would never have imagined that this person would appear. With just a glance, one could tell that the mysterious man in red was a powerful figure from the Abyss Devil race. Thinking about it carefully, it was reasonable for the Abyss Devil race's expert to appear here. Back then, the Qing Emperor could single-handedly drive back the 18 demon emperors. Even the Netherworld hierarch was injured by the Qing Emperor. Xiao Chun led the Dragon's Gates war venerate into and out of the deep abyss demonic world several times, killing several demon race experts and being unrivaled for an era. It would be strange if such a person did not inspire fear in the other party. It made perfect sense for the other party to send someone to stop Xiao Chun from becoming the second Qing Emperor. Only Chu Chaoyun, a person who was both friend and foe, an unfathomable character, appeared here. Xiao Chun was not surprised at all. Why exactly did he appear here? Furthermore, he even helped Xiao Chun block this sure-kill attack. Before Xiao Chun could continue thinking, the many half-step Emperor Wu, who were knocked back by the golden plume feather, recovered their strength and regrouped, charging at him. Xiao Chun pushed off the ground, and a heavy murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then he led Mu Xian and Dugu Ao towards the depths of the human demon paradise. After him, of the 6 half-step Emperor Wu from the 3 holy masters' land, 4 died. The losses were extremely heavy. The remaining 2 roared ferociously, and led the remaining people in the direction that Xiao Chun fled. Chu Chaoyun, who was facing off with the red-clad blood demon, looked back, and a large golden flame shot out from his eyes, blocking the path of the group of people. The moment the golden flame appeared, it burned space. It was like a great desolate and ferocious beast opening its mouth and slowly swallowing everything. Soon it swallowed up most of the space, looking extremely horrifying. Heavenly flame! The pursuing half-step Emperor Wu were startled and quickly retreated. However, halfway back they suddenly discovered that something was wrong. They reacted and said, "That's not right. This is not a complete heavenly flame." This was indeed not a complete heavenly flame, as it did not contain the heavenly flame's origin flame. Although this heavenly flame was strong, it was just a facade. As long as the half-step Emperor Wu used law energy, they could protect their physical bodies and charge through this horrifying heavenly flame. This was the best time to pursue Xiao Chun and Dugu Ao's group without wasting their time. The group of half-step Emperor Wu glared at Chu Chaoyun, their eyes brimming with murderous intent and rage. However, when they saw the person facing off with Chu Chaoyun, the expressions of the remaining 8 half-step Emperor Wus changed involuntarily. A high-ranked blood demon? That mysterious red-clad man clearly had the aura of a high-ranked blood demon. Furthermore, he did not have the aura of any other race. He was a genuine expert of the devil race, not a mixed blood. Strange, why would there be a high-ranking devil race in this place? Doubts gathered in everyone's hearts. This group of high-ranking devils should most likely appear in the star battlefield. As Chu Chaoyun looked at this group of half-step Emperor Wu with mountainous auras and overflowing killing chi, he smiled faintly and said indifferently, "Why aren't you giving chase? If we don't give chase now, we won't be able to catch up to him." The group of half-step Emperor Wu seemed to wake up from a dream. Only now did they remember that the main purpose of this trip was to pursue Xiao Chun and prevent him from obtaining the Flower of Life, rather than staying here and dawdling with some irrelevant people. As for why the devil experts would appear here, it was not something they needed to worry about. "You fellow, I'll deal with you later." After glaring at Chu Chaoyun, the many half-step Emperor Wu soared into the air and gave chase in the direction that Xiao Chun had gone. "Chu Chaoyun, do you really think that I do not dare to make a move on you?" The half-step Emperor Wu asked coldly when he saw that Chu Chaoyun dared to split his attention to block Xiao Chun. The red-clad man asked coldly, feeling looked down on. Chu Chaoyun slowly sheathed the sword in his hand. Then he smiled humbly and said, "Naturally, I do not dare. Don't give me that." The red-clad man said, "I am here on the orders of the Night Blood Demon Monarch to kill the Qing Emperor's descendant. Why are you blocking me? Are you trying to oppose the Demon Monarch?" Chu Chaoyun bowed slightly. Despite the red-clad man's overbearing words, he remained as calm as still water. He said indifferently, I do not dare. I am only here to tell you that you have a new mission. We need to depart immediately. The red-clad man smiled coldly and said, Do you think I'm a fool? Do you think I don't know better than you whether I have a mission or not? In the 18 realms of the deep abyss, only the Nightblood Demon Monarch can order me around and give me missions. My current mission is to kill the Qing Emperor's descendant. Anyone who blocks me will be disrespecting the Demon Monarch and will have to die. As the red-clad man spoke, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He took a step forward and pressed forward. Break one of your arms first and I will pretend this never happened. Otherwise, when the Nightblood Demon Monarch finds out, you will not survive even if you have 9 lives. Chu Chaoyun remained unmoved. Just as the red-clad man was about to fly into a rage, a deep and cold black medallion suddenly appeared in Chu Chaoyun's hand. The Netherworld Medallion. When the overbearing red-clad man saw this medallion, he turned pale with fright. He was in some disbelief and no longer had his earlier overbearing attitude. The Netherworld Medallion. Anyone who could hold the Netherworld Medallion had to be here on orders from the Dark Church's highest echelon. They were special envoys that even the Demon Monarch would be able to obtain. Greetings, Lord Special Envoy. The red-clad man bowed as a look of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. Chu Chaoyun narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled faintly. You are too polite. However, Yi Wuxin, you should be greeting Special Envoy Chaoyun and not just Lord Special Envoy. The red-clad man, Yi Wuxin, suppressed the rage in his heart and said, Yes, Yi Wuxin greets Special Envoy Chaoyun. You are too polite. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and continued, Yi Wuxin, heed my orders. I order you to rush to the astral battlefield and suppress the rise of Diwuk and the other Kunlun continent's younger generation. When Yi Wuxin heard this, he was greatly startled. You must be joking. Do the so-called outstanding talents of the Kunlun continent need to mobilize the demon race geniuses with king-grade bloodlines? Chu Chaoyun's tone remained calm and unhurried. He said, This is your mission. Whether you believe it or not, it's up to you. You have the Netherworld Medallion, so I'll believe you for now. However, if I find out that you lied to me, I will definitely not spare you. Although he was unwilling to leave just like that, Chu Chaoyun had come with the Netherworld token, so he had no choice but to rush to the Starry Sky battlefield immediately. Not at all. No matter how daring I am, I wouldn't dare to joke around with the Netherworld token. Chu Chaoyun said softly with a sincere look on his face. Yi Wuxin also guessed that Chu Chaoyun did not have such guts. After letting out a cold snort, he turned into a bloody light and bounced around, disappearing in front of Chu Chaoyun in the blink of an eye. Chu Chaoyun watched the other party leave and muttered, A demon with a royal bloodline is indeed difficult to deal with. With this speed, I'm afraid there aren't many in the same generation who can catch up to him. But his brain is still a little lacking. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and brought the Netherworld Medallion to his lips. He gently blew on it, and the so-called Netherworld Medallion, which caused Yi Wuxin to tremble in fear, immediately turned into a pile of ashes and scattered with the wind. If Yi Wuxin were here and knew that Chu Chaoyun tricked him into leaving obediently and even bowing to him, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. On this side, Chu Chaoyun helped Xiaochan get rid of a strong enemy with just a few words. On the other side, a team of 8 half-step Emperor Wu chased after Xiaochan wildly. However, after losing the initiative, they lost sight of Xiaochan in the complicated terrain of the human-demon paradise. They split up several times to search for him, but to no avail. They flew into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to turn back to seek trouble for Chu Chaoyun. However, they discovered that Chu Chaoyun was long gone. Now that both sides were empty, the originally angry Emperor Wu became even more frustrated. Forget it, let's not chase after him. We'll just wait outside for him. There are still 10 more days before the human-demon paradise closes. When that time comes, the people inside will be forcefully teleported out. The instant he comes out, we'll take him down. There's no need to waste words with him. The masked expert of the 3 holy masters said coldly. Chapter 12:19. Let's do it that way. There is no need to fear him coming out. We absolutely cannot let this fellow advance to Martial Emperor. Otherwise he will trample on us. Look at his eyes. He looks like he wants to eat us up. The few of them quickly conversed. After reaching a consensus, they quickly came to a unanimous decision. They stood guard outside the stone stele, waiting for the human-demon paradise to close and for Xiao Chan to be forcibly sent out. In an unremarkable valley in the depths of the human-demon paradise, Xiao Chan laid down a simple illusion formation, concealing his group in this complicated environment. When Xiao Chan walked over and saw the injured Du Guiyou, his expression turned terrifyingly sullen. "How is he?" Xiao Chan asked Mu Xian, who was currently treating Du Guiyou's injuries. Mu Xian shook her head, showing a sorrowful expression. Her voice trembled as she said, "His injuries are too severe. There are too many things. There is no way to treat him. His entire physical body feels like it is completely destroyed." When Xiao Chen heard that, his heart sank. On the surface of Du Guiyou's body, he could no longer see any part of it that was intact. Unexpectedly, Du Guiyou's internal injuries were even more severe than these horrifying external injuries. "Let me take a look." Walking over, Xiao Chan used the pulse reading method from the Compendium of Cultivation to check Du Guiyou's injuries. Moving his spiritual sense, Xiao Chan saw that Du Guiyou's internal organs were nearly all shattered, wriggling like a pile of meat paste. This made one feel sad for some reason. Xiao Chen finally understood why Mu Xian said that there was no way to treat Du Guiyou. Aside from these internal injuries, Du Guiyou's meridians were all ruptured and clogged up, preventing him from circulating his law energy. If not for a mysterious energy in Du Guiyou's bloodline slowly healing his injuries, Du Guiyou would have died long ago. However, the unconscious Du Guiyou instinctively resisted the awakening of that mysterious energy. Xiao Qin's heart skipped a beat. He somewhat understood. If this mysterious energy completely occupied Du Guiyou's body, it would not be able to do anything to him. After this mysterious energy completely occupied Du Guiyou's body, Du Guiyou could only cultivate demonic qi and survive in this world as a blood demon, living a life that he disliked the most. His instincts made him resist the mysterious power's healing, even when he was unconscious. However, if Du Guiyou continued resisting like this, when his life force completely disappeared, there would be no hope for him. If Xiao Chan had to choose, he would rather let Du Guiyou become a demon with a single thought. Perhaps he might be able to find a way to salvage the situation in the future. Xiao Chan let go and remained silent for a long time. The scene of Du Guiyou facing the 12 half-step Emperor Wu's shouting kept replaying in his mind. 12 half-step martial emperors surrounded Du Guiyou, but he could only watch helplessly. He would never forget this humiliation for the rest of his life. "Let's go. Let's go. Let's go." The sound of blood lingering in Du Guiyou's ears rang out. With every word, the 12 half-step Emperor Wu seized an opportunity to severely injure Du Guiyou. However, Du Guiyou did not forget. Even after the blood demon transformation disappeared, he still called out for Xiao Chan to leave. Xiao Chan thought to himself, if not for Du Guiyou still thinking about me, his injuries might not be as severe as they are now. Guilt, self-blame, murderous intent, and all sorts of other emotions filled Xiao Chen's heart. At this moment, Xiao Chen craved power. There had never been a moment where he craved power so much. There had never been a moment where he wanted to kill some people so much. Xiao Chen opened the entrance to the immortal spirit ring and let Ao Jiao out. Then he begged, "Little Ao Jiao, don't let him die. No matter what, don't let him die. I beg of you." When Ao Jiao came out, she wanted to throw a tantrum. However, when she saw Xiao Chen's eyes filled with complicated emotions, her heart ached for some reason. Even back then, on his path to martial emperor, Xiao Chen had not suffered as much as Xiao Chan. It could even be said that since ancient times, there had never been an outstanding talent who had walked the path to martial emperor as arduously as Xiao Chan. "I'll do my best," Ao Jiao said softly. With Ao Jiao's help, even if Du Guiyou could not wake up immediately, she should be able to stop the loss of life force. With a flip of his hand, the flower of life and the death fruit appeared in Xiao Chen's palm at the same time. The moment the life aura and the death aura appeared, they started fighting each other. Two clumps of energy, one black and one white, appeared on Xiao Chen's palm, clashing with each other. When Ao Jiao saw this scene, she was mildly startled. She said, You choose to break through now? That is too short. The human demon paradise would only be open for 10 days. After 10 days, everyone would be forcefully sent out. If Xiao Chen's process of condensing the heart of an emperor was interrupted, he would definitely fail. Killing him was the only way to advance to martial emperor in 5 years. 10 days was too risky. Ao Jiao shook her head and said, Xiao Chen, don't be rash. Determination appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes as he said calmly, I'm not being rash. Actually, this is my last chance. Even if I recover from my injuries, I still will not stand a chance against the 8 half-step Emperor Wus waiting outside 10 days from now. Only by condensing the heart of an emperor and becoming a consummation blue-robed emperor can I have a chance of defeating them. The slightest mistake on the path to martial emperor will result in eternal damnation. If possible, I would not want to take such a risk. However, these people are forcing me. I already have no way out. I cannot live under the same sky as them. I am willing to pay the price of failing to advance to martial emperor to bet the lives of this group of people. Either they die or I die. The images of the remaining 8 half-step Emperor Wus appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. A heavy murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he stopped hesitating and directly swallowed the flower of life and death fruit. Xiao Chen hovered in midair and sat down cross-legged. Then, he quickly circulated the life and death art, which he could already recite backward. An intense life aura and a heavy death aura were like 2 vast armies fighting an intense battle in Xiao Chen's body. They fought for dominance. No one liked the other. The constant conflict caused Xiao Chen immense pain. He wanted to vomit blood and give up. Xiao Chen maintained his last bit of clarity and used the life and death art to do his best to tame these 2 extremely vast energies. Only by perfectly taming and exhausting these 2 energies could the life and death art evolve layer by layer until it underwent a complete transformation, allowing Xiao Chen to condense the heart of an emperor that only Emperor Wus possessed. Mysterious phenomena appeared in the air. One moment it was hell. The next moment it was heaven on earth. The changes were unfathomable and incredible. When Ao Jiao saw this, she felt very worried. 10 days was still too short. Outside the stone stele, the 8 half-step Emperor Wus of the various races sat cross-legged, each guarding a corner as they looked coldly at the exit of the human demon paradise. Every time a demon mixed blood walked out of the exit, they would feel a vast killing intent that could topple mountains and flip the seas. This scared these human demon sea cultivators into not even daring to breathe loudly. After these human demon cultivators carefully walked far away, they panted heavily. When they saw the 8 half-step Emperor Wus surging killing chi, they felt a deep fear. With 8 half-step Emperor Wus experts guarding this place, even an expert of the old black iron monsters level would be stunned in an instant. Discussions broke out in the distance. Clearly, news of what happened in the human demon paradise had already spread. As for the white-robed bladesman being able to escape from the attacks of 12 half-step Emperor Wu's half-step Emperor Wu, they were all astonished. Duguao's crazed action at the last moment also influenced countless people. To be able to make a friend like Duguao was truly the white-robed bladesman's fortune. Everyone felt some envy in their hearts. In this world where human relationships were as thin as water, if one wanted to have an ordinary friend, one would need to have some mutual benefits. However, at the last moment, Duguao gave up on his chance to escape and stepped forward bravely, using his life to help Xiao Chen obtain a chance. Unfortunately, given the current situation, no matter how hard the two worked in the human demon paradise, they would not be able to escape. When the 10 days passed and the two were forcibly sent out, they would still face the combined attacks of 8 half-step Emperor Wu's half-step Emperor Wu. Time passed day by day. The day of the human demon paradise's closing drew closer, like a countdown to death. Many cultivators gathered outside the ancient stone stele, waiting for the final scene. The opening of the human demon paradise was full of twists and turns. There were many unexpected surprises that no one could have expected. The strong appearance of the 12 half-step Emperor Wu's foreign half-step Emperor Wu completely disrupted the rules of the human demon paradise, forcing many people to leave early. As a result, there were still 3 days before the human demon paradise closed, but most of the people had already left. The reason was none other than the fact that no one wanted to be killed by mistake at the last moment. In the past few days, Several demon mixed-blood cultivators had died at the hands of the 8 half-step Emperor Wu's half-step Emperor Wu. Perhaps it was because they were killed by mistake, or perhaps it was because they were in a bad mood and wanted to vent, causing everyone to feel anxious. However, no one dared to say anything. Logically speaking, the 8 half-step Emperor Wus were far from being able to suppress all the cultivators here. However, they had the primes behind them, giving them the capital to do whatever they wanted in the human-demon sea without any worries. In a desolate valley in the human-demon paradise, Xiao Chun was anxiously making a breakthrough. One was black, one was white. Life chi and death chi mixed together. At the very beginning, they had already started to merge together. However, they were still far from reaching a complete equilibrium. In the air, there were 4 rings of light of different colors behind Xiao Chun. Each ring of light had a different mysterious phenomenon in it. The 4 rings of light meant that Xiao Chun had already broken through to the 4th layer of the life and death art. There were still 3 more layers. As long as he could successfully break through, he would be able to condense a heart of an emperor in one go and advance to consummation blue-robed emperor. However, the latter 3 layers were each more dangerous than the one before. Every time Xiao Chun made a breakthrough, he would be at the gates of hell. Kasie. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the 4 rings of light behind Xiao Chun. The life and death chi in Xiao Chun's body went out of control. It was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, running amok in Xiao Chun's body. Xiao Chun's face turned sinister and horrifying at one moment, like a black-faced evil spirit from hell. Then it turned frighteningly pale, looking like he had died. Chapter 12:20. The black and white lights changed unpredictably, making the people who cared about him feel uneasy and uneasy. Ao Jiao showed a nervous expression. She knew that Xiao Chun was about to forcefully break through again. If he succeeded, he would enter the 5th layer of the life and death art. If he failed, everything would be over. Without a doubt, the further he went, the higher the chances of failure would be. The difficulty would multiply. It would be hard not to worry. Xiu! Suddenly, the light on Xiao Chun's body stopped flickering. A new ring of light appeared behind him. He had succeeded in forcefully breaking through to the 5th layer of the life and death art. Between life and death, Xiao Chun, who was sitting cross-legged, felt the vast mental energy in his sea of consciousness slowly gathering. It was like a pile of liquid metal that was constantly being molded and changed its shape. After 5 life and death junctures, this enormous mental power had molded it into a blurry human silhouette. Xiao Chun felt that as long as he cleared the remaining 2 layers of life and death and cultivated the life and death art to the 7th layer, he would experience a qualitative leap, a change that he could not predict. However, if he failed, his mind would crumble. The consequences would range from becoming an idiot to brain death. The danger was great. However, for the sake of the belief in his heart, he had to persevere. Xiao Chun clenched his teeth. He endured the immense pressure and the pain of switching between life and death. Then, he resolutely chose to continue cultivating the life and death art to the 6th layer. One day, there were only 2 days left before the human-demon paradise closed. Xiao Chun was still trying to break through to the 6th layer of the life and death art. Another day passed. Xiao Chun successfully broke through to the 6th layer of the life and death art, and made preparations for the 7th layer. However, there was only 1 day left. If Xiao Chun failed to break through, then the instant he was sent out of the human-demon paradise, he would suffer the combined attacks of the 8 half-step Emperor Wus. Not only would he suffer severe injuries, but the backlash from the life and death art being interrupted would also be even more severe. However, Xiao Chun used 2 days to break through to the 6th layer. No matter how one looked at it, 1 day would not be enough to break through to the 7th layer. Heavy anxiety flashed in Ao Jiao's eyes. After she used some peak medicinal pills from the Thunder King's secret treasures, she managed to stabilize Dugu Ao's injuries. Dugu Ao's life force stopped flowing away. However, he remained unconscious, resisting the healing from the demonic race bloodline. His situation was still not optimistic. Ao Jiao and Mu Xian were both somewhat anxious. They could not think of any good ideas. Outside the steel, the sun was setting in the west and the sky was getting darker. The 8 half-step Emperor Wu sitting around it all had a cold smile on their faces. When the sun rose again, Xiao Chun and the others would be forcibly teleported out. It would also be the time for them to make their move. This time they would not give Xiao Chun any chance. It was impossible for a descendant of the Qing emperor to become an emperor. A large number of demonic hybrids were gathered around the stone stele, and none of them seemed to have any intention of leaving. Everyone knew that the white-robed bladesman would be sent out at daybreak. Although Xiao Chun believed in his heart that the white-robed bladesman was already a dead man, he still wanted to take one last look. He wanted to take a look at this white-robed bladesman who shocked hundreds of people with one shout. Even if such a person died, he would have a different kind of elegance. It would be best if we can drag a few half-step Emperor Wu down with us. This group of bastards is too overboard. Someone could no longer suppress the rage in his heart. As he looked at the 8 half-step Emperor Wu, he cursed in a soft voice. Damn! Be quieter. Don't let this group of people hear you. Didn't you hear from those seniors that these foreign half-step Emperor Wu all have primes backing them? We cannot afford to offend them. With primes backing them, they can casually kill us. Demon mixed blood? What can we do? After the Blood Sword Sovereign, our demon mixed blood did not have another prime. We are only alive because of the agreement between the 5 races and the Blood Sword Sovereign. The person who cursed first sighed silently. How could he not understand such a principle? However, he still felt dissatisfied in his heart. Originally, Duguayou possessed a perfect demon bloodline and could have reached the same height as the Blood Sword Sovereign. Unfortunately, it is hard to say whether he is dead or alive now. That might not be the case. Perhaps Duguayou is not dead yet. Everything will be clear in the morning. So what if he is not dead? When the morning sun rises, the human-demon paradise will close. He and that white-robed bladesman who were sent out will not be able to escape death. Low sighs and soft discussions filled this group of demon mixed-blood cultivators' rage and helplessness. As they looked at the 8 half-step Emperor Wu, they all had hostile gazes. However, there was nothing they could do. What could they do? No matter what they did, they would not be a match for a prime. No matter what, they could not change anything. Perhaps they really had to place their hopes on that white-robed bladesman. Let's see if he could drag a few people down with him before he died. That way, they would be able to vent some of the hatred in their hearts. This night was incredibly long. None of the demon mixed-blood cultivators present had ever experienced such an unbearable night. They probably all held some anticipation in their hearts as they waited. Perhaps that white-robed bladesman might be able to create another miracle. The darkness in the overcast sky slowly faded, and dawn approached. In the east, a ball of flame was hidden in the dark clouds, trying to break free from the last shackles and illuminate every inch of the land. Some people said that every sunrise symbolized new life and hope. The rising sun was always the most magnificent and enchanting scenery in the world. However, why did the rising sun that was about to appear today feel like it was announcing the arrival of death? It was strangling everyone's hope. The night was long, and there would always be the moment when the sun rose, whether you were willing or not. The night would eventually pass. The tens of thousands of demon mixed-blood cultivators on the desert islands all focused their gazes on the east, counting in their hearts. The 8 half-step Emperor Wus opened their eyes at the right time, staring at the top of the stone tablet. Once the sun rose, they would launch a thunderous attack. Life or death, the answer would be revealed soon. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Before he could count to 10, the sun, which had been waiting for a long time in the far east, leaped out impatiently. It announced the existence of the blazing sun to the world, sweeping away all the darkness. That sun was extremely beautiful. One would never tire of looking at it, intoxicated and addicted to it. It's coming. Someone sighed silently. Everyone knew what the appearance of the rising sun signified. It meant that the genius with the perfect demon bloodline, which only appeared once every 10,000 years in the human demon sea, would come to an end. It meant that the boundlessly elegant white-robed bladesman would be buried here. A single sunrise had not only taken away all the darkness in this world, but it had also taken away 2 peerless geniuses with shocking talents. A strong wind blew and sand blew everywhere. The 8 half-step Emperor Wu stood up at the same time. The accumulated energy was too vast, causing the world to change. Winds blew and clouds churned. As the wind howled, sand and dust spread out, forming countless storms. The aura was so vast that everyone found it hard to breathe. Who would dare to say that they could survive such a situation? Whoosh! The moment the rising sun appeared, Xiao Chan, Dugu Ao, and the others who were still in the human demon paradise were immediately forcefully sent out. They saw 6 rings of light scarlet, orange, red, green, azure, and blue behind Xiao Chan. Each ring of light represented a breakthrough in life and death. Under the illumination of the multicolored light, the 6 rings of light looked very beautiful. This was the most beautiful scene one could see after breaking through life and death. With one glance, one would be dazzled, deeply immersed in this dreamy scene. However, the 2 sides of Xiao Chan were not so dreamy. On one side was a hellish scene. Darkness filled the sky, and all sorts of vengeful spirits and evil spirits roamed about. It was a horrifying scene of hell. With one look, one would be startled and feel a chill down one's spine. On the other side was a scene brimming with life. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, and the 4 seasons cycled endlessly. It was like heaven, but also like a vanished immortal realm, inspiring fascination. Amid this vast mysterious phenomenon of life and death, Xiao Chan sat cross-legged at the top of the stone stele with his eyes closed. The 6 rings of light behind him were each larger than the one before. As the multicolored light illuminated him, he looked like a bodhisattva comprehending the Tao, holy, dignified, and solemn. The appearance of such a vast and magnificent mysterious phenomenon surprised everyone. No one expected Xiao Chan to appear in such a manner after 10 days. Even the 8 half-step Emperor Wu did not make a move immediately, appearing distracted for a moment. When they reacted, their expressions changed dramatically. They knew that Xiao Chan had used up the flower of life and was in the midst of a nervous breakthrough. If they still did not make a move, Xiao Chan might really break through. Then it would be hard to say what would happen. Attack! Don't let this brat succeed. Otherwise, we will all be finished. The half-step Emperor Wu of the deity race roared ferociously and took the lead to attack. The other 7 half-step Emperor Wu quickly followed. They instantly executed their powerful killing moves after storing up power, sending them smashing at Xiao Chan. Without exception, the 8 killing moves were all inferior-grade profound martial techniques. Furthermore, they were all inferior-grade profound martial techniques cultivated to great perfection. They were far from what a regular blue-robed emperor or half-step Emperor Wu could compare to. Oh no! The white-robed bladesman is going to die. Seeing so many inferior-grade profound martial techniques, several people could not help exclaiming. Even someone like the old black iron monster would have to retreat when facing such an attack, not daring to clash head-on. Furthermore, the great perfection blue-robed emperor was still in the midst of a nervous breakthrough. If he clashed head-on with this move, he would definitely die. There would not be a second result. Muxian hugged Dugu Ao, feeling flustered and at a loss. She did not know what to do. Sweat appeared on Ao Jiao's pretty face, and her hands trembled slightly. Her nervous expression was clear for all to see. However, the determination in her eyes did not waver at all. At this moment there was only one thought in her mind. I absolutely cannot let Xiao Chan fall here. I absolutely cannot. Just as the 8 profound martial techniques were about to arrive, Ao Jiao stepped forward bravely. She waved her right hand, and the lunar shadow saber beside Xiao Chan appeared in her palm. Xiao Chan swung his saber ferociously, and a purple divine lightning tore through the sky. This was the divine lightning that appeared at the king conferral ceremony. The divine lightning contained the Tao and divine might left by the Thunder King, Sang Mu. This saber strike drove the divine lightning left by the Thunder King, allowing Ao Jiao to use her petite body to block the combined strike of 8 half-step Emperor Wu. Chapter 1221. However, it was still insufficient to block 8 half-step Emperor Wu at the same time. Xiao Chan had already used the divine lightning once. This time its might was significantly reduced. The divine lightning lasted for only a moment before Ao Jiao vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Fortunately, the saber light accompanied by the divine lightning weakened most of the might of the profound martial technique. It was no longer as exaggerated as it was at the start. Ao Jiao, who was flying back, clenched her teeth and charged forward again. Her figure flickered endlessly in the air, blocking all the remaining attacks with her saber. If the attacks were too fast and could not be broken, she used her body to block them. In mere moments she was covered in wounds, a sorry sight to behold. However, in the end, she still managed to help Xiao Chan block the first wave of killing moves. Damn it! When the 8 half-step Emperor Wu saw the situation, they cursed and immediately formed a second wave of attacks. This time they intended to eliminate both Ao Jiao and Xiao Chan. However, a clump of light that was even more dazzling than the sun suddenly burned in the sky. It was so piercing that no one dared to look directly at it. A plume feather tore through the air from the clump of light, flying down ferociously. It was Little Yellow Feather. At this crucial moment, it used its remaining 2 plume feather. The group of half-step Emperor Wu had been beaten up miserably by this plume feather earlier. When they saw it again, how could they dare to show any temper? They were startled and immediately protected their bodies, quickly dodging. The same move was not very effective against this group of experienced half-step Emperor Wu. It did not manage to injure them. The plume feather exploded on the ground, and a 300-meter-wide golden light soared into the air. It burned a horrifying black hole in the ground, looking extremely horrifying. Kill this beast. When the masked half-step Emperor Wu of the 3 holy masters saw Little Yellow Feather, a murderous intent flared in their eyes. Little Yellow Feather's golden body spread its wings proudly in the air. Facing the 8 half-step Emperor Wu, it had no fear at all. It soared into the air and took the initiative to attack. Ao Jiao stayed by Xiao Chen's side, her eyes slightly wet. In her eyes, the blonde had always been like a child. Who would have thought that he would have to bear such great pressure at such a crucial moment? Alone, he was able to stall 8 half-step Emperor Wu. Miserable cries resounded continuously as Little Yellow Feather's golden feathers fell off continuously. Facing the encirclement of 8 half-step martial emperors, Little Yellow Feather was not a match at all. In Ao Jiao's ears, the painful wails sounded like the cries of a baby, which made her heart wrench. But she couldn't leave. At this time, Xiao Chen's breakthrough had reached a critical moment. She had to conserve her last bit of strength and stay by Xiao Chen's side to prevent anyone from interrupting Xiao Chen. Bang! Yellow Feather was flipped over, its feathers continuously falling off. The golden feathers were stained with fresh blood, falling off one by one. It was like fresh blood was burning, falling onto the vast desert, looking incomparably miserable. Damn it, this little bastard's flame is really painful. A human half-step Emperor Wu, whose hair and arms were burnt by the flame, cursed loudly. Obviously, the sacred flame of the sun made him feel extreme pain. Ao Jiao couldn't bear it anymore. She stepped forward and caught Yellow Feather, whose divine light had dimmed and shrunk by many times, into her embrace. Yellow Feather's voice was hoarse. At this moment it didn't look like a divine beast at all. It was like a featherless sparrow, looking extremely miserable. After spending half a day, the 2 obstacles were finally dealt with. 8 half-step Emperor Wus arrived in the air, looking coldly at Xiao Chan, who had 6 halos on his back and was manifesting the life and death phenomenon on the stone tablet. Step by step they closed in. All of them were expressionless, with a cold murderous intent, firmly locking onto Xiao Chan. They didn't want to give Xiao Chan any chance at all, directly killing him at the last moment of his breakthrough. However, at this moment on both sides of Xiao Chan, the extreme life and death phenomenon suddenly merged, instantly entering into Xiao Chen's body. Red, orange, red, green, cyan, blue, and purple, the most crucial 7th halo appeared behind Xiao Chan in one fell swoop. Xiao Chan opened his eyes, a dazzling golden light gushed out. He, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly stood up. In an instant the light shone brightly, outshining the morning glow. In the void, the 8 half-step Emperor Wus were all startled by this gaze. The moment the light shone, they couldn't help but take a few steps back. At this moment, Xiao Chen actually gave them a pressure that only an Emperor Wu could. The golden light in Xiao Chen's eyes slowly faded. With a thought, the 7 halos behind him returned to his body. In that instant, the mental energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, which had already been molded into a humanoid shape, seemed to come to life. The consummation blue-robed emperor condensed his mental energy and merged it with the heavenly seal, forming the vague form of the heart of an emperor. Xiao Chen finally understood why the consummation blue-robed emperor could only form the vague form of the heart of an emperor, and not the true heart of an emperor. This was because the consummation blue-robed emperor had not experienced the great tribulation of wind and fire. The mental energy that he condensed did not have a soul or a spirit. It was an incomplete fusion. However, the life and death art used the flower of life and the death fruit to make a cultivator go through 7 life and death trials, each more dangerous than the last. In the end, the layers of halos that were refined were the soul and the spirit. When the soul and the mental energy gathered at the same time, they would form a primordial spirit, which was the small golden figure that seemed to come to life in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. Like water flowing into a canal, the golden primordial spirit slowly sank into the dantian. As it sank, Xiao Chen felt the green spots in his blood, flesh, and cells being absorbed into the golden primordial spirit. These green spots represented all sorts of primal life force. Even if one's arm was severed, as long as these green spots remained, it might not be difficult to regrow a severed limb. Xiao Chen understood why Emperor Wu was so hard to kill. The appearance of the heart of an emperor would transform the physical body once again, absorbing every cell in the body into the heart of an emperor like a backup. Ka-sie. A melodious sound came from Xiao Chen's body. The golden primordial spirit and the dragon-shaped heavenly seal completely merged. In that instant, the various lights that Xiao Chen had withdrawn in his body released uncontrollably. A strong might swept out in all directions. The heart of an emperor had successfully condensed. It was like Xiao Chen had obtained a new life. First, the bottleneck that had plagued Xiao Chen for a long time was instantly broken. He silently entered the consummation blue-robed emperor realm. Xiao Chen's physical body underwent a complete transformation. His physical body, which had already reached the peak of the sage body, improved further. Xiao Chen's originally delicate face changed drastically, giving off an explosive pressure. His aura was terrifyingly strong. However, there was no precedent for such a physical body. Although it was called the Emperor Wu's golden body, it lacked maturity. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had not reconstructed his body. However, it was much stronger than a regular sage body. Furthermore, after condensing the heart of an emperor, the recovery ability of the body surpassed that of a regular Emperor Wu's golden body. It would not be too much to call it a half-step golden body. It was a unique existence that existed in Xiao Chen's body. The heart of an emperor. The 8 half-step Emperor Wus all exclaimed when they saw the white-robed Xiao Chen standing proudly on the stone stele, looking as elegant as Emperor Wu's. It was indeed the heart of an emperor. At their level, they were no longer unfamiliar with Emperor Wu. They had even interacted with primes before. They were no strangers to Emperor Wu's circle. When they saw Xiao Chen's current state, they immediately figured out the crux of the matter. Only after clearing the great tribulation of wind and fire and becoming Emperor Wu could one condense the heart of an emperor. Unexpectedly, it appeared on Xiao Chen. The surrounding mixed-blood cultivators were all shocked speechless. 50,000 years ago, the Blood Sword Sovereign condensed the heart of an emperor before advancing to martial emperor. Several people thought that it was just a legend and that it could not possibly appear in the real world. But today, the white-clothed young man standing on top of the towering stone tablet had silently proved that it was not a legend, but a reality. The aura of a single person was enough to suppress all the people present. Before Xiao Chen could carefully experience the many mysteries of the heart of an emperor, he looked around and fixed his gaze on the 8 half-step Emperor Wus in front. Then he looked at the unconscious Ao Jiao, who was covered in wounds and hugging little Yellow Feather, who was still unconscious. These people were all injured because of him. Right now, Dugu Ao's survival was even more uncertain. The scene of Dugu Ao blocking the 12 half-step Emperor Wus for Xiao Chen was still vivid in his mind. He would never forget it. For the sake of protecting Xiao Chen, Little Yellow Feather and Ao Jiao had fought until their bodies were covered in wounds. Xiao Chen only wanted to walk his own Dao. However, these people persistently pressured him, repeatedly trying to kill him, touching on his bottom line. Xiao Chen, it was indeed not easy for you to reach this step. You should leave. We will not make things difficult for you. The deity race half-step Emperor Wu's voice pleaded for peace under Xiao Chen's strong pressure. The other party had already refined the flower of life. There was no longer any meaning in fighting with them. The most important thing was that Xiao Chen had condensed the heart of an emperor and advanced to consummation blue-robed emperor. His strength had increased greatly, shaking these people's confidence in victory. That's right. You should leave. We will not make things difficult for you. The 8 half-step Emperor Wus were all experienced people. They quickly understood the principle and all spoke up to let Xiao Chun leave, indicating that they would not make things difficult for him. The original goal was to prevent Xiao Chun from obtaining the Flower of Life, to prevent him from advancing to consummation blue-robed emperor. It was not to kill Xiao Chun. However, not only did Xiao Chun successfully refine the Flower of Life and advance to consummation blue-robed emperor, but he also surpassed their expectations and condensed the heart of an emperor. Since they had already messed up their mission, there was no point in continuing. They might as well let Xiao Chun leave. When Xiao Chun heard these people talking at the same time, he could not help but laugh out loud. What was shameless? This group of people was the perfect definition of this word. What are you laughing at? Seeing that Xiao Chun did not reply and started laughing instead, the 8 half-step Emperor Wu shouted angrily. Xiao Chun stopped laughing and retorted coldly. Why can't I laugh? There are funnier things in the world than this. You beat up my friend until he died, humiliated me time and time again, and prevented me from obtaining the Flower of Life for no reason at all. You forced me to make 7 life and death passes in 10 days. After I succeeded, you arrogantly said to let me go and not make things difficult for me. Are there people as shameless as you? Chapter 12:22. When the 8 half-step Emperor Wu heard this, they all became enraged. What do you want? Don't force us into a corner. Don't be so shameless when we give you face. Don't think that after advancing to consummation blue-robed emperor, you are unrivaled. The 8 of us working together is more than enough to kill you. Quickly scram. Don't blame us for changing our minds. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, and the lunar shadow saber in Ao Jiao's hand flew into his. At the same time, Ao Jiao also turned into a beam of light and entered the lunar shadow saber. This increased the might of the lunar shadow saber significantly. The saber gave off a purple glow. When the light shone into the sky, it immediately triggered a chain of lightning. Xiao Chun stood on the stone steel and pointed with his saber. He shouted coldly, "Kneel now and apologize to my friends. Then I will leave your corpses intact. Otherwise, don't blame me for being too ruthless." The moment he said that, everyone was shocked. This Xiao Chun was too tyrannical. To think that he wanted the 8 half-step Emperor Wu to kneel and apologize to Du Guo. Furthermore, after they apologized, he would leave their corpses intact and not let them off. Where did he get his confidence from? How could he be so arrogant? What a joke. You want us to kneel? Who do you think you are? Call the Prime Thunder King over. You are so young, and yet you are already so arrogant. Today we will teach you a lesson. The 8 half-step Emperor Wu were all enraged. They could not be bothered to make any more concessions. After exchanging voice projections, they decided to attack together and teach Xiao Chun a lesson. The 8 half-step Emperor Wu could tell that Xiao Chun was now extraordinary. After they decided to attack, they did not hold back at all. They planned to work together and attack, not giving Xiao Chun any chance to drag things out. They would severely injure him and then humiliate him. Xiao Chun smiled coldly to himself. His martial techniques, cultivation techniques, will, and physical body were all stronger than the 8. Why was he suppressed earlier? It was because the difference in cultivation was too great. He could not use brute force to break through. Even if he used his full power, he could not gain any advantage. But now, his strength had undergone a qualitative transformation. His cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had successfully broken through from the great circle of the blue-robed emperor. He had even condensed the heart of an emperor. Adding on his previous advantages, defeating these 8 half-step Emperor Wu was no longer difficult. However, this group of people did not know that and wanted to kill him in one strike. This was exactly what he wanted. If he killed them one by one, it was inevitable that someone would escape. These people deserved to die. If even one of them escaped, he would blame himself for the rest of his life. As long as this hatred was not appeased, the killing would not stop. Boundless mixed element palm. Wrath of God. Heaven soul slash. The 8 half-step Emperor Wu attacked at the same time, each of them executing a medial grade profound martial technique. However, it looked like they were barely able to execute these medial grade profound martial techniques. However, Xiao Chun had barely reached the basic level, able to release it completely. He was still far from being able to control it as he pleased, reaching small accomplishment. However, this was very normal. Firstly, medial-grade profound martial techniques were rare. Secondly, they had high requirements on comprehension ability and vision. Without reaching the level of Emperor Wu, it would be very difficult to reach small accomplishment. It was already very rare for these half-step Emperor Wu to be able to completely execute a medial-grade profound martial technique. This is a medial-grade profound martial technique. How strong! No wonder these half-step Emperor Wu could still be confident of killing them in one strike, even after that woman and the Golden Crow exhausted most of their law energy. So that is the case. Although they barely reached the basic level, a medial-grade profound martial technique is still a medial-grade profound martial technique. With 8 medial-grade profound martial techniques working together, it would be hard for them not to be strong. Seeing these half-step Emperor Wu execute extremely precious and rare medial-grade profound martial techniques, the group of demon mixed-bloods all started to worry for Xiao Chan. With regards to Xiao Chan and these foreign Emperor Wu, all the demon mixed-bloods present were definitely on Xiao Chen's side. Seeing that Xiao Chan had already created a miracle by condensing the heart of an emperor, yet he immediately ran into such danger, they all felt worried for him. On the stone steel, Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered. Behind him, winds blew, clouds churned and lightning crackled. Before he even made a move, just his aura alone made the sky change color. The morning sun was drowned out, not a single ray of light visible. Xiao Chan coldly watched the 8 half-step Emperor Wu execute medial-grade profound martial techniques together. His lips curled up in a mocking smile. If these 8 people executed inferior-grade profound martial techniques and brought out the might of great perfection, the pressure on Xiao Chan would be even greater. It would be much more troublesome to deal with. The medial-grade profound martial technique before Xiao Chan was only at the basic level. He could barely execute it and it was full of openings. When facing a regular expert, he would definitely be able to obtain victory through sheer numbers, relying on the superior grade of his martial technique to suppress his opponent. However, when facing Xiao Chan, a bladesman who could use medial-grade profound martial techniques as he pleased and who had reached small perfection, it was like showing off before an expert, asking for trouble. Amid the strong wind and lightning, Xiao Chan held up the lunar shadow saber and leaped down from the towering stone steel in the sky. Then he chopped down with all his might. 1,000 years of hegemony, immortal dynasty. As Xiao Chan descended with the tyranny of a peak kingship, he chopped out an immortal dynasty with his saber. As Xiao Chan quickly descended amid the lightning, many majestic cities appeared behind him. At first, there was only one city. Soon, it turned into many majestic and boundless cities. Finally, the imperial city appeared. Figures leaped out of every city and landed on the roofs. Then they knelt before Xiao Chan and shouted, "Long live!" What did long live mean? Immortal for 10,000 years. Every year as king, that means long live. After Xiao Chan condensed the heart of an emperor, the tyranny of a kingship on his body became even stronger, containing the might of an emperor. This increased the might of this medial-grade profound martial technique that was already at small perfection. Furthermore, as Xiao Chan swooped down from above, he held the advantage of the terrain. With all these advantages, the entry-level medial-grade profound martial techniques of the 8 half-step Emperor Wu only lasted for a moment before crumbling under this 1,000-year hegemony establishment. Xiao Chen's tyranny of a kingship was simply unrivaled. As he leaped down, he sent out the mysterious phenomenon of a vast dynasty. Amidst the strong winds, dark clouds, and lightning, this scene caused all the demon hybrids present to be dumbfounded. They were all astonished by what they saw. Go! The 8 half-step Emperor Wu vomited a mouthful of blood. Horror appeared in their eyes. They had not expected Xiao Chen's comprehension ability to be so high. Unexpectedly, he managed to comprehend a medial-grade profound martial technique to small perfection. Furthermore, he possessed such a strong tyranny of kingship. This was simply incredible. If Xiao Chan had known earlier, he would not have been defeated in such a sorry state if he had used an inferior-grade profound martial technique to consummation. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. The 8 half-step Emperor Wu, who had already exhausted a lot of their law energy at the hands of Ao Jiao and Little Yellow Feather, were severely injured. They no longer had any combat prowess. They all executed their various means trying to flee far away. It's too late to leave now. As long as this hatred remained, the killing would not stop. Xiao Qin's murderous intent had already been extinguished. Even if he caused a great disaster, these 8 people had to die. After Xiao Qin landed, he pushed off the ground and soared into the air. He brandished his saber, and every time he spun around, a mysterious phenomenon would come out of his body. There was a bright moon like fire, an undefeated blazing sun, peach blossoms, or a roaring dragon image. Only one saber technique, instant of glory. After spinning around 9 times, Xiao Qin immediately executed the medial grade profound martial technique, instant of glory. Space froze and a glorious painting appeared in front. The 8 fleeing half-step Emperor Wu were all included in the painting. In this epic painting, the expressions of the 8 half-step Emperor Wu froze, not moving at all. Xiao Qin sheathed his saber. Then, he faced his right hand forward and gently opened it. The frozen painting shattered like a mirror. Space immediately shattered. The 8 half-step Emperor Wu, who were already severely injured in the first place, were knocked into the air. Cracks appeared on their bodies, looking incredibly horrifying. Xiao Qin's expression was terrifyingly sinister. The 8 blue-robed emperors in the air still had their last breaths. Their physical bodies were still tenaciously recovering. If they were left alone, given one day, they would recover from their injuries. After resting for half a year, they would be able to return to their peak. Xiao Qin, don't think that you can kill us just because you are a descendant of the Qing Emperor. We have primes standing behind us. If you kill us, you will cause a great disaster. Death shrouded their hearts. The 8 half-step Emperor Wu in the air were in despair as they spoke futilely. How laughable! If those primes were really courageous, why didn't they personally make a move? In the end, you are just a bunch of cannon fodder. Xiao Qin roared somewhat angrily. Killing intent filled his mind, making him look exceptionally terrifying. Now that you know fear, why did you do it earlier? When the 2 Ghost Race Emperor Wu sneak attacked Xiao Qin, they did not think that such a day would come. I will give this punch to you first. Xiao Qin shouted, and a lightning dragon shot out from under his feet. His figure flickered as he punched twice. Each punch contained 20 dragon force, 100 million kilograms of force. When they struck the bodies of the Ghost Race experts, cracks appeared on them. Amid the hazy bloody mist, the 2 half-step Emperor Wu immediately died without a complete corpse, their bodies exploding. Whoosh! Xiao Qin arrived before the 2 deity race half-step Emperor Wu and said expressionlessly, "With this punch, I will send you on your way on behalf of Dugu Ao. When you kept calling him bastard, you did not understand that there are some people who are much nobler than you. Don't kill me. Emperor Forsaken will not forgive you." In the face of death, the 2 originally arrogant deity race experts were overwhelmed by fear. They begged for mercy in soft voices. Xiao Qin's expression remained cold, completely ignoring them. He threw another 2 punches and killed the 2 half-step Emperor Wu. His methods were tyrannical and decisive. Xiao Qin was decisive in killing, not showing any mercy. The remaining 4 half-step Emperor Wu were already frightened out of their wits. They dragged their heavily injured bodies and ran frantically in the desert, leaving behind a trail of blood. However, no matter how they ran, how could they be faster than Xiao Qin, who executed Thunder Dragon steps? Everything was futile. I will return this punch to you on behalf of Ao Jiao. Bang! Dragon roars rang out endlessly as the fist shook the surroundings. Every punch ended the life of a half-step Emperor Wu. Like a grim reaper harvesting lives, Xiao Qin used the cruelest method. As he said, if they did not kneel down and apologize, they would die without a complete corpse. Chapter 12:23. I will return this punch to you on behalf of Little Yellow Feather. Did you hear that baby-like cry? It is really just a child. Unable to dispel his hatred, Xiao Qin punched 3 more times. Of the 8 half-step Emperor Wus, only 1 remained. Plop! The last half-step Emperor Wu was completely frightened out of his wits. He immediately knelt and begged, "Blue Dragon King, on account that we are both humans, please spare my life. Some paths are chosen by oneself. From the moment you took out your butcher's knife, you should have been prepared to be slaughtered by others in the future. Just like me now, I have a cold and brave heart. As we are both humans, I will leave your corpse intact." Facing the half-step Emperor Wu kneeling before him, Xiao Qin remained unmoved. He gently tapped the half-step Emperor Wu's forehead with his finger. A strand of saber chi destroyed the half-step Emperor Wu's sea of consciousness before piercing through. When the half-step Emperor Wu fell, his life force severed. However, he was the only half-step Emperor Wu to have an intact corpse. In the sky, all sorts of mysterious phenomena caused by Xiao Chun condensing the heart of an emperor vanished like smoke the moment this half-step Emperor Wu fell. The morning glow appeared once again. The resplendent sunlight shone on the blood-stained body of Xiao Chun. This made him, who was as cold as a grim reaper, have a divine aura to him. Golden light shone resplendently, glistening brilliantly. The 8 half-step Emperor Wus were all dead. However, the hatred in Xiao Chen's heart did not dissipate. He was well aware that these were just pawns. In fact, they were not even pawns, they were just discarded pieces. They were just pawns abandoned by the Prime Emperor Wu. From the moment they were sent out, the Prime Emperors and the 3 Holy Masters hiding behind the scenes did not care about these people's lives. Xiao Chun swore to himself that one day, he would make all these people hiding behind the scenes pay the price they deserved. When the surrounding demon mixed-blood cultivators saw the white-robed Xiao Chun, their hearts trembled for a long time. The old black iron monster who could kill martial emperors felt fear in his heart as he looked at Xiao Chun. Although these 8 half-step Emperor Wu had exhausted too much law energy and underestimated Xiao Chen's strength, Xiao Chun could kill 8 half-step Emperor Wu in one go. However, Xiao Chun could kill 8 half-step martial emperors in one go. No matter how one looked at it, the current Xiao Chun could be called one of the strongest existences under martial emperor. Even of the black iron old monster was not fully confident of defeating Xiao Chun. More the black iron old monster, more than the black iron old Xiao of the black iron old monster, had not of Xiao Chun had condensed the black iron old black. Of black Chen's might of Chun of was of the emperor of his. After thinking for a while, the black iron old monster said with certainty, "It is not a possibility but a certainty." Xiao Chun recovered his wits and moved quickly to Mu Xian's side. When he saw the unconscious Du Guiyou in her embrace, he asked, "How is he? Is he not awake yet?" Mu Xian squeezed out a smile and replied, "He's fine. Ao Jiao fed him a sage pill. Right now the loss of life force has stopped. However, if he does not wake up, there is nothing we can do." Xiao Chen's heart sank. He understood what she meant. Du Guiyou was still resisting the other half of the bloodline in his body. If the medicinal energy of the medicinal pill wore off, the situation would still be hard to predict. Du Guiyou's life and death would depend on a single thought. However, given Du Guiyou's stubbornness, without any external interference, the outcome would be as expected. What awaited him would still be death. What should I do? Although Xiao Chun had killed the 12 half-step Emperor Wu who caused all this, Du Guiyou still had not woken up. Even though Xiao Chun had condensed a heart of an emperor and advanced to consummation blue-robed emperor, his mood did not improve at all. The reason was none other than Du Guiyou helping him too much. If Du Guiyou died, Xiao Chun would feel guilty for life. In the end, Xiao Chen's horizons were limited. He could not think of any good idea, so he could only look to Ao Jiao. "Ao Jiao, do you have any ideas?" Ao Jiao thought for a while and shook her head. "I do not have any good ideas either. However, there are still many sage-grade medicinal pills in the Thunder King's inheritance. If you are willing to part with them, you can guarantee that he will not have any problems for 2 years." Naturally, Xiao Chun was willing to part with the medicinal pills. However, what about after 2 years? Whoosh! Just at this moment, a strong aura suddenly encased the entire desert island. A huge figure appeared in the sky, covering the entire island. When this figure looked around, everyone on the island felt like they were being watched, their hair standing on end. Dugu Kuang. It's Du Guiyou's father. He is here. What a coincidence. It looks like he has been here all along. However, it is not convenient for him to make a move on those half-step Emperor Wu. That is no wonder. No one understands better than these Emperor Wus how horrifying a prime's strength is. Furthermore, these half-step Emperor Wus gave Du Guiyou a chance to leave earlier. Dugu Kuang has no reason to make a move. However, I heard that Dugu Kuang has 10 odd sons. He has never been fond of Du Guiyou. This might have something to do with it. As the crowd discussed, Xiao Chun immediately learned the identity of the person who arrived. It was the demon-human martial emperor, Dugu Kwang, Duguayo's father. Many thanks for making a move. You did a good job. The Dugu clan owes you a favor. A deep voice resounded in the sky. The entire space shook intensely. A formless might pressed down on everyone on the island, making their hearts tremble. The huge figure stretched out its hand, and an irresistible force pulled Duguayo out of Mu Xian's embrace. Just as Dugu Kwang was about to leave, the figure looked at the stunned Mu Xian and said, "Not bad. You can be the daughter-in-law of my Dugu clan. Let's go together." The figure stretched out his hand and brought Mu Xian over as well. Dark clouds churned. Dugu Kwang did not discuss anything further. He only said that he owed Xiao Chun a favor before leaving with the two of them. After Dugu Kwang left, the suppressive atmosphere on the desert island faded from everyone's hearts. Duguayo being taken away by his father was probably the best outcome. The other party should have a way to wake Duguayo up. Xiao Chun thought, is this the strength of a martial emperor? Even a martial emperor as strong as Dugu Kwang is afraid of a prime. This is truly despairing. The people on the island slowly scattered. After this battle, the name of the Blue Dragon King, the white-robed bladesman, would definitely resound throughout the entire human demon sea. Ao Jiao brought little yellow feather into the immortal spirit ring to recuperate. Xiao Chun leaned on the stone steel alone, looking at the endless desert devoid of people. He had a complicated expression, thinking about something. The lunar shadow saber stabbed into the ground at the side. Blood still flowed slowly on it. Under the sunlight, it exuded a sinister sense of beauty, lonely and proud. Logically speaking, Xiao Chun had already achieved his goal before leaving Heavenly Star Island. Not only had he advanced to consummation blue-robed emperor ahead of time, but he had also condensed the heart of an emperor that only Emperor Wu had. He only needed to wait 3 years to clear his great tribulation of wind and fire before he could ascend to martial emperor. However, would things really go that smoothly? Now, Xiao Chun only wanted to take a flower of life, and he already provoked the 3 primes and the 3 holy masters. If Xiao Chun really wanted to clear his great tribulation of wind and fire, he did not know what methods the other party would use. Qing Emperor, what kind of existence was he exactly? How tyrannical was he back then? Even after dying for 10,000 years, he still made people so wary of him. This made Xiao Chun's path to martial emperor so difficult. Xiao Chun shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He drew the lunar shadow saber and took out a piece of cloth to wipe off the blood on it. When the saber became clear and bright again, when the saber turned cold and bright again, a figure suddenly appeared before Xiao Chun. This person carried a sword on his back, and he always had a calm expression on his face. It was just like when Xiao Chun first saw him. Even after so many years, nothing had changed. Chu Chaoyun, this opponent destined to be entangled with Xiao Chun for life, appeared before Xiao Chun after everyone left. Huang Dang. Xiao Chun sheathed the lunar shadow saber. Then he held the saber and walked over to Chu Chaoyun step by step. Why did you help me? The other party's mysterious appearance had helped Xiao Chun deal a fatal blow back then. Even now, Xiao Chun could not figure it out. In Xiao Chun's memories, he did not know where to place Chu Chaoyun. It was definitely impossible to call Chu Chaoyun a friend, but it was also impossible to call him an enemy. If Xiao Chun really had to describe this person who was both friend and foe, he could only use the word opponent. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. Many years ago, I already said that our positions are different. However, our ultimate goal is the same. Right now, the story is far from over. How can I let you die? Even if I did not make a move, you would not have died." Xiao Chun did not want to continue playing riddles with Chu Chaoyun. He had to resolve all the mysteries today. Now that Xiao Chun had advanced to consummation blue-robed emperor and condensed a heart of an emperor, he was confident that he was stronger than Chu Chaoyun. If Chu Chaoyun was not willing to say more, then Xiao Chun could only use force. Tell me your true goal. Since the first time you attacked me in the Sky Dome realm until now, what exactly have you been planning for the past 10-odd years? Xiao Chun asked sullenly as he stepped forward with a sharp gaze. His strong aura pressed down on the other party. Xiao Chun did not want to kill or injure the other party. He only wanted to know the other party's true goal. He did not want to remain in the dark. Xiao Chun needed to put an end to all the past and future matters today. Chu Chaoyun was not surprised at Xiao Qin's reaction. When Xiao Qin's strong aura pressed over, Chu Chaoyun also released his own aura, pushing back Xiao Qin's pressure. This pushed back the pressure coming from Xiao Qin. The two's auras were equal. Neither could do anything to the other. Black and white lights flickered on Chu Chaoyun's body. That was the will of light and the will of darkness merging, forming a brand new will of primal chaos. However, the merging of this will of primal chaos was not perfect. Otherwise, it would have been able to suppress Xiao Qin's peak will of thunder. Chu Chaoyun showed some shock in his eyes. He had not expected that his strong will of primal chaos would not be able to suppress Xiao Qin immediately. Chu Chaoyun said, "Not bad, peak will of thunder. It looks like you will be able to form an innate thunder crystal before advancing to martial emperor. An innate thunder crystal with the heart of an emperor. I wonder what kind of storm you will stir up when you advance to martial emperor one day?" While Chu Chaoyun was shocked in his heart, so was Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin had already silently circulated the might of his heart of an emperor, and added the peak will of thunder. However, he still did not gain a clear advantage in aura. What exactly did Chu Chaoyun experience in the past 10-odd years for him to improve so much? Chapter 12:24. Unfortunately, with your strength, you are still unable to force me to speak. Perhaps in your eyes I am very mysterious. However, in my eyes you are just as mysterious. Chu Chaoyun's words seemed to have another meaning. After a pause he continued, "Actually, I want to know many of the things you want to know as well. It is just that we each chose different paths." Xiao Qin knew that it was no longer possible to use force to force the other party to speak. So he said, "In that case, we can have an honest talk and tell each other what we know to clear up any misunderstandings." Chu Chaoyun shook his head and said, "There are no misunderstandings between us. As you think, there will definitely be a fight between us. As for having an honest talk, I can reveal one thing. In this world, who wants you to die the most is definitely me. Who wants you to advance to martial emperor the most? No one is more eager than me, Chu Chaoyun." Inspiration flashed in Xiao Qin's mind as he thought of something. He said, "The Blue Dragon Palace, the Heavenly Flame's origin flame." Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "So don't die before you advance to martial emperor. Otherwise, no one will open the Blue Dragon Palace for me, and I will never be able to take away the Heavenly Flame's origin flame. So that is the case. No wonder the other party came all the way to help me block the demonic world's attack after receiving the news. However, how can I explain that the other party wants me dead the most? Is it because of the identities we inherited? The descendants of the Qing Emperor and the Tianwu Emperor have to put an end to the grudges from 10,000 years ago? Or is it because a certain immortal Tao expert once mentioned that the entire Kunlun realm is an abandoned land? Right and wrong, there is no need to think too much about it. When you stand at the peak, you will discover that our goals are the same. The one who wants me dead the most will definitely be you. However, you will understand all this only after you stand at the peak. Work hard. Don't underestimate the outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm in the astral battlefield. Don't underestimate the king grey geniuses of the deep abyss demonic world either. Among those of the same generation, you are still far from being unrivaled." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Chaoyun withdrew the black and white light into his body. All the light on his body disappeared as he turned around and left. When the light vanished, Xiao Qin focused his gaze. He noticed an inconspicuous symbol on Chu Chaoyun's chest. It was the Nether Church's insignia. Chu Chaoyun had joined the Nether sect. Xiao Qin's heart skipped a beat. Was this the path that Chu Chaoyun had taken? For the sake of strength, he joined the Dark Church, which once destroyed the Tianwu dynasty. Xiao Qin wondered what he was thinking. "Xiao Qin, do you think this Chu Chaoyun is a good person or a bad person?" Ao Jiao voiced her doubts from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Qin thought for a while before replying. How can there be pure good and bad people in this world? It is as he said. It is just that the paths he takes are different. He has his own doubts and troubles as well. In the end, he is just like most cultivators in this world. There is nothing special about him. Actually, sometimes one was just too conflicted, making some simple things seem too complicated. When one finally found out the cause and effect, one would discover that it was just like that. In this meeting with Chu Chaoyun, they did not talk much. However, it resolved a knot in Xiao Qin's heart. This freed Xiao Chan from dwelling on the other party's secrets. There would come a day when the truth would come to light. There was no need to overthink it. As for the heavenly flame's origin flame, Xiao Chan did not care too much about it. Who knew how many people in the Blue Dragon Palace were watching it? When Xiao Chan advanced to Martial Emperor and went to open it, he would not be able to predict how many Emperor Wu's experts would be there. If Chu Chaoyun was willing to appear, he would stir up this mess even more. This suited Xiao Qin's intentions, which would reduce the attention on him. The deity race Emperor Forsaken's true body descended on a desolate planet in the starry heavens. Soon 2 figures descended at the same time on this unremarkable planet in the starry heavens. These 2 were the ghost race's Dongyue Ghost Emperor, and the corpse race's heaven-punishing corpse god. Soon another 3 masked people landed on the planet. Actually, the identities of these 3 masked people were no secret. They were the 3 holy lords of the human race's 3 holy masters. When the 3 of them worked together, they could hold their own against a prime. This gave them the capital to speak to the other 3 on equal footing, not putting them at a disadvantage. The luck of the Qing Emperor's descendants is really horrifying. The Thunder King did not even make a move, but he still managed to break this trap, the heaven-punishing corpse god said. There were too many variables. Who could have thought that an unremarkable character like Du Guiyou would suddenly erupt? Who could have thought that even the people sent by the demon monarchs would be stopped? The Dongyue Ghost Emperor's tone contained some self-mockery. Emperor Forsaken said. However, it is still fine. He condensed the heart of an emperor. I wonder what level of great tribulation of wind and fire he will trigger. It is practically impossible for him to make preparations and clear this great tribulation of wind and fire in 3 years. As long as the Thunder King does not die, anything is possible. The masked Phoenix's Passion Palace's palace master suddenly said. His words immediately caused the other supreme martial artists to sink into silence. The Thunder King was an unsurmountable hurdle in the hearts of these primes. If not for the Thunder King's existence, these primes would not have to be so fearful. With a thought they could kill Xiao Chan. How much longer can the Thunder King last? Don't you know that the 3 holy masters only have 1 place left? Emperor Forsaken asked. At least 1 year, at most 10 years. The Thunder King will definitely die. The Phoenix's Passion Palace's palace master said. A light flashed in Emperor Forsaken's eyes. 10 years is still too long. I'll try to get the support of those 3 from the heavenly starry ocean. The great tribulation of wind and fire is when his luck is at its lowest. It is also the best time to make a move. I'll do my best not to give him any chances. That will be difficult. Although the Lunar Palace's palace master does not like the descendants of the Qing Emperor, she is old friends with the Thunder King. The Myriad Law Fiend Master and the Fox King are old friends. These 2 will definitely choose to remain neutral. The only one we can truly fight for is the Zodiac Hall's palace master. That is already pretty good. As long as we can fight for one person, we can break the balance between our strength and theirs. If outsiders were here, they would never imagine that the people at the peak of the Kunlun realm would gather together to discuss countermeasures for a consummation blue-robed emperor. This conversation did not last for long. After about 7 minutes, the primes left one after another. The desolate planet was silent as if no one had ever been here before. At this moment, Xiao Chan did not know that someone had already started to plan for his great tribulation of wind and fire. Currently, Xiao Chan was on his way to Heavenly Star Island, anxiously familiarizing himself with the many wondrous uses of the heart of an emperor. No wonder people always said that after one became Emperor Wu, they would bring earth-shaking changes to cultivators. Now Xiao Chan finally knew some of the reasons in advance. Xiao Chan opened a crack in the mysterious world of Emperor Wu, broadening his horizons. Inside the Flood Dragon War Chariot, Xiao Chan sat cross-legged with his hands crossed. There was a clump of light about the size of half a finger in his dantian. It looked like a resplendent crystal gem. That was the heart of an emperor. Strands of purple energy surrounded the heart of an emperor. There was a vast number of them, like many small dragons swimming around quickly. That was Xiao Chen's vast heavenly laws. There were more than 20,000 of them, enough to look down on all existences under Emperor Wu. With a thought from Xiao Chan, the heart of an emperor spun quickly. It was like a mysterious door of time and space opened above his head. As the heart of an emperor drew in, an incredible energy entered Xiao Chen's body from the world outside the door. Xiao Chen sank into a wondrous state. This was a kind of energy that Xiao Chen had never experienced before. It was not veritable essence energy or the power of the world driven by laws. This power was even purer and more powerful, as if it came from another world. At first, Xiao Chen did not know what this energy was. He only understood after Ao Jiao explained it to him. No one in the Kunlun realm knew the source of the mysterious energy in the world behind the door. Only Emperor Wu, who had condensed the heart of an emperor, could come into contact with this energy. This energy was called primordial energy by the Kunlun realm's Emperor Wu. According to the legends of the immortal epoch, before the world was created, the world was a clump of primordial energy. The Kunlun realm's Emperor Wu all revered the mysterious energy in the world behind the door. Although they did not know if it was primordial energy or not, they still gave it this name. As for whether it was primordial energy or not, perhaps only those powerhouses of the immortal epoch would be able to confirm it after they came back to life. The heart of an emperor greedily absorbed the primordial energy. The strands of primordial energy turned into pure white energy that entered the acupoints on Xiao Chen's head and quickly sank before pouring into the heart of an emperor. Instantly, Xiao Chen felt his entire body fill with explosive energy. He felt omnipotent and his strength instantly increased by 10%. Now, he somewhat understood why those below Emperor Wu could not come into contact with this energy. Aside from the heart of an emperor, a cultivator's dantian would not be able to endure or contain primordial energy. The instant one came into contact with it, their body would explode and they would die, playing themselves to death. After barely absorbing 10 strands of primordial energy, the mysterious door of time and space above Xiao Chen's head closed. After withdrawing from this strange state, Xiao Chen felt disappointed. That omnipotent feeling no longer existed. It was like falling from the clouds and crashing to the ground, returning to reality. However, Xiao Chen did not find this strange. Ao Jiao had said that Emperor Wu could open that door for a limited time. The amount of primordial energy that he could absorb from it was even less. Xiao Chen was already pretty good for being able to absorb 10 strands of primordial energy on his first try. Xiao Chen sank his consciousness into the interior of the heart of an emperor. He saw 10 white strands intertwining with each other, forming a huge whirlpool. Around the whirlpool was something like the starry heavens of the universe. As the whirlpool spun, all sorts of strong mysterious phenomena, thunder, lightning, storms, appeared in the void space of the heart of an emperor. As Xiao Chen carefully probed, he could clearly feel the 10 strands of primordial energy. Just one strand of primordial energy could cause damage equivalent to thousands of heavenly laws. Chapter 12:25. Then Xiao Chen withdrew his consciousness and sent his original law energy into the heart of an emperor. The 10 strands of primordial energy were like newborn babies with a lot of room for growth. Their food was the heavenly law energy. The more they fed, the more they would grow. Using heavenly laws to cultivate primordial energy was something that could only be done after advancing to martial emperor. However, Xiao Chen had already condensed a heart of an emperor and could do it in advance. This was a complete anomaly. No one could say for sure what kind of changes this anomaly would produce in the end. Xiao Chen focused all his attention on the cultivation of primordial energy. The heart of an emperor opened a door to his world. The changes it brought him were not as simple as just advancing to consummation blue-robed emperor. Time passed day by day. Half a month later, Xiao Chen opened his eyes again. A brilliant light flickered in his eyes, and his entire being seemed to glow with vigor. There was an indescribable change in him. After walking out of the war chariot, Xiao Chen wanted to look down. As he looked at the archipelago below, he muttered to himself, "Time passed really fast. It turns out that I'm already at the Dragon Grave Sea." After leaving the Human Demon Sea, Xiao Chen immediately rushed to Heavenly Star Island. After being away for almost a year, he was filled with curiosity and anticipation about what had happened to Heavenly Star Island. Furthermore, he wanted to tell Imo-chan and the others about the good news of him advancing to consummation blue-robed emperor so that they would not worry too much. The last time Xiao Chen closed his eyes, he was still in the Human Demon Sea. When he opened them again, he was already at the Dragon Grave Sea. This made Xiao Chan feel somewhat rueful. Since I'm already here, I should go down and rest. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chan decided to stay in the Dragon Grave Sea for one day and rest before setting off again. After putting away the Flood Dragon War Chariot, Xiao Chan looked at an island and quickly descended. After a while, they landed in the largest city of the island. In Xiao Chen's memory, this seemed to be the second largest island in the Dragon Grave Sea, second only to Treasure Dragon Island. Just like what he had seen in the past, the city was still in a dilapidated state. Both inside and outside the city it was chaotic without any order. When Xiao Chan came to this place again, his mood was completely different. When he first came, he had been anxious to find the flower of life and the death fruit. When he returned, Xiao Chan had already successfully condensed the heart of an emperor and advanced to the great perfection blue-robed emperor. He could now kill the half-step Emperor Wu. Let's go take a look. It is said that a huge battle has broken out in the southern part of the city. A merchant association wanted to set up a branch here. In the end, they accidentally set up their branch in the territory of the Heavenly Yuan Merchant Association. Now it is said that a fight has broken out. Interesting. Which merchant association is this blind? The Heavenly Essence Merchant Association is one of the 4 strongest merchant associations in the entire Dragon Grave Sea. To think that they actually opened a branch in their territory. Aren't they just seeking death? I heard that the new merchant association is not weak. Furthermore, they are very popular in the Dark Sea. Even the Flame Rock Sovereign has to give them face. So what if they are not weak? Every branch of the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association in the Dragon Grave Sea is overseen by a half-step Emperor Wu. They have been here for several hundred years already. I heard that there is even a peak expert on the same level as Emperor Wu on Treasure Dragon Island. The moment Xiao Chan entered the city, he saw the cultivators beside him rushing to the southern part of the city. When he heard that this new merchant association had the Flame Rock Sovereign backing it in the Dark Sea, Xiao Chan raised his eyebrows. He thought to himself, could it be my own Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce? The Dragon Grave Sea was filled with dragon graves and all sorts of remnants. Every year, it would produce a large number of natural treasures and ancient divine items. Given Kim Taeho's character, he would definitely not give up on this place. With the support of the Flame Rock Sovereign, the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce had already gained a firm foothold in the Dark Sea. It made perfect sense for them to cross the Dark Sea and extend their trade route to the Dragon Grave Sea. Furthermore, after Xiao Chan subdued the Su clan in the Human Demon Sea, he had already sent a letter to Heavenly Star Island to send people over to receive them. Only the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce could come over quickly. The more Xiao Chan thought about it, the more likely it seemed. His figure flashed, and he immediately rushed to the southern part of the city. If it was really the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce, Xiao Chan could not just sit back and watch. The Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce played a very important role in the Dragon's Gate's revival. After a few breaths, Xiao Chan arrived at the southern part of the city. Then he stood on the roof of a tall building. When he saw a familiar figure, he knew that his guess was right. There was no need for any other proof. It was indeed Xiao Chen's Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Someone had smashed the signboard of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce, and the other party had surrounded the person in charge. Among the crowd, Kim Tae-ho looked at a blue-clad, middle-aged man with a baleful expression. That was the person in charge of the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's branch on this island. This person was of medium build, and he exuded the shrewdness and calculation of a merchant. However, his eyes contained a trace of tyranny and hostility that ordinary merchants did not have. In this Dragon Grave Sea, where no major factions occupied a place, the 4 great merchant associations were the kings. Regular cultivators did not dare to offend them. As one of the 4 great merchant associations, the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's branch managers all had this tyrannical and kingly aura. They were already used to doing as they pleased in the Dragon Grave Sea. Kim Tae-ho waved his hand to suppress the angry cultivators with him. Then he looked at the blue-clad man and said, "Friend, I am new here and did not know that the entire southern part of the city is the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's territory. It is my fault. If you had explained things properly, I would have definitely apologized and left immediately. However, Isn't smashing someone's signboard a little too tyrannical? When the blue-clad man heard this, he laughed loudly. Then he looked at Kim Taeho's swollen figure and showed some disdain in his eyes. So what if I smashed your signboard? Don't think that you can do whatever you want in the Dragon Grave Sea, just because you are doing well in the Sea of Darkness. Let me tell you, now that you are in the Dragon Grave Sea, you better tuck your tail between your legs and behave yourself. Continue smashing. Pa, pa, pa. The Heavenly Cloud Merchant Association's cultivators continued to step on the signboard that had already been smashed in half. Rage burned in Kim Taeho's eyes. As he looked at the tattered signboard, he felt like he was being kicked in the heart. However, Kim Taeho still suppressed his rage and spread his arms out, not letting the cultivators behind him attack rashly. If Xiao Chun made a move now, it would only give the other party an excuse to use force. At that time, he would still be the one suffering. How boring. I thought that the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce was very powerful. Turns out that it is only SOSO. Indeed, it is not interesting. It is just a one-sided humiliation. There is nothing to see. The Heavenly Essence Merchant Association has been flaunting their might for a long time. I thought that they would run into a tough opponent. When the cultivators who heard the news saw this scene, they all shook their heads slightly, finding it boring. Scram. The Dragon Grave Sea does not welcome you. Don't let me see your signboard. Otherwise, I will smash it every time I see it. The blue-clad man shouted in disdain as he looked at Kim Taeho and smashed the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce's signboard into smithereens. Kim Taeho waved his hand and said, "Pick up the signboard. Let's go." The group of people remained silent. Together with Kim Taeho, they stepped forward and bent over. Then they carefully picked up the shattered signboard. Xiao Chun felt somewhat sad. However, he felt even more gratified. Sometimes one could bend over, but one had to pick up one's dignity. Compared to the scheming Xiao Chun of the Sky Dome realm, the current Kim Taeho was much more mature. Xiao Chun's figure flashed, looking like he teleported. Then he silently landed among Kim Taeho's group and joined the ranks of the group, picking up the shattered signboard. Kim Taeho looked up and happened to meet Xiao Chun's gaze, who had picked up a piece of the signboard. Both of them were completely stunned. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "What are you standing there for? Quickly pick it up. After you are done, let's have a drink together." Kim Taeho laughed loudly. Without saying anything, he picked up the speed of picking up the shattered signboard. Clearly, he was in a good mood. Upon seeing such a scene, everyone was stunned. Was this fatso crazy? Someone smashed his signboard, yet he was still so happy, able to laugh? Where did this fellow come from? Who allowed you to pick up these things? When the blue-clad man saw the sudden appearance of Xiao Chun and the laughing fatso, he felt like he was being ignored. It was just one kick. The wind howled as it kicked at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun acted like he did not see the blue-clad man's kick, continuing to pick up the shattered signboard. Bang! The blue-clad man kicked heavily with great force. However, Xiao Chun did not get knocked back as expected. Amid a loud sound, it was like the blue-clad man's kick had landed on a vast mountain range. A huge rebound knocked him back. The blue-clad man cried out in pain and vomited a mouthful of blood. The impact knocked him back. After he landed, he could not get up again. Blood flowed out of the blue-clad man's mouth continuously as he coughed endlessly. His complexion paled, and he showed a horrified expression. When he checked with his consciousness, he was horrified to discover that his internal organs were all shattered. No wonder blood kept flowing out of the blue-clad man's mouth. His heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were all shattered. Even if a celestial being came, he would not be able to save him. How could this be? The blue-clad man was a blue-robed emperor. In this Dragon Grave Sea, he could barely be considered an expert. While this kick might not have sent the blue-clad man flying, it should not have killed him. Oh no! He is going to die. The experts of the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association supported the blue-clad man and checked. They all showed horrified expressions, unable to react at all. Why were all sorts of strange things happening in this day and age? Manager Lon kicked himself to death? When the many surrounding cultivators saw this scene, they all felt their hair stand on end. This was simply too strange. Let's go. We ran into an expert. We have to ask Elder Feng to come out. The cultivators of the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association carried the blue-clad man's corpse and looked at Xiao Chun, who was still picking up the shattered signboard. Their expressions were strange as they hurried to the back. The group of people from the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce were stunned as well. When they saw this white-clad youth who suddenly appeared, they could not understand what was going on. The entire southern part of the city fell silent. The surrounding cultivators could not say anything either. What he saw today was completely beyond his understanding. How could someone kick himself to death with a single kick? Go? Did I say that you can go? Xiao Chun suddenly stood up and stretched out his hand. The shattered signboard in everyone's hands flew into his hand. Then he waved his hand, and a brand new signboard materialized. Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce. These 4 words gave off a faint glow. They glistened with a golden light, looking dazzling and dazzling. To Xiao Chun, who was proficient in the life bestowal spell, this little trick was nothing. Chapter 12:26. With a twist of his hand, the signboard in Xiao Chun's palm spun rapidly. Then he sent it flying forward. Bang! 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 Xiao Chun had secretly infused a strand of primordial energy into the signboard. Now the ordinary signboard immediately turned into a great killing weapon. Before these blue-robed emperor experts could react, their calves were crushed. They cried out in pain and knelt on the ground. It was clear that not all the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association experts were kneeling on the ground. The ones kneeling on the ground were the cultivators who had trampled on the signboard earlier. When the remaining people saw this scene, they did not dare to act rashly. Whoosh! Whoosh! After spinning a few times, the signboard returned to Xiao Chun's hand. With a huangdang sound, he placed the signboard on the ground. Xiao Chun opened his mouth and sucked in the strand of primordial energy that he had yet to use. Then he said softly, "Scram!" These were clearly 2 simple words. However, when Xiao Chun spoke, the sky changed color. A surging and strong energy surged out, sounding like thunder. As lightning flashed and thunder roared, the remaining cultivators of the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association were blown into the air by these 2 words. In the next moment, they were blown to an unknown location, their figures nowhere to be seen. The many cultivators who had criticized the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce earlier were all stunned. They did not know where this ruthless person came from. Without doing anything, he killed the blue-clad man. Then, when he opened his mouth, he knocked away a group of cultivators hired by the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association. This was simply incredible, flabbergasting. The strength of primordial energy astonished Xiao Chun as well. He had not expected just 1 strand of primordial energy to deal with this group of people so easily. After handing the signboard back to Kim Tae-ho, Xiao Chun glanced at the kneeling Heavenly Essence Merchant Association cultivators and said indifferently, "Since you dare to trample on the signboard of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce, don't blame me for being tyrannical. Kneel here for 1 day. Those who humiliated others would be humiliated by others." The many cultivators who came to watch the show finally understood why Kim Tae-ho could smile. It was all because of the white-robed man. Smashing someone's signboard was the greatest humiliation. So he would use an even greater humiliation, and a more domineering method to return the favor. He seemed to be very quiet, but the methods of this white-clothed man shocked everyone. If news of the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce's hired thugs kneeling here for a month were to spread, the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce's reputation would be completely tarnished. "You want us to kneel here for a month? No way." The 5 members of the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce kneeling on the ground roared angrily when they heard this. They took a deep breath and tried to use their heavenly laws to drive the power of the world and fly away. However, to their horror, they discovered that Xiao Chun wasn't using any sort of power. Even when they used their demi-immortal laws, they couldn't shake Xiao Chun's restrictive spells. Xiao Chun smiled coldly to himself. Primordial energy was a purer and stronger energy than the power of the world. It was something that only Emperor Wu could use. The strongest among these people was only a great perfection blue-robed emperor. Trying to shake primordial energy was like a baby trying to move a mountain. "I said kneel for a month, so kneel for a month. No one will be able to make you stand up." Xiao Chun stepped forward and sent out another palm strike on each of the 5 shoulders. Then, he used another strand of primordial energy to completely restrict the 5. Without a month's time, That strand of primordial energy would not scatter. It would be impossible for this group of people to stand up. As long as they were not an expert on the level of the old black iron monster, it would be impossible for anyone to remove the restriction. If someone tried to do it forcefully, the scattered strand of primordial energy would gather into a torrent and teach that person a huge lesson. Debeo, hang up the signboard. Xiao Chan turned his head and instructed. I want to see who else dares to smash the signboard of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Who was the signboard of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce? It was Xiao Chen's signboard. If these people dared to smash his signboard, it would be equivalent to slapping him in the face. Although Xiao Chan did not show any anger on the surface, he was already furious in his heart. If others do not offend me, I will not offend them. If others offend me, I will return the favor tenfold. The Blue Dragon King. He must be the Blue Dragon King. So, he is the Blue Dragon King, our big boss behind the scenes. He is indeed tyrannical. When the group of cultivators from the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce looked at Xiao Chan again, how could they not guess his identity? All of them had smiles of admiration on their faces. They had long heard of the legend of their master. It would take 3 days and 3 nights to recount all of them. Now that they saw him in person, they knew that the rumors were true. The youngest conferred king in the history of Bushin Palace was indeed tyrannical and boundlessly elegant. Kim Tae-ho chuckled and said a few words to his subordinates. Then he pulled Xiao Chan up the stairs. He smiled embarrassedly and said, Sorry, I did not expect to embarrass myself in front of you. Xiao Chan waved his hand and said, There's no need. I should be the one apologizing to you. I really did not know that opening a new branch would be so difficult and full of twists and turns. It was really not easy for you to grow the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce to its current scale. The two chatted as they walked. When they arrived at a table on the 2nd floor, Kim Tae-ho smiled and said, The current Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce is really nothing much. Our accumulations are still too little. In the end, our accumulations cannot compare to those large merchant associations that have been around for hundreds or even thousands of years. Xiao Chan nodded and said, There is no need to rush. Accumulations can only be built up over time. Kim Tae-ho recalled something and said, That's right, I received your letter. Unexpectedly, you managed to obtain a conferred land in the Human Demon Sea without anyone noticing. This way, I will be able to establish a smooth sea trade route through the heavenly starry oceans Dark Sea, Dragon Grave Sea, and Human Demon Sea. There is only one merchant association in the entire oceanic world that can have such a long trade route. In less than 10 years, I guarantee that the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce will become one of the 4 great merchant associations of the entire oceanic world. Xiao Chan smiled faintly. He had never doubted Kim Tae-ho's ability. Who is so bold as to dare to kill the manager of my Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's branch? Are they tired of living? As the two chatted and drank, a thunderous voice suddenly came from outside the building. The strong aura of a half-step Emperor Wu surged over. The entire shop shook intensely, making it hard for people to stand stably. Xiao Chan raised his eyebrows and drained the wine in his cup. Then, he smiled faintly and said, Finally, someone who is slightly more presentable. Dang! The wine cup landed heavily on the table. In that instant, the shaking shop suddenly quietened down. Inside the shop, Kim Tae-ho's expression changed slightly. Xiao Chan, the one who came, seems to be a half-step Emperor Wu. Xiao Chan nodded and smiled calmly. I know. However, I really do not care about a regular half-step Emperor Wu. As Kim Tae-ho watched Xiao Chan leap down the pavilion, he was slightly stunned. He could not understand how Xiao Chan had improved so quickly after leaving for close to a year. Outside the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce, the surrounding cultivators all scattered. The reason was obvious. Everyone knew that the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's branch in the city had a half-step Emperor Wu overseeing it. The cultivators of the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's branch were restrained and forced to kneel on the street. With such a big matter happening, the half-step Emperor Wu would definitely make a move. If the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association could not get back at Xiao Chan, its reputation would plummet. It might even fall out of the ranks of the Dragon Grave Sea's 4 great merchant associations. For a long time, the Martial Heavenly Merchant Association had always been the one showing off and acting tyrannically. Now that they had run into a tough opponent and had a good show to watch, these people were naturally unwilling to leave. Elder Feng, save us! When the 5 Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's blue-robed emperor kneeling on the street saw Elder Feng, they immediately cried out for help. They had already been restrained here by Xiao Chun for an hour. The gazes directed at them from all directions made them feel so sullen that they wanted to die. However, the crux of the matter was that it was difficult for them to even move. Wanting to die was an extravagant hope. How humiliating would it be for the blue-robed emperor to kneel on the street for a month? Those who humiliated others would be humiliated by others. When these people trampled on the dignity of a merchant association in front of all the cultivators in the city, they should have been prepared to be humiliated as well. They could not blame others for the evil they brought upon themselves. When Elder Feng, the half-step Emperor Wu, saw the 5 people kneeling on the ground, he immediately rushed over. When he saw the people watching them make a fool of themselves, he felt his face burn. Elder Feng cursed angrily, "Bunch of trash! You can't even stand up. You have utterly embarrassed the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association. Elder Feng, we are willing to accept any punishment. Please let us stand up first." The 5 kneeling cultivators felt sullen in their hearts. However, they did not dare to refute. Xiao Chun drifted down. When he saw Elder Feng's strength, he felt confident. He crossed his arms and watched coldly as the other party made a move. His lips curled up in an indistinct smile. Why is that white-clad youth so calm? He is not even afraid of the half-step Emperor Wu. That is too exaggerated. I heard that he is a descendant of the Qing Emperor back then. He is the center of our oceanic world, the outstanding talent of the heavenly starry ocean's younger generation. However, he defeated him in one move at the Four Seas Hero Gathering. Even if he is a descendant of the Qing Emperor and his strength has improved greatly, he should still be cautious when facing the half-step Emperor Wu. Right now he does not care at all. Outside the human demon paradise, the news of Xiao Chun killing 12 half-step martial emperors in a row had not spread. As for the cultivators near the Dragon Grave Sea, they had not heard about it yet. The cultivators near the Dragon Grave Sea all had their doubts about whether Xiao Chun could defeat the half-step Emperor Wu. When they saw Xiao Chun's current actions, they felt even more confused. The Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's Elder Feng glanced at the calm Xiao Chun and said coldly, "After I break your restriction, I will deal with you." No one in the Dragon Grave Sea has ever offended the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association and ended up with a good result. Xiao Chun retorted. No one has ever smashed the reputation of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce and ended up with a good result. The person in front of you is the best example. If I say I want them to kneel, they will kneel. You alone are not enough to make them stand up. How arrogant. This old man is a half-step Emperor Wu. Do you think I cannot break your restriction? Don't you think too highly of yourself? You're really unscrupulous when you talk. Seeing Xiao Chun so arrogant, Elder Feng did not get angry. Instead he laughed, finding this somewhat interesting. White-robed brat, don't be arrogant. Elder Feng is a half-step Emperor Wu. Do you think he cannot break your restriction? Chapter 12:27. When I stand up, I will deal with you all together. You will not have a good ending after offending our Heavenly Essence Merchant Association. Elder Feng, break the restriction and show this brat how powerful we are. When the 5 kneeling Heavenly Essence Merchant Association blue-robed Emperor experts saw Elder Feng rush over, they felt very confident. They no longer showed any fear when facing Xiao Chun. Elder Feng smiled coldly. Then he raised his hand and threw a palm strike as he roared, "Break for me!" Elder Feng purposely kept an eye out and did not underestimate Xiao Chun. Although the force of this palm strike was split into 5 portions, he had already used 70% of his law energy. In Elder Feng's opinion, using 70% of his strength against a consummation blue-robed emperor's restriction was already giving Xiao Chun face. Elder Feng did not even need to use half of his strength to kill a regular consummation blue-robed emperor. His imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. The power of the world that Elder Feng drove caused the entire southern part of the city to tremble. Without the protection of the formation, countless houses swayed and fell down in batches. The winds and clouds in the sky changed. Thick layers of clouds churned continuously. The force of the palm strike split into 5 portions. Each portion carried enough force to destroy a mountain range as it flew over. However, the restriction on the 5 did not budge at all. These 5 vast streams of power of the world did not have any effect at all. The primordial energy that Xiao Qian left on the 5 did not loosen at all when faced with the surging power of the world. Instead, the 2 forces pressed against each other, making the 5 kneeling people feel even more uncomfortable. Blood leaked out of their mouths as they cried out in pain. Elder Feng, what's going on? Why can't the restriction be broken? I feel like the invisible mountain pressing down on me is even heavier. Elder Feng, don't do it. Just a moment ago, the 5 were extremely ferocious, shouting for Xiao Qian to kneel and beg for mercy. However, in the next moment they could no longer endure it, wailing in pain. Such a scene shocked all the onlookers. Even the half-step Emperor Wu couldn't make these 5 people stand up? Xiao Qian's methods were a bit too overbearing. Was he really going to make these 5 blue-robed emperors kneel for a month? Thinking about it, it was really cruel. No blue-robed emperor would be able to endure such humiliation. It would probably leave an indelible shadow in his heart for the rest of his life. Damn it! How could this be? Elder Feng was taken aback. He had not expected such an outcome. Earlier, he had said that he would be able to break the restriction in a matter of minutes. However, even after using 70% of the power of the laws, he still had not succeeded. All of a sudden, his face was as humiliated as the 5 people kneeling before him. I don't believe it. Elder Feng's face darkened and he was thoroughly enraged. He unleashed his full strength without holding anything back, planning to use the most violent method to break this strange seal. Elder Feng completely ignored the 5 people kneeling on the ground and howling in pain. He threw a palm strike and cracks appeared in space. The ground exploded. Elder Feng used his full strength, creating a horrifying mysterious phenomenon that crashed into the restrictions of the 5 people. It had to be said that this force was indeed horrifying. The restrictions on the 5 people all lost their balance. The primordial energy that Xiao Qian left behind could no longer form a complete restriction, and it started to crumble slowly. Elder Feng revealed a smile on his face. Insignificant tricks. How can they stump me? Pussy. Right after Elder Feng spoke, the 5 people kneeling on the ground all vomited a mouthful of blood. Then their bones shattered. They could no longer endure the pincer attack of the 2 forces and died on the spot. The primordial energy that Elder Feng left on the 5 no longer remained in the form of a restriction. It surged out with a whoosh and merged together, forming a complete strand of primordial energy. This strand of energy turned into a purple saber light. With a flickering speed, it flew towards the startled Elder Feng, whose smile froze. Primordial energy. This is something that only Emperor Wu can execute. How can it be? Before Elder Feng could finish speaking, the strand of primordial energy that Xiao Qian left behind turned into a saber light and pierced through the armor on Elder Feng's chest, piercing through his chest. It left a huge bloody hole in Elder Feng's chest. It was a tragic sight. Elder Feng's law energy could not form an effective defense against an energy of a higher grade. From start to end, Xiao Qian, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, not even moving his feet, suddenly shouted, "You kneel down as well." When he made a move, it would be a fatal one. The instant Elder Feng was severely injured, Xiao Qian executed a lightning-fast move. He instantly drove the remaining 9 strands of primordial energy in his heart of an emperor. When Xiao Qian smashed down with his palm, space seemed to move. When it landed on Elder Feng's shoulder, plop! This half-step Emperor Wu was forced to kneel by Xiao Qian's palm strike. The instant Elder Feng's knee hit the ground, there was a crisp sound. A horrifying energy radiated from his knee. Apart from the shops of the Azure Dragon Merchant Association, all of the buildings and houses within a radius of 10 miles were instantly annihilated. As for the cultivators who had soared into the air to avoid the energy radiation, they stared with wide eyes, not daring to believe the scene before them. The half-step Emperor Wu, who had been clamoring about killing the white-robed bladesman, was actually forced to his knees by Xiao Qian with one palm strike. When Elder Feng arrived, he was brimming with killing qi and spoke arrogantly. Now he knelt on the ground, his face filled with horror. Xiao Qian placed his hand on Elder Feng's shoulder and pressed down hard. No matter how hard Elder Feng tried, He could not move at all. Stop struggling. If you keep struggling, it will not be as simple as being humiliated. Xiao Chan said expressionlessly with a cold expression. Elder Feng was shocked in his heart. Before he could recover his wits, Xiao Chan, a consummation blue-robed emperor, actually used primordial energy. This was a power that only Emperor Wu could use. This was simply too shocking. The people watching the excitement might find it unbelievable. Xiao Chan was ridiculously strong. However, they did not know why Xiao Chan was so strong. However, Elder Feng knew that this was primordial energy, a power that came from beyond time and space. The people in Emperor Wu's circle called him primordial energy. If one did not come into contact with Emperor Wu, it would be hard to understand him. Now that Xiao Chan asked this question, Elder Feng recovered his wits and felt somewhat terrified. He stopped struggling. Xiao Chan said indifferently, "Let me ask you something first. Were you the one who ordered him to smash my Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce's signboard?" That blue-clad man was merely the manager of this branch on the surface. The true mastermind was this Elder Feng. Without Elder Feng's approval, that blue-clad man would not have done something like smashing someone's signboard, something that was akin to slapping someone in the face. Even if the blue-clad man occupied the wrong place, he could just teach him a lesson and chase him away. There was no need to go to such extremes as smashing someone's signboard. Elder Feng's eyes flickered. However, under Xiao Chen's strong pressure, he still answered honestly, "I was the one who told him to do so. The Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce has been on a decline recently. I just wanted to find something to establish my might. I did not expect the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce to be so strong." Xiao Chen thought for a while. He had not expected such a simple reason to trample on the dignity of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce's people. If Xiao Chan had not rushed over by coincidence, Kim Taeho's group might have suffered some more humiliation. "You are rather direct, not beating around the bush. I will not make things difficult for you. Just kneel in front of this Chamber of Commerce for 3 days, and I will forget about this matter." Smashing someone's signboard was equivalent to slapping someone in the face. To a Chamber of Commerce, this was the greatest humiliation. Xiao Chan did not feel that he had gone overboard. The law and reason were on his side. Even if Emperor Wu, the overseer of the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce at Treasure Dragon Island, rushed over, Xiao Chan would still fight for what was right and not shrink back. Without giving Elder Feng any chance to quibble or speak, Xiao Chan directly used the 8 strands of primordial energy to form a restriction and left it in Elder Feng's body. Not only could Elder Feng not move, but he also could not say a word. When such a scene landed in the eyes of the cultivators who were watching the show, they felt an unparalleled dominance and dominance. The entire Dragon Grave Sea would definitely be startled by this. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. His strong aura carried an extremely horrifying pressure. As he descended bit by bit, the gravity on everyone's shoulders increased bit by bit. This is the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce's overseer of the Dragon Grave Sea, Emperor Wu, Senior Luo Zhan. Many cultivators gaped. Actually, they had already guessed that today's matter would definitely startle the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce's overseer of the Dragon Grave Sea, Emperor Wu. However, no one expected the other party to arrive so quickly. The moment Xiao Chan subdued Elder Feng, the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce's Emperor Wu, Luo Zhan, appeared. This Emperor Wu wore plain robes of alternating blue and white. He had long hair, long eyebrows, and a long beard. He did not have the ruthless and murderous air of the cultivators of the Dragon Grave Sea. Instead, he gave off a friendly feeling. "I rushed over as soon as I received the news. I was still too late." Old Man Luo glanced at the kneeling Elder Feng and frowned slightly. Then he looked up at Xiao Chan and said, "Not bad. It looks like the rumors are true. You have indeed condensed the heart of an emperor." Xiao Chan raised his eyebrows and said, "This is somewhat surprising. This should be my first time meeting Senior. How is it that you know so much about me?" Old Man Luo smiled faintly and said, "In our circle, people have been paying attention to you for a long time. The news about you has never stopped. In Emperor Wu's circle, there is an Emperor Wu's substitute ranking. In recent years, you have risen the fastest on this ranking, reaching the top 20. Top 20? If there really was such a ranking, Xiao Chun would be happy to be able to rank in the top 20. The Emperor Wu's substitute ranking was not a ranking of the outstanding talents of the younger generation. Instead, it recorded all the cultivators who had the chance to advance to martial emperor in the past 1,000 years. It did not take into account age or seniority. It was a ranking of all the cultivators qualified to advance to martial emperor. It did not matter whether one had lived for a few hundred years or decades. As long as one had the qualifications to advance to martial emperor, it would be included. How long was 1,000 years? How many geniuses would appear one after another? As for the Emperor Wu's substitute ranking, it was a ranking that had been accumulating for 1,000 years. Basically, the older one was, the higher one's rank would be. It was indeed not easy for Xiao Chun to charge into the top 20 of this 1,000-year Emperor Wu's substitute ranking in a short 31 years. However, you rise fast and fall fast. Your ranking just fell out of the top 100. Chapter 12:28. Why? Xiao Chun asked, feeling suspicious. Luo Zhen pointed to Elder Feng and said, "Get him to stand up. I'll tell you why." The old man's voice was so clear that everyone could hear him clearly. Everyone was dumbfounded. The mighty Emperor Wu's true body descended and wanted to get his own people to stand up. However, he was actually negotiating with Xiao Chun. Furthermore, based on Xiao Chun's appearance, he seemed to be thinking about it, unwilling to do so. What was going on? To think that a consummation blue-robed emperor could speak to Emperor Wu on equal terms. In this world where strength reigned supreme, this was simply too inconceivable. Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "There's no need. I can roughly guess the reason. Xiao Chun's fall must have something to do with the heart of an emperor. Now that he had condensed the heart of an emperor, the difficulty of his great tribulation of wind and fire would multiply. In the eyes of others, the risk of advancing to martial emperor had become much harder. In reality, in Xiao Chun's opinion, he was not afraid of the difficulty increasing. He was only afraid of not having the time. So what if the difficulty did not increase? If he did not have the time to undergo the great tribulation of wind and fire, he would not stand a chance at all. No matter how difficult it was, as long as he could undergo the great tribulation of wind and fire, he would have some hope of advancing to martial emperor. Furthermore, the higher the risk, the higher his achievements would be if he advanced to martial emperor. It looks like Senior also knows who is right and who is wrong in this matter. I am not an inflexible person. If there is really enough useful information for me, I do not mind getting him to stand up." Xiao Chun thought for a while before continuing. Of course, if there is none, then he can only continue kneeling. One has to apologize for their mistakes. A strange light flashed in old man Luo's eyes. Then he turned around and looked around, his gaze landing on the people watching the excitement. The cultivators who felt old man Luo's gaze immediately understood what he meant. Old man Luo was about to make a move. When these people looked behind them, their hearts sank and they quickly left. Without a sound, with just a glance, Xiao Chun chased away all the unnecessary people in a 5-kilometer radius. Xiao Chun was secretly on guard. Emperor Wu's deterrence was really huge, even though this old man Luo didn't look like the strong Emperor Wu. In that case, I'll tell you something. The distant sea dragon grave is the only 9-star dragon grave in the Dragon Grave Sea. I heard that the ancient Dragon King's 9-star dragon grave is buried there. 3 days later, a group of Emperor Wus will work together to explore it. As he spoke, Old Man Luo placed his hand on Elder Feng's shoulder and checked the condition of his body. He could not help but frown. There were actually 8 strands of primordial energy left in Elder Feng's body. Furthermore, each strand was extremely condensed and had a layer of purple sparks. Not hurting Elder Feng was going to be a little difficult. Xiao Qin's eyes flickered, his expression uncertain. He did not understand how this information was useful to him. The distant sea dragon grave was one of the 8 great forbidden lands. Every decade or century, there would be Emperor Wu's experts working together to explore it. This was very normal. As a remnant, it would be abnormal if no cultivators went to explore it. Strange. Based on your appearance, you don't seem to know that the ancient dragon race and the Dragon's Gate have a close relationship. You don't seem to be curious about the depths at all. Old Man Luo observed Xiao Qin's expression as he removed the restriction on Elder Feng. There is such a thing. A light flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes. He raised his hand and removed the restriction on Elder Feng. allowing him to heave a sigh of relief and stand up quickly. When Luozhan saw Xiao Qian remove the restriction on Elder Feng, he also heaved a sigh of relief. It would be very easy for him to destroy these 8 strands of primordial energy. Luozhan's understanding and usage of primordial energy far surpassed Xiao Qian's. Unfortunately, this energy was controlled by Xiao Qian. If Xiao Qian wanted to, he could use the restriction formed by the primordial energy to kill Elder Feng before Luozhan, even though Luozhan was already here. It looked like this white-clad youth before Luozhan was not as arrogant as he appeared to be. He knew when to stop when things had reached a certain point. In the future, I will leave the southern part of the city to your Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Consider it the price for Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce's reckless actions. It was better to have a friend than an enemy. Clearly, Xiao Qian now had the value to befriend Luozhan, a minor Heavenly Realm Emperor Wu. Since things had already reached this point, he might as well take a step back and do Xiao Qian a favor. Xiao Qian smiled faintly and did not stand on ceremony, accepting the other party's concession. He had already achieved his goal of establishing his might. If he continued to demand an exorbitant price, he would not know when to stop. Whoosh! Luozhan quickly left this place with Elder Feng, flying towards Treasure Dragon Island. They moved so fast that no one could see them. Senior Luo, why did you let this brat off? Given your strength, defeating him should be an easy task. Elder Feng, who was in the air, appeared unconvinced and confused. A junior had forced him to kneel on the ground. This was something he found hard to swallow. Luozhan replied indifferently, so what? He has the Thunder King and the newly advanced Haotian Prime behind him. It is not like we can kill him. We can humiliate him. Since he made me kneel, you can make him kneel as well, Elder Feng immediately said. Luozhan retorted indifferently. You are overthinking this. You made 2 mistakes in this matter. First, you were in the wrong first. His Rossi humiliated you for no reason at all. I do not mind teaching him a lesson. Second, you are blind. Can't you tell that once he advances to Martial Emperor, he will be like Jin Lin transforming into a dragon? You are still thinking of how to humiliate such a person. Do you want to wait until he becomes a dragon and bites you to death in one bite? When Elder Feng heard this, he felt stifled, not knowing how to rebut. Luozhan said indifferently, get over it. If he did not have the Thunder King behind him, killing him would be the best choice. Since you cannot kill him, this is the best course of action. Actually, this is not your fault. Without advancing to Martial Emperor, your horizons are too limited. You cannot see things too far. Elder Feng's expression dimmed. These words truly stung him. To him, becoming Emperor Wu was an extravagant hope. He would never know what that mysterious circle was like in this lifetime. Even though Elder Feng knew that his horizons were limited, he did not know where they were. Just thinking about it made him feel sorrowful. In the city, after Xiao Qian and Kim Taeho asked about Heavenly Star Island and found out that everything was fine there, they started asking about the distant Sea Dragon Grave. Originally, Xiao Qian did not think much of the distant Sea Dragon Grave, a great forbidden land. Previously, when Xiao Qian came to the Dragon Grave Sea, he did not have any thoughts of going to the distant Sea Dragon Grave to explore it and search for fortuitous encounters. However, this time, after hearing Luozhan say that the ancient Dragon Clan and the Dragon's Gate were inextricably linked, he could not help but feel tempted. Furthermore, Xiao Qian's strength had increased greatly, and he had condensed the heart of an emperor. It should be much safer for him to enter the distant Sea Dragon Grave. The news he had gathered from various sources had thoroughly piqued Xiao Qian's interest. News from too long ago could not be verified. However, 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor had entered and exited the distant Sea Dragon graveyard 8 times. This was a piece of news that could be verified. Even now, the distant Sea Dragon grave still retained many remnants of the battles from 10,000 years ago. The Dragon's Gate had a long history. Perhaps only the current clan head of the Sky Dome realm, Shao Clan, knew how long it had been around for. However, it was certain that it was definitely more than 10,000 years old. At the very least, there was already a complete inheritance in the ancient era before the Hundred Race War. Before the Qing Emperor, the Dragon's Gate also had a glorious past. Several of the Dragon's Gate sect masters had explored the distant Sea Dragon grave. However, it was too long ago, so this information could not be verified. The only one who could be sure was the Qing Emperor. Xiao Chan sorted out the information in his hand and muttered, "If this information is true, then what exactly is in the distant sea dragon grave that attracted the successive sect masters of the Dragon's Gate to rush over?" The ancient dragon race was filled with suspicions. Unfortunately, to find out all this, one had to infiltrate the core of the distant sea dragon grave. Given Xiao Chen's current strength, he estimated that it should not be a problem for him to wander around the periphery of the distant sea dragon grave. He should be able to enter and leave safely. However, if he went into the depths, it would be hard to return. As for the core region, there was no need to even think about it. That was a place that even the greater heavenly Emperor Wu had to be careful about. Even sovereign martial emperors might not dare to say that they could come and go as they pleased. Right now, there was an opportunity. 3 days later, a group of Emperor Wu would be working together to explore the depths of the distant sea dragon grave. Xiao Chan could follow them and fish in troubled waters. Although he could not go to the core region, it would be much better than wandering around the periphery. Perhaps he might be able to discover something in the depths. Xiao Chan had never been a hesitant person. After thinking for a while, he made his decision. Go. There were still 3 days. Xiao Chan could use this time to stabilize his cultivation and make his preparations. It was already late at night. Xiao Chan sat cross-legged in a cultivation room in a quiet courtyard. Then he used the heart of an emperor to open that mysterious door of space and time again. The world behind the door was still hazy, distant and unfathomable. It was vast and majestic, mysterious and unfathomable. It inspired reverence in one's heart, not daring to profane it. Xiao Chan carefully absorbed the primordial energy spreading in the world behind the door. Strands of pure white energy dripped down. Compared to the first time, Xiao Chan could no longer obtain a complete strand of primordial energy in one go. Not to mention 10 strands, he could not even obtain 1 strand. It was all this sort of tiny drops of primordial mist power that left one dispirited and dispirited. Xiao Chan did not know when he would be able to form a complete strand of primordial energy. Now that he thought about it, it was no wonder Ao Jiao had said that obtaining 10 strands of primordial energy the first time was already a lot. However, after holding on for about 15 minutes, the heart of an emperor could no longer hold on to open this primordial door. Xiao Chan calmed himself down and stopped thinking. He infused all the primordial raindrops he absorbed into the heart of an emperor, infusing them into the 10 strands of primordial energy. With Xiao Chen's hard work over the past half a month, the originally pure white primordial energy had already turned purple after Xiao Chan infused his law energy into it. With the lightning attribute, Xiao Chan would be able to use it with greater ease when using it. Xiao Chan had already successfully infused 3,000 of the 20,000 law energy around the heart of an emperor. Chapter 1229. Under Xiao Chen's meticulous cultivation, the originally weak strands of primordial energy became increasingly denser. As they swam about, the force they carried grew stronger. After Xiao Chan finished cultivating the primordial energy, he immediately took out an essence stone and started to absorb the spiritual energy in it without any fear. The 10 strands of primordial energy were like babies waiting to be fed, and the heavenly laws were the best food. Right now, Xiao Chen no longer faced any bottlenecks. He was no longer in the predicament of having a large number of resources but being stuck at the bottleneck of the great perfection blue-robed emperor, unable to use them. Now, he only feared having too few resources, not having too many. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. However, when Xiao Chan ended his cultivation, the 10 strands of purple primordial energy had clearly deepened. There was still 1 more day before they had to depart. Hence, Xiao Chan did not rush to the distant sea dragon grave. Instead, he searched through the universe ring before taking out the cycle banner. He had not used this secret treasure for a long time already. This time it was time to refine it and turn it into a trump card for his fight with Emperor Wu. 5 of the cycle banner's thrones had already been refined into astral pearls. The massacre throne, the death throne, the ruin throne, the grief throne, and the despair throne. Only the pain throne and the destruction throne remained. As for the news of the last 2 thrones, Xiao Chan had spent a lot of money to get the Kunlun Realm's intelligence department to help him search for them. Xiao Chan had also asked many of his good friends for help. However, there had been no news. In the end, the destruction and pain of the 2 thrones seemed to have vanished without a trace. There were no traces at all. Xiao Chun could not rush such a thing. Who knew there might not be any news at all? Then, when the opportunity arrived, he might accidentally find news of the thrones. Not to mention the news of the last 2 thrones. The cycle banner, which already had 5 thrones, possessed extraordinary might. However, Xiao Chun did not use any secret treasures. As a bladesman, he trusted the saber in his hand and his own strength more. Xiao Chun did not spend any time refining the cycle banner a second time. Right now, Xiao Chun had no choice but to refine it. He did not know what dangers he would run into in the distant sea dragon grave. One more trump card was one more chance of survival. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun put away the cycle banner and walked out of the cultivation room. Then, he flew away from the island where a large number of cultivators gathered and found a deserted island on the surface of the sea. Refining the cycle banner would definitely cause a huge commotion. If they did not find a quiet place, it would be inconvenient to do so. The deserted island beneath their feet was barren, except for oddly shaped rocks and barren hills. Looking up at the starry sky in the dark night, it was vast and serene. Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and landed at the peak of the desolate mountain. With a thought, the cycle banner appeared in his hand. Then he swung the banner. The scarlet banner unfurled, and the 7 astral pearls on it glistened brightly. Instantly, countless starlight descended from the sky. Like a meteor shower, the deserted island suddenly became dreamy. The color of the astral pearls infused with the 5 thrones on the banner was even denser and more piercing. Even the pure black of the death astral pearl was eye-catching and piercing, looking very strange. Actually, the cycle banner in Xiao Chun's hand had already surpassed the category of astral banners long ago. However, when he infused the thrones into it, it changed. However, the roots were still there. If Xiao Chun wanted to refine it, he would need a large amount of resources. Fortunately, Xiao Chun had just obtained the treasures that the Thunder King left behind and did not lack resources. Xiao Chun intended to melt down an emperor-grade secret treasure and infuse the resources obtained from its decomposition into the cycle banner. Xiao Chun had only one goal: to forge the cycle banner into a pseudo-emperor-grade secret treasure. Why did he add the word pseudo? It was because he could not bring out the full might of a true emperor-grade secret treasure. Without Emperor Wu's golden body, he would not be able to endure the pressure that an emperor-grade secret treasure brought to his body. The pseudo-emperor-grade secret treasure that Xiao Chun wanted to refine would allow him to move freely and bring out 100% of its might. Furthermore, its grade far surpassed that of a Peak King-grade secret treasure. After thinking about it, Xiao Chun could only describe the newly refined cycle banner as a pseudo-emperor-grade secret treasure. Among the treasures that the Thunder King left behind was a set of sabers, the 7 deadly sins. Every one of them was a divine weapon. Naturally, Xiao Chun could not bear to melt them down. Aside from these, there were 4 emperor-grade secret treasures. After lending one to Su Tianyun, he still had 3 left. Emperor-grade secret treasures were very rare. Normally, the 9 ranks of the great families would only have 1 emperor-grade secret treasure passed down from generation to generation. Now Xiao Chun had 3. If word of this got out, everyone would die of envy. A large group of Emperor Wu's secret treasures. If these people knew that Xiao Chun was vexed over which emperor-grade secret treasure to melt, they would probably feel like dying. I'll take this one, the profound water treasure armor. I have the blue dragon war body. Defense is not my weakness. Furthermore, a water-attributed treasure armor conflicts with my lightning-attributed body. After thinking about it for a while, Xiao Chun finally made up his mind. He chose an emperor-grade secret treasure armor, preparing to use it to complete his cycle banner. If the Thunder King were still alive and saw you wasting the secret treasures he left behind, I wonder what he would think. Ao Jiao muttered from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chun smiled happily and replied he wouldn't think anything. Did you not see that the Thunder King did not even leave a mark on them? To the Thunder King, although these things are precious, they are actually burdens. He can only leave them there. I am making the best use of them. When he finds out, he will definitely feel gratified. He can finally use these eyesores. Ao Jiao's lips curled up as she said, "Sophistry. What I said is definitely the truth." "Look, you don't even know how to refute it," Xiao Chun said with a smile. Then he started to melt this emperor-grade secret treasure. Forging an emperor-grade secret treasure was extremely difficult. However, destroying it from the inside was very easy. First, Xiao Chan left a spiritual mark on the Emperor-grade secret treasure to recognize him as its master. Then he broke the hidden formations in the flowing cloud treasure armor one by one. When all the formations were broken, the profound water treasure armor suddenly released a resplendent light. A strong emperor's might soared into the sky. The light illuminated the surrounding 50 kilometers like it was day. The dazzling light deterred anyone from looking at it directly. Xiao Chan narrowed his eyes and said, "Fortunately, I had the foresight to find a sufficiently desolate island. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble this commotion would cause." The light did not last long. By the time it scattered, the profound water treasure armor had already broken down into thousands of different parts floating in the air. In the dark night, every part gave off a firefly-like light, looking beautiful and flawless. In the very center was a jewel giving off an aquamarine light. That was the profound water heart. This was the core divine material of this emperor-grade secret treasure. It could be said that without the profound water heart, the profound water treasure armor would not exist. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Each of the thousands of parts represented 50 tons of peak divine materials. Furthermore, there was the profound water heart. With so many divine materials, he would definitely achieve his goal if he used them to refine the cycle banner. "I'll refine the first astral pearl first, Massacre." With the thought, the black astral pearl in the cycle banner automatically flew out. Xiao Chan took out the dragon phoenix cauldron, and the astral pearl slowly fell into the cauldron with the thought. Light flickered in Xiao Chen's left eye, and all the lunar true flame spewed out, spreading throughout the cauldron and burning fiercely. Then, with a wave of his hand, hundreds of emperor-grade secret treasure parts fell into the cauldron. Now there was a total of 5 tons of divine materials. If the experts of the Zodiac Hall saw such a scene, they would cry in agony. This was too extravagant. With 5 tons of divine materials, one could forge many peak astral banners with them. However, Xiao Chan only used them to refine one astral pearl. Furthermore, it looked like he intended to continue using millions of tons of divine materials. This could not be helped. The others had been searching for resources everywhere with bitter expressions on their faces. However, Xiao Chan was worried about how to use these resources and not let them go to waste in the universe ring. For the 5 astral pearls, Xiao Chan used 40 million tons of divine materials. The banner used the remaining 10 million tons of divine materials. As for the profound water heart, Xiao Chan used it on the scarlet banner, adding a profound water attribute to it. As the banner danced, it moved like waves. It was like a boundless ocean surging and roaring, causing the entire space to tremble. Dawn approached and the morning sun peeked out. The warm sunlight swept away all the darkness in the world. At this moment, Xiao Chan also finished refining the cycle banner. He grasped the banner pole and waved it ferociously. The banner unfurled and fluttered in the wind. The sound of rumbling water resounded in the world, surging endlessly. On the surface of the sea around the deserted island, huge waves rose up, stretching for hundreds of miles. Massacre, ruin, death, grief, and despair. The 5 astral pearls on the banner suddenly gave off a bright light. Boundless starlight poured down. The originally bright sky above them suddenly turned completely dark. The light of the cycle banner completely outshone the morning sun, causing night to descend once more. When one looked up, one could see the stars filling the sky. 5-colored starlight flickered, and the cycle banner gave off a destructive astral energy. As Xiao Chan held the banner pole, he could clearly feel the energy contained in the astral banner. With a shout, Xiao Chan spun the banner around like a spear. Then he gently stabbed the cycle banner into the ground. Boom! Without a sound, the desolate island under their feet was instantly shattered by the 5-colored starlight contained in the war flag, turning it into dust and ashes. A huge black hole appeared out of nowhere on the vast sea, looking extremely horrifying. Xiao Chen's figure flashed backward, and the whirlpool formed by the black hole created a huge wave that soared into the clouds. As Xiao Chan watched the huge wave soar into the sky, he felt a sense of pride in his chest as he held the cycle banner. When the huge wave fell, Xiao Chan unfurled the cycle banner and waved it on the sea to his heart's content. Massacre, death, ruin, grief, and despair. The states of 5 different attributes merged with the starlight, releasing a 5-colored light. Under the night sky, as Xiao Chan waved the banner, The cycle banner erupted with startling energy on the surface of the sea. As he waved it, starlight exploded, the ground rumbled, and the entire space trembled. However, although this cycle banner can injure an ordinary emperor Wu with its